Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? Has gambling become our national sport? How much more can our farmers survive? What's causing the algal bloom? Can we afford the energy transition?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running. The 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Friday night at the MCG, and it doesn't get much better than this. You're talking about the dual reigning champions in Brisbane up against perennial powerhouses Collingwood. Clint Wilden with you. There's a lot to look forward to in this battle tonight for the Brisbane Lions, looking to do their best to try and lock in third spot on the ladder. Collingwood can't move out of the wildcard positions, but the team they've named suggests there's no resting at the moment for the Magpies from what we see, that they're going to go hell for leather in this game and not flirt with finals form, and that is to come for both of these teams. Before we start, though, I do want to acknowledge the ongoing Swans scandal and the alleged victims in this story. And I want to say again that this is a football program, so we will be discussing football issues about this story tonight. But we absolutely acknowledge that they are of a secondary nature to the police investigation and the serious allegations that are around sexual assaults. The allegation, of course, about a player touching a woman without her consent. I do also need to remind you that no charges have been laid, and as we currently understand, no one has been formally interviewed. And tonight we will be talking about the Swans, but only in regard to to things through the prism of football. And a reminder to you all that those players who have been stood down for breaching Sydney team protocols. That's drinking and their behaviour in bringing women back into the team hotel, not for whatever happened after that. There's a police investigation going on. And while we do think, of course, of the victims and hope, the alleged victims, and hope that they get the support that they do need, this is a football show and we will be talking about the issues around the Sydney Swans in that football prison. Clint Wilden with you. Kelly Underwood is with me. Kel, I wanted to start with a high note that is this game, but it's hard to get past what's been a truly awful week for football.
It is, Clint, and it's lovely to have you in the commentary box. We know that Corbin Middlemass is usually here, and he's up in the top end, is he? Somewhere
up in Mackay.
Calling cricket. I've had a bit on my plate this week, so I haven't even caught any of the cricket, apart from that I did hear we didn't have a good, we had a bad loss, but first up. But I would love to say... I'm so excited to be here at the MCG tonight, but I'll be honest, it's I sat down on the couch today to try and have a little nap and just gather my thoughts, because it's been a challenging week for a lot of women, I think. I don't want to speak on women's behalf, but it's been triggering and it's been heavy, and it's draining is a word that got thrown around quite a bit today. So obviously, as you said off the top so well, the alleged victims are the main women here. But more broadly, I think women in the footy industry, and I've probably had a contact with or spoken to at least a dozen women in the footy industry this week. And I think we're just all feeling a bit drained. Yeah, it's been a tough week.
As you would be. Can I get your reactions immediately about, again, we'll talk in a football sense.
Yeah.
How do you think Sydney have handled things?
I think there were a few missteps early on, and I think that was from the club, but also from the media as well, because the reporting initially was that, you know, it was a football issue, and we went straight to, oh my God, how's it going to affect the finals and things like that. But straight away, when you heard allegations of sexual abuse, you knew that this was bigger than footy. This was people's lives, and that there were bigger things at stake here. So having said that, I watched Dean Cox today. I've been told he's just a shattered human being, and I thought he spoke really well. I thought Callum Mills spoke well. I think Andrew Pridham, you know, they've done the right thing. They've got on to it early, and they've done the right thing to step them down for the rest of the season. But I guess from a female perspective and working in the industry, I mean, I've been asked to do about 30 interviews this week. And we just become collateral damage in it. But why do I need to put my life on hold and explain to everyone why men are behaving badly? Why is that on me? So part of me is... It's angry that I've been asked to do that, and I have to explain that. And then the other part of me is I've been around in this industry for a long time. I want to set a good example and be a leader to the younger women that are coming through. So I do feel a responsibility then to be a leader and to stand up and talk and say how it affects us. And I have become so close and great friends with so many AFLW players over the last 10 years. And it's not just, women in the industry, it's these players as well. I mean, they're really feeling it. And I cannot even begin to imagine how the Sydney Swans women have walked into those club rooms this week. And then I saw that they formed a big circle at the SCG today. I wanted to have a look and see if they were all there, because I would understand if not all of them wanted to mingle and, you know, do breath work as they did today with the men's team.
Going to hear a little bit from the AFLW side of things from the Sydney Swans in just a moment. And I do accept it. And this is the challenge where I'm a big believer in that there are certain things that I have no right to have an opinion on, but I have the right to ask a question to understand. And I'm lucky enough to have a number of really both senior and experienced women who work in the football industry that I can ring and say, can you talk me through how you would feel here? And I think I was as shocked as any person would be. But there are things that I can accept, but I can't understand. And I'll use examples, speaking of, I spoke to a couple of friends about things where I don't feel scared when I walk through a car park. I don't feel scared when I fill my car up at night. And I can accept that women feel that way, but I'll never have that visceral fear that women have to deal with. And so that's why it is so important that you actually are prepared to speak up and tell, this is how we feel when these things happen.
Yeah.
Because I can guess, but I don't understand, which is
Thank
why
you, Clint.
it's
And
so good that
I
you speak
appreciate
up.
your perspective on that. Hate being, the other bit is I hate being labelled an angry woman, but
you've got every right to be, though.
It does make you feel angry,
but,
you know.
But not even just. I'm an angry football supporter this week.
Yeah, I mean, what the stats are, and this is a fact of life. The stats are 1 in 5 women will be sexually assaulted or have been sexually assaulted since the age of 15. So I wrote in the Age today that is, if we were to sit here and imagine 100,000, 20,000 women since the age of 15 have been sexually assaulted. Now, it is a fact of life in this footy industry, but in the community more generally, that there is still a lot of misogyny, disrespect and abuse in our game around women. And sexual assault begins with disrespect. It begins with verbal abuse. And when Lingy can probably speak to this more, when you're in a group surrounded by 40 men, it can easily escalate. And if we don't call out the smallest things, it then chips away until it gives one of those men permission to do something a lot more serious. I've been in this industry for a long time. I've certainly been the victim of various sexual harassment and comments. It's not about me. I'm not the only one. I mean, just last weekend, I had to actually console an ABC female commentator who opened up to me and she made a call on the radio and she made the correct call. It was bang on. If Mick Malthouse had said it, it would have been absolutely the right call. The story played out during the week and it was correct. Our social media friend who's running this camera tonight clipped it up and put it online. And all the comments underneath were bagging her out. And most of them were the fact that she was a woman. And she said to me that it ruined her weekend. Now, I get this every day. I mean, I've learned to deal with it. It's almost become laughable. But, in fact, to prove my point, you behind that camera, go and clip it up and put this on, and then you look underneath and have a look at the comments. And I know we all get them for various reasons. Mick gets them and whatnot. But I'm talking about sexist comments that we do not belong in this industry. I don't belong in this commentary box. Go and do that for an experiment and prove my point, because you watch them come thick and fast. So it's little things like that we have to deal with, and then something like this escalates. But as I said, it's not just me. I've had, and we're all probably the same. I mean, I'm interested to see if Cameron Ling, as a junior football coach, if he's had to address it. But, I've had messages from parents at the primary school. My daughter's at primary school, so parents saying they've had to talk to their 10, 11-year-old child and explain what sexual abuse is. I had a parent text me and say that, my son, he looks like Isaac Heaney, and he's had to explain, we've said to him, why don't you play like Isaac Heaney when he's out there playing on the weekend? And he's had to explain, they've had to sit down and explain to him why Isaac Heaney won't be playing. I had a text from a friend who said, my 7-year-old daughter, we're mad swans, and I know them well, and I've had to sit her down and explain why he won't be playing for the rest of the season to a 7-year-old girl. One of my best mates, she coaches at the Fitzroy Lions. She coaches an underage girls team. After training last night, she sat them down and had to explain it to them. So there is this massive ripple effect that I think affects everyone out there. And as you have tried to understand, it's not just women in society, but I appreciate that you're trying to understand it and taking the time to have this conversation. Dyson Heppel said it best.
He did.
He was remarkable. Where are all the other men standing with Dyson Heppel? I mean, the silence from other clubs, even the silence from AFL House. And I know they released a statement and it was word perfect, but there's been no talking head all this week. They have made a decision in the biggest issue that affects community, scandal that we have seen in years. They have made a decision not to put themselves up. I want to hear, as an AFL lover, about what the governing body thinks about respect for women and alleged sexual assault on women. I'd be really interested as a woman and as a lover of the game to know what our governing body thinks about that. Where's the leadership there? And like I said, I understand there is a case that we cannot talk about, but this is the broader issue. And they released a statement. Where's the talking head? Where's the leadership to say enough is enough?
I was surprised that Andrew Dillon wasn't available to do the usual media rounds with a week like we've had. We did put a request in to speak to him because I would have thought for the AFL, they wanted to be as strong as they possibly... We've seen what's happened in the past when they haven't called things out. I would have expected that he and the AFL would have wanted to have told everybody through every outlet that they had available that this was utterly unacceptable. I'm surprised that they didn't.
Can I also say, I'm really reluctant to talk about this, but as I said, I feel like I have a responsibility to do it. And I don't want it to come across as man-bashing, because one of the best things that I love about this industry is that I work with a lot of men and a lot of great men. And at the end of the day, no matter what work you do, the most important thing is the relationships that you form. And you're going to get me teary. But working alongside Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse is just one of the great joys of my career. So I'm going to leave it at that because you're going to get me teary. But
that wasn't the idea.
I just want that to be clear, that I absolutely love the people that I work with. And I'm just trying to make the point that, it's a lot of women that it affects. It's a lot of women.
Appreciate you talking to us.
No worries.
We'll get on to the footies.
Yeah, let's, shall we?
Take a deep breath.
Thank you, Clint.
Before we do any of that, we do want to we'll hear from our experts, and it's great to have them with them. I love coming into the box to work with Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, but I want to play you because this is such an enormous story. Dean Cox, the coach of the Sydney Swans Football Club, and Callum Mills, his captain, spoke today. Here's what they had to say if you haven't caught up with it.
We all have women in our lives we deeply love. I would like to express that the respect for women is of the highest priority for both myself personally and our football club. We have some fantastic women working in our football club, both in the AFLW program and on staff, and our thoughts are with them, and I apologise to them, along with the women in the community, for the actions of the players. We are extremely disappointed at the actions of the players, and the sanctions imposed by the board show that how serious we take these matters. To those women involved, I hope everyone is getting the support they need. A culture isn't perfect. One thing that we do know is our culture has taken a hit. The thing you need to understand about a culture is how you respond and the actions you take following being hit. We're going to work through, and as hard as we possibly can, to get the trust back from the community to get to the culture where we're desired to be, where we once have been. It is an investigation. We have to let the police do their job and work through.
Dean, can you...
So that's what we need to do.
Dean, can you...
And respectively, we have to do that.
Dean, can you confirm that you were not in that room that night?
I wasn't in the room.
I'm deeply shocked and disappointed to be here. I firstly want to apologise to the AFLW players, our female staff and the women in our lives, our partners, mothers, sisters, and all women within the community. We take these allegations extremely seriously, and we hope the women involved are getting all the support they deserve. We're really disappointed of the actions of these 5 players, and as a playing group, we fully support the club's decision on the sanctions handed down. We take full responsibility, and we are deeply sorry.
So well spoken I thought, from both Dean Cox and Callum Mills. And then, of course, we asked the question, and understandably, a lot of people wondering, how would the AFLW side of the Sydney Swans be feeling? And I think it was really, really impressive the way that their AFLW captain, Lucy McAvoy, and their coach, Colin O'Riordan, came out and spoke today as well. And, of course, the Swans, it was going to be an enormous game for them. They'd had a great win first week of the season. The Sydney Swans AFLW team has seen tremendous crowds at North Sydney Oval. There's been enormous support for them. And they would have been hoping that this week people would have turned up for this double header and people would have really got behind them. But instead they've had to deal with all the focus and all the scrutiny on the football club that just no one should have to deal with. Here is the captain, Lucy McAvoy, and Colin O'Riordan speaking earlier today.
There's no doubt that the club has taken a reputational hit this week, and we'll do whatever we can as a club in both programs to make sure we build back the trust and respect of our members and fans and the community more broadly. I think a lot of women in the community we're all feeling the same. It's obviously an issue within the community that needs to be addressed, and I think this week it has been. And I applaud the club and the way that they've handled it and respected us as a women's program and kept us informed and supported us really strongly. And again, the broader community as well. I think it's an important moment for all women to stand together and understand that all women deserve respect. For us as a W program, we're incredibly supported and have been for so many years as a W program. I think there's no doubt that as a women's program, the reason we've got so many fans and members supporting us is a large part of what the club has done for us as a program, and we certainly feel the support and know that we're well respected within the club, and we understand that the actions of those 5 players are not a reflection of the broader club.
We touched on how they can be a beacon of light. They can be a beacon to every woman out there who wants to be them, and they're huge role models for so many women. And I think that's what we're really leaning into this week is, as Luce mentioned, come and support the team and let them be the beacon of light. They deserve it. Rock up to the SCG and support them because they deserve it more than anyone.
Lucy, when you hear things about like a walkout from fans this weekend, how does that make you feel as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate why people would potentially do that, but as a club, we're staying united, and the best way is to get through it is to support us at the moment. And as a club, we'll certainly be uniting as one on the weekend, and it's going to be a really special day for our football club. And we hope that we can, get as many fans as possible. We're absolutely united. As I said earlier, the actions of the 5 men are not a reflection of the club, and the boys that have been here throughout the week have been absolutely incredible towards us as the W program. We had a breathwork session together this morning. We've had a club barbecue together. It's really united us as groups, and we really, really appreciate that.
I thought she spoke really well, Lucy McAvoy. It's not a situation that she wanted to be involved in any way, but I was really impressed by the way, A, they were prepared to come out, and B, the way that she spoke. I thought it was tremendous.
Yeah, and they'll all be reacting really differently because we're talking about a group of 30 women. Some will go, OK, no worries, doesn't affect me, bring on the game. Second time they get to run out in the SCG, first time in a couple of years, double header for the first time in history. So I think people in Sydney can really protest with their feet and get there at 12:30. I mean, it's going to be really, it's such a fascinating watch onto what the reaction will be. I've spoken to people that are a father of 2 young kids who's made the decision, what I thought happened was gross. I am sick of talking the talk. I know it's a little thing, but I'm going to show this example to my kids that are, I think, 5 and 8. And so he's going, and then he's going to leave after the women's game. And there's certainly others that feel the same way. And then there's others, I mean, you can't tell fans how to feel or how to react, but there's others that think by staying and supporting the good men, they're doing the right thing. I've heard of men that are going to bombard the board with emails because they want to know, well, what are you going to do about it now? What are we doing about it? So every fan will react in their own different way. And I just hope that people get there and support these women because they're a great team. They had an amazing win, their first win over the Adelaide Crows in their season opener at Unley Oval last Sunday. I was there for that. They were down by 15 points at half-time, and Matthew Pavlich, the CEO, we caught up before the game, and he said, I've been in the job for a year, so far so good. And he said, I had the decision to make, and I've decided to come here for the women. And I thought then, gee, I mean, he's getting tested like no, you could never imagine, particularly for a first-year rookie CEO. But he would have gone to put his head on the pillow at night and had a lot of what-ifs. I'm not saying he made the wrong decision, but that's the fact of what happened. So they've come off this probably one of their best wins this is their 5th season. They're going to run out onto the SCG against Essendon, and they should have a big win. And you just want the fans to show their support for these women, because you think women in the industry are doing it tough, or women out there, it's nothing on what these 30 women would have gone through this week.
I know Matthew Pavlich would like to have back the first comment he said about the line about players found themselves.
Yeah.
They didn't find themselves, they put themselves in that position. But the one thing I would know from my time in the West, dealing with Matthew for a long period of time, that he has an unbelievably impressive moral compass. And I firmly believe that he's a great person to be in that role for the Swans going forward. And as a rookie CEO, and he is a year in, to find himself in that position is something that he absolutely never would have expected. So I have faith that he and Andrew Pridham was so impressive that they'll be able to go through. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Cats legend, coaching icon. Welcome to both of you. Just on a footballing sense, I just want to get both your thoughts on what were the Swans players, those 5 players, possibly thinking?
Good to be with you, first of all, Clinton. Amazing, Kel, hearing you speak about that. And it is very difficult. You said right off the top that we do need to shift towards the football aspect because we are a football program. It's very difficult to do that when it is not at all the first thought that should be going through any of our minds. If you're just talking pure football and the behaviour of those 5 players, even around the awful part that's happened, I have no idea what they could possibly have been thinking. I don't get it. We're 2 weeks out from finals. The series of decisions they made, again, purely leaving the worst part of it aside, it just doesn't compute with me. How they could be doing what they were doing drinking-wise, what they were doing allegedly with the drug use, the late at night, the fact they were all still... The bus, from my understanding, the bus was leaving at 8 o'clock in the morning to get them back to the airport, to fly them home to Sydney, to begin their preparation for the following week's game. Again, from a football perspective only, we're 2 weeks out from finals and you're second on the ladder. What the hell could you possibly be thinking? And... Again, if you'll forgive me, Mick, jump in a second, to just be on the footy side, their teammates will be so angry and they will not forgive them for this because of their selfish decisions purely on a football sense. I just don't understand it, Mick.
Well, I'm with you, Lingy. I've always said after 12 o'clock, you turn into a pumpkin. And, you know, that metamorphic speaking. I know what it's like when I come back from Docklands. You know, people just change. And we again, this is all about football. The simple fact that they haven't set the world on fire in final series. Before this happened, everyone's going, oh, they're second, but they're second because of a lot of home games and who have they beaten and this sort of stuff. They had so much to prove and so much. It's an interesting thing about the teammates. I picked Sydney on Monday. Then I changed it to North Melbourne. I've gone back to Sydney because I reckon the players will be going, you know what? Damn them. They've wrecked their... Well, people think they've wrecked their year. We're going to prove... You know, I still think they have. They've lost too many good players out of this, but I reckon that the others will just show anger and direct... I'm hoping for their point of view, they direct it towards winning the game of football. So, but getting back to what you were saying, Lee... Your preparation, every percent that you've got, every percent that you can get is one that that's above the opposition.
Yep.
So good sleep, good rest, particularly a travelling side. Get rid of the little bumps and bruises. And the only way to do that is bed, recovery, and get back home as quick as you can in a very good space.
More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. No late changes for Collingwood and Brisbane. We'll go inside both camps very shortly. Dale Morris from the Lions, one of the assistants, and we'll hear also from the chair of Collingwood, Barry Karp, to join us very soon.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A lawyer representing two of the women involved in the Sydney Swans scandal says his clients are in hiding after receiving threatening messages from members of the public. Costa Haratos has the details.
Several adult entertainers are understood to have joined Swans players at Melbourne's Pullman Hotel on Sunday night after being hired after the Swans win against Essendon. Police are investigating a report of sexual assault, which the ABC understands centres on a player allegedly touching one of the women without her consent. John Carancis from Carboni Lawyers says his clients are terrified after receiving threatening messages from members of the public this week.
These women are currently in fear for their life, in essence hiding.
Police have not made any arrests or laid any charges.
Police searching for the victim of a shooting in Melbourne's outer north today scoured a tip in Sunbury. On Wednesday evening, a 37-year-old man from Meadow Heights was shot in the torso during a dispute. A 56-year-old man from Wildwood was arrested yesterday but hasn't been charged. Police searched the nearby suburbs and today the Sunbury tip, but have so far been unable to locate the victim. Police say it is likely he has died. Balinese police have released an update on the investigation into the death of a Perth grandfather who was allegedly severely assaulted in Kuta. Callum Lidlow has the details.
British national Paul Dugan was pronounced dead yesterday, 15 days after an alleged assault at a bar by 4 Australians. Mr Dugan was taken to hospital 3 days later, where his family says he underwent 3 major surgeries. Denpasar police say the 4 suspects left Indonesia the day after the alleged assault. Police say Mr Dugan had told a witness he'd intervened after seeing one of the suspects strike a woman and was then set upon by all 4. Denpasar Police Grand Commissioner Leonardo Samatapang says his officers are committed to handling the case professionally and transparently.
The Federal Greens say reports members of a Christian sect paid far-right figures across the country to heckle candidates threatens to significantly undermine Australia's democracy. 9 newspapers are reporting such figures were paid to track and heckle candidates from Labor, the Greens and Independents. The director of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church said during a committee hearing today into last year's federal election that the reports are a complete lie. The Greens democracy spokesperson Steph Hodgins-May says there are unanswered questions.
These allegations threaten to significantly undermine our democracy. This interference and involvement in our political system needs to be unearthed, and will continue through this inquiry process to bring that activity to light.
The Iranian parliamentary speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf says Iran must plan to overcome what he's called unjust sanctions. His comments come a day after US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced what he described as the toughest sanctions ever imposed on Iran. Mr Bessent says the measures will be detailed on Monday, suggesting they could lessen the need for further major military operations. Mr Ghalibaf has accused the United States and Israel of waging economic and cognitive warfare on Iran after concluding they couldn't prevail in a direct military confrontation. Japan has carried out its first execution in more than a year. The BBC's Kurumi Mohi reports.
The Ministry of Justice executed 58-year-old Sunao Takami for killing 5 people in an arson attack at a pachinko parlor in Osaka. Takami poured gasoline on the floor and set it on fire, killing 5 customers and employees and injuring 10 others. His defense argued that he had diminished mental capacity, but the courts upheld his death sentence. This execution came 17 years after the crime and marked the first under the current Takaichi administration.
Melbourne artist Nathan Beard has won the $30,000 National Photographic Portrait Prize. His faceless photo depicts his Auntie May recuperating in Thailand after a debilitating fall. It was one of 30 finalists selected from more than 1,000 entries. Beard says the portrait is a tribute to his auntie's resilience.
She insisted that evening, even after the shock of the event, to bathe herself and do so independently. So the process of taking the photograph was negotiated with her in the privacy of the moment.
And to the weather across Victoria, a few isolated showers about this evening, more widespread about the southwest coast and northeast ranges. Tomorrow, a cool to mild and cloudy day with isolated showers again, tending scattered at times about the southwest, central and western South Gippsland districts, with showers falling as snow above 1,500 metres. In Melbourne tomorrow, a shower or two with a top of 16. On Sunday, partly cloudy, 17. And right now, it's 15 degrees.
It was the result that stunned the cricketing world.
That's going down towards the boundary. That could be it. Bangladesh have won the game. It's without doubt one of the greatest upset in the history of Test cricket.
The all-conquering Australian team are under pressure like never before.
We're a good side. It's one bad week. We'll recover from it and we'll come back strong.
Can they bounce back, or will the underdogs walk away with a series win? Join us for the second test between Australia and Bangladesh. Live from Mackay. Ball-by-ball coverage starts this Saturday morning on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, fires the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Oh, socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak. That
is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport from the MCG. It's Collingwood hosting Brisbane. There are no late changes, so the Pies, despite wondering during the week, would they rest a few of their stars, in particular Nick Dacos, who did look a little bit sore during and after the Hawthorn game, and Darcy Cameron too. They're both playing. Jeremy Howe returns after that horrible broken arm, and also Steele Sidebottom comes back in too. So Howe's omitted and Quaynor out with the glute hip problem. For Brisbane, one change coming into this, Ty Gallop returns. Unfortunately, that means Daniel Annabelle misses out. He's out through omission. The Magpies taking on the Lions. We'll get the thoughts from our experts very shortly, and also hear from Collingwood CEO Barry Karp. Clint Wilden with you. Kelly Underwood is alongside me. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in the expert chairs. But let's head downstairs first and go inside the Brisbane camp. The other member of our commentary team with us tonight is Tim Hodges. Hello, Tim.
Clint, we're joined down on the boundary by Dale Morris, the Brisbane assistant coach. Dale, thanks so much for your time. These are huge stakes tonight for your footy club.
Yeah, definitely. First, thanks for having me. But destiny's in our own hands a bit, isn't it? So we come in raring to go to hopefully get the important result to shape the finals.
With the events of the week in Sydney, that third position becomes a bounty. Has it been discussed from your footy side that this is so important to win tonight to make sure we lock that in?
I don't necessarily agree with that bounty comment, because throughout the season we've seen really good teams get hit hard with injuries and come out and performed. And clearly there's a bit going on with Sydney, but they're a very good football club with very good depth, with great players that can come in and fill those spots. So if you go into the finals thinking that it's going to be easy, then you'll get found out pretty quick. And the other part of that is we haven't made it to the top four yet. So you can't look too far ahead and try and plan on what might be. You've just got to take care of what's happening now.
What's happening right now as you're facing Collingwood tonight? Has it been a week wrestling with what sort of side will Collingwood put out there? And were you surprised last night at selection when they named the full-strength team, or about as full-strength as they can put out there?
Oh, we go about our business the same as any week, and this week is no different. We'll prepare for the best Collingwood outfit to come out on the park, and we've got to focus on ourselves, on what we can bring and how we can perform, not so much about what the opposition, how they're going to line up and how they're going to play, because we can't control any of that.
But it's a weird night at the footy tonight, especially for your opposition. Collingwood, I mean, they can't go up. The worst they can go is go down one spot, and they're still ninth. So they'll be in that same wildcard position and playing here next week in a wildcard against 8th or 9th. So it's a weird night for them at the footy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting night, and I can't speak for Collingwood, but what I do know about about finals is you want momentum coming into finals. You want to build and you want to keep building week on week. So coming into the wildcard round, everyone would want to be building that momentum because it's do or die next week for anyone who's in that wildcard round. So we've just got to wait and see what happens.
It's interesting you talk about momentum. Like you've won your last couple. It feels like you're just about playing your best footy of the season. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, we're definitely building. It was nice to get all the players or nearly all the players on the track, and to get a healthy list really helps with that, building that momentum and playing at your best. And we've definitely been building towards that, and I guess it's come at the right time of year.
Do you sense it's almost like flicking the switch with this team, that they've got so much experience in September? They know clearly what they're doing in September. Look at the last 3 years, making the grand finals, winning the last 2 premierships, that they just almost needed to get to close to September to not flick the switch, because it's probably not that easy, but to be at their best, to know that they need this run in to be right for finals time.
Yeah, we've had different challenges this year. When you look at injuries and people missing through reports and things like that, it's been really challenging at times. And I think if you're leaving wins to flicking the switch, you're playing a very dangerous game. So what I do know about our crew is they're a very experienced team. They've played a lot of finals footy over quite a few years now, that they know what it takes, they know what's required, and they know when to do it. And so, like I said before, getting that healthy list back has really helped with that, and building that form each week has been really important.
And getting Ty Gallop back from suspension back into the team, how important is he to the structure of this team heading into finals?
Yeah, and that's a story that comes out of those injuries that we got, players coming back, and there was an opportunity there for Ty to come down back, and he's surprised everyone, I think, with his performances down back, and he's just a sponge. He's gone under Harris Andrews' wings and just learnt everything there is with the craft of being a backman, and his form is getting better and better every week. Very disappointed to miss those few games, but super excited to get him back into the team. So that's one of those good stories to come out of the season.
It's Friday night footy, Dale. To be at the MCG, to get a dress rehearsal of what you hope to get in 4 to 5 weeks back here, how important is it to get a good run around here on the G?
Oh, what a night for footy tonight is. It's got that finals feeling to it. You look out on the ground, it looks immaculate. The crowd's starting to build, so it's definitely got that feel, and it's a really good experience coming into the finals. So, no, we're really excited to get out here and play tonight.
We wish you well. Thanks so much for joining us so close to the start of the game.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Clint. Dale Morris from the Lions.
Good on you. Tim Hodges downstairs with Dale Morris, and just repeating, there are no late changes for either the Magpies or the Lions. Now, a little bit of news, which is not terrific, thanks to our friends at Channel 7. There appears to be a serious sewage leak in the MCC, just near the Bullring Bar. Reports are staff are scrambling. A foul smell is spreading right throughout the downstairs area at the MCC and also through to level 1. Patrons claiming that they were having to almost throw up from the smell. That's about 70 minutes from the start. And the MCC has confirmed that there is a pipe issue in the level 1 bathrooms, and they believe the issue is now sorted. But I would imagine the smell, unfortunately, is going to remain some time. So if you're coming along tonight to the MCG, and you're normally lucky enough to sit in the MCC area, the members area, if you're wondering what the smell was or is, a pipe issue in the level 1 bathrooms, and the MCC saying that they believe the issue is sorted. Fingers crossed. It's the last thing you need coming along to the footy. Collingwood and Brisbane coming up. Mick Malthouse alongside Cameron Ling, our experts, the Cats legend, the coaching icon, side by side. This is a huge game. Huge game for the Lions, and I can't believe that Dale Morris played it down so much about what finishing third might mean. Finishing third with what's happened to Sydney and their unavailability of 5 players, 4 of them key ones. If you're going to be in a position and you can finish third and take on Sydney in second, or fourth and go all the way to Fremantle, you want to be finishing in third spot, don't you?
Yeah, and for the football aspect, as we've said, we're going to focus on for tonight, that is absolutely correct, Clint. There's no way of getting around that. That's where your preferred path to a potential premiership would rather go through. And imagine it's going to be pretty motivating for the Brisbane Lions to get the job done. I mean, they need to win first and foremost. So we can't go too early on it. But then winning well makes it even better, because that would then make the scenario for Hawthorn having to absolutely smash the West Coast Eagles a little bit later on in the round. Collingwood can't move. They are locked into their position. We were wondering, Mick, whether or not they would rest a couple, what they'd do, how they'd manage some of their players. We're about to have a conversation with Barry Karp, the chairman of the Collingwood Football Club, but I was a little surprised they didn't move those around, but maybe we can ask him about it. Just hit him with that one straight up. You think, Clint?
Bang! Where did that go? What were you thinking? Would you have rested players, Michael?
There would be 23 players rested. Have a think about it.
No, I'm with you. I'm
if
really
you've
surprised.
got six, the top six will have a rest next weekend. You're not going to. Well, you could, I suppose, if you lose. But if you want to, no, you play. So what you've got to do is have your side ready to get into a final series, which in effect is going to be 5 games to win a premiership, is it? 5 games, yeah. So take your rest now and have your side ready to play finals football. So it's an opening line. It could, we'll see what they say. But I'm a bit surprised that a few of the players haven't been rested, given that. But I'll say this, that there's probably 3 or 4 will come back next week. You'd reckon Maynard, they've said Maynard may be a chance next week. Lipinski, would he be available? Perryman, would they be available with their hamstrings?
Yeah. Lipinski's expected to be back after a week.
So, but then you run the risk of having too many come back from injury. So there's a lot of reasons why not. But I wouldn't be playing anyone. They'd be playing Coburg seconds.
Get the phone call from the AFL. What are you doing?
Grong Matong. They finished last week, so bring them down.
I tell you what,
day at the MCG.
One thing I am is you'd be completely ignoring that AFL memo.
Oh,
it would be purely a decision based on what is best for the team and for Collingwood.
And supporters.
No doubt that is exactly what Craig McRae has done.
Just before we speak to the president, the chair here, Barry Karp, the Collingwood president, I always would love to know, how would Greg Swan have responded if he was still at Brisbane and Greg Swan from the AFL sent him a memo like that? I've got a sneaking suspicion how he would have responded if that was the case. Collingwood President Barry Karp is with us. Before we get into the serious stuff, Barry, congratulations for the Collingwood Football Club. Yet another membership record. It's quite remarkable the support that you have around this nation and the sheer size of what Collingwood now is as a football club.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and that's a great call out to start. Over 113,000 members, 4th year in a row that we've broken the membership record. Times are not easy out there, so we couldn't be more proud of the commitment and the dedication of our members, and long may it continue. They're amazing.
So I did want to know, for people who can't get a seat, how do you look after Collingwood fans? Because there are only so many seats here at the MCG, despite the enormous size of the ground. How do you make sure that fans stay engaged? Because I would imagine that's where the real growth of your membership can now come from. People who want to be part of a club but can't actually come along to the footy.
It's a real challenge. We've got 50,000 seats at this stadium, effectively 50,000 seats on the Northern Stand MCC members and on the Southern Stand AFL members that are the best seats in the house and not available to our members. So we have an incredibly loyal fan base in the Ponsford Stand and all around the ground. But we have to keep working hard. We've got an agreement with the MCG which comes up next year. We'll do another agreement with them. We have to look at ways of constantly improving our offering to our members, because we can't expect them to keep coming up, to keep turning up and to keep coming to games if we're not in turn offering them a great experience. So it's a constant challenge. This year we moved away from fully ticketed games, which is a real help for members because it means they can come in on their GA and they can sit wherever they want. And that was well received. We're excited about continuing to do that. You can't do that for Anzac Day and for those games that are, absolutely full, because you've got all sorts of OH&S issues. But it's a great call out. We need to keep working hard for our members.
Now, you're not allowed to use the answer that you're leaving this to the football department. How surprised were you that Craig McRae didn't rest any of his stars with what's to come with the wild card and in front of the Collingwood Footy Club?
So I can't say I'm leaving it to the football department.
No, you've got to have an opinion here yourself.
It's an incredibly difficult question, and Mick, you would know. I mean, the issue of whether to rest, whether to play. The reality is that perhaps I'm a little bit old school. My view is you go out to win every game that you play, and that's what we do.
Have you managed to ask Craig as well in your conversations, perhaps during the week, around what his thoughts were and to get his reasoning? Is it continuity of playing? Is it that's the best thing for? What have you managed to have a conversation with him?
Only what all of our fans and members have heard, which is his press conference during the week, where he was asked the question and he was very honest, as he always is in his response, in saying what a difficult question it was, and he was really battling with it. He was going into match committee. They were going to talk about it, and the result is tonight. So, I heard the same message that everyone else did.
Barry, just on what's transpired over the last few days, would Collingwood take one of those Sydney players?
Well, I think, firstly, Mick, and you might be best placed to appreciate this, my view is that once a board and a president start talking about player movement...
But in this case, the board may have to make that decision.
The yellow lights start flashing when I am, as president, leaning in to make a recommendation on what we may or may not do. Now, the answer is we've got the best people in those roles, and they'll come to the board, if need be, to make a recommendation in that regard, and we'll have a decision to make.
Sorry, Barry, but if the football department and the recruiting department come to you and say one of those 5 that have been suspended for the rest of the year, he's keen to move, we're keen to take him, would you have any issues at all taking one of those 5 players?
But we're dealing entirely in hypotheticals here, and it's a great question. I understand the interest in it, but it's not dissimilar to any player movement. That what we say to our people and what we say to our members and fans, and we've made that commitment, we want to get better. We want to get better every year. We want to lift the cup again. And we'll do what we have to do to improve our list to do that. So,
but the behaviour issues, integrity, history of the player, off-field issues come into recruitment for you?
I hope I've answered the question. It's not recruitment is not my purview and shouldn't be my purview. The right people will make that call at the appropriate time, and the board will make sure that it's consistent and aligned with our strategic values, with the culture and the values of the club, and that's where it'll end.
I think that's fantastically answered. Just on one of the greats, if not the greatest player that's played for the club, do you think personally he will go on next year? I'm talking about Scott Pendlebury, of course. I know that with Steele, he's retiring, probably in the back of the bush where he grew up, and one of an outstanding player, outstanding person. Scotty, different because he's probably going to keep leaning in on AFL football, whether it be coaching or something else. Do you see him play next year?
I think what I would say, Mick, is that... as you said, an absolute icon of the club, an icon of the game, the greatest games holder. When he makes his decision with his family and goes through that process at the end of the season, as a club, we will absolutely respect that decision, whatever it might be, and be absolutely aligned with him.
Right, so that'll be done at the end of the season, more so than, and there's no hint at the moment before... From him to the club.
That's right.
In planning for that, potentially, do you ask the people who are in charge of this, the list manager, the GM of footy, those types of people, to have an offer ready for him should he retire that make sure that he stays at the club and continues his coaching journey, his football journey with Collingwood?
Yeah, so now I think what I'd like to say, Lingy, is that let him... make the call on what he wants to do at the end of the year, sit down, with Alex and the family and make that call and at the appropriate time have those discussions.
Yeah. Could I just get a totally different subject on the wild card? Pre-season, now it's different. You're in that thing. Were you in favour of it?
Great for 7 and 8. Not so good for 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other way round. Great for 9 and 10, not good for 7 and 8.
Who have gone the hard yards.
So what we've done is we've turned the 8 into the 6, and then the 7, 8, 9, 10. So it really works if you finish 9th and 10th because you've had an opportunity that you otherwise wouldn't have. But if you finish 7th or 8th, last year you had a week off. This year you've got to win 5 games.
5 games.
Yeah, which is a big challenge.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
The CEO, I know he's around for another year, Craig Kelly. Do you think that would be potentially an internal move? You have a look at who's around the club at the moment, or do you continue to look elsewhere? Like, where are you at that chase?
So what we did during the week is we appointed a COO, which is actually consistent with probably 6 or 7 or 8 other AFL teams that have a COO and a CEO. Football clubs are large organisations now. They're large on the commercial side. They're obviously important on the football side. We want to win premierships as well. So recognising the complexity of a football club is what many clubs have done. We did that this week with promoting an exceptional executive in Kerry Brewer to that role of COO. Ned's our CEO and will continue to be our CEO. So no change to that and nothing to see here.
Do you think that there's any chance he would stay? Because there's discussion that he's going to leave at the end of next year. Do you think you could talk him around sticking around?
Well, Ned's contracted for next year, and my expectation is at the appropriate time, like any good organisation, we'd sit down as a board and myself as president with the CEO and work out what the future holds.
And I guess, Barry, like any good organisation, there's always succession planning. So are you looking at Kerry taking over eventually? Is that a succession plan with Craig Kelly?
No, what we're looking at is promoting her, showing that we have a pathway to develop our people, to give to recognise the skill and expertise that she brings to that role of COO. As I said earlier, recognising that there's a complexity in running it. She's an exceptional executive. When and if we go through a process of succession, it would be, as all good organisations do, it would be nice to have some internal candidates that are a part of that process.
Have you got any concerns for your women's program at all?
I'm actually really excited for our women's program. I'm
15th last year, Wooden Spoon the year before. First up loss to Richmond, a team that really struggled last year.
Yeah.
They look a long way off it.
We've got some work to do, there's no question about that, but we're up for it. We've got the game on Sunday at Vic Park against Freo. We've got players coming in. We've got a pretty new list, so they're coming together as you'd expect. We had 2 very, very good pre-season games against West Coast and the Bulldogs. So, no, I'm expecting improvement in our women's team, and they know how supportive and how focused and how committed as a club we are to making that a really, really strong program.
Last one for you, Barry. Barry Cupp, the president of Collingwood, with us as the Lions are running out or about to run out onto the field. Hugely successful year off field. What's a successful year on field, as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, getting better every week and hopefully progressing as far as we can. As Fly says, we're now into, I think he described it as match play or knockout. And after this week, we go into that process where every week becomes an elimination final. I think we've seen some pretty amazing development in the younger players this year. Couldn't be more excited, actually, about that. We had 5 players last week under 10 games. So bringing on the youth, there were some question marks about that, but we're seeing some really exciting signs. So,
can we win the flag?
Can we win the flag? I hope so.
No, I wouldn't underestimate Collingwood's. The pressure point is best in the league by a million miles, honestly. It's just looking at some of these numbers here. So it's a credit to you and your organisation, particularly, the crowds, the money, the the continual finals football, putting the best side out there you possibly can tonight, which is very interesting again. So, I just wish you the best.
Thank you, Mick, and thank you for all that you did for our great club, and our members and fans acknowledge that as well.
Cheeky one, Barry, before you go. You're preparing to put together all the merchandise for the Nick Dacos Brownlow medal win?
Boy, I hope you're right.
Thanks for coming in and having a chat with us. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Barry Cupp, president of the Collingwood Football Club. Thanks to Nadine for bringing him in as well. This is ABC Sport. Friday night at the footy. The Lions wearing the old Fitzroy colours down to the left. They've got the white shorts on, the away team warming up at the Punt Road end of the MCG. And the Magpies just about to make their way out. Good, you can join us wherever you happen to be. Just a quick reminder to you that no late changes for either of these sides. So Howe and Sidebottom come in for Collingwood. Howes is omitted and Quaynor is out through injury. Gallup returns for the Brisbane Lions. Annabelle is the omission. About to see Collingwood as they walk through the flames on either side. The banner is up. They're about to join the field. Big moment for this football club. They want to go into the wild card in winning form, and they face the dual champions, the Brisbane Lions, premiers for the last 2 seasons. And of course, back in 2023, these sides met in one of the great grand finals. Collingwood prevailed on that day. Brisbane have won their past 3 against the Lions. How will it all pan out? We'll find out very shortly on ABC Sport.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Pitches up, hits the bat. How is that? Out! It's LBW!
Grandstand cricket. 12 months, 20 Test matches, New Zealand at home over summer, the 3 most iconic overseas tours, the 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG.
Driving through the covers and crunching it away to the boundary.
And it starts now with Australia versus Bangladesh.
Big shout for leg before, finger goes up and Cummins strikes.
Listen to every ball live from Mackay. On ABC Listen, just look for the cricket button.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It's the Magpies and the Lions. Friday night footy at the G. Welcome our listeners around WA and also on News Radio throughout Sydney, Brisbane and Canberra. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside Kelly Underwood. Our experts tonight, the championship cat in Cameron Ling and the coaching icon in Mick Malthouse. Gentlemen, how do you see this playing out here this evening?
Well, I love what Collingwood have done in the back half of the season, Mick. Their second half of the year has just been terrific. They've just adjusted little bits and pieces to...
They've lost the game since, I think, King's birthday.
Yeah, and they... If you remember back to the first half of the year, we were saying, they can't score enough.
That's right.
It's just not, it's not potent enough. And we were talking about Brody Myercheck missing and all that. And I was still surprised that he was moved on or had the opportunity to go. But they've just tinkered around enough to be scoring, that 8 or 10 points more per game. Their pressure rating, as you touched on before, Mick, is sky high. And we just spoke to the president of Collingwood, Barry Carp, and he mentioned the young players that they've managed to bring into the team. That's been the big difference. So tonight, just as far as games played, some are older and some are younger, but, Ed Allen, Charlie West, Sam Swadling, Harvey Harrison, Will Hayes, Angus Anderson, Ned Long, Roan Steele, Liam Puncher. These are guys who have got 5, 10, 15, 30 games under their belt. They are very inexperienced, but they have come in and now having a really massive impact. So I love what they've done. However, Mick, they are coming up against the 2-time reigning champs who, despite that weird, wacky game against Carlton where they had 150 points kicked against them, have really dominated the last 2 months or so of the season and are back to... They're ruthless, just clinical best. And it seems a big ask for the Pies to win tonight, but they're certainly going to give it their absolute all. We know that, the way they've played.
Well, I'm just looking at a few figures here, which I quite often go through just as pressure factors. Now, I'm still, a little bit of a novice here in regard to some of the way they organise these figures. But if we looked at the overall for the league, Collingwood 9.4. Brisbane down, that's number 1. Closest one to them is Adelaide. Then Brisbane are 7th at 1.4. So let's forget, or I guess it's just continual at the player and tackles and all that sort of stuff. They've taken that to a new dimension. I thought last week their pressure was just extraordinary, and it pulled the game back into a game that the Hawks wanted to play a certain way. And they were not allowed to play that way. But then when they got on top, they still able to drag them back. When they've done well against Brisbane, they've been able to do that to the midfield, which puts massive pressure on Brisbane's back line. that can, if they can get a floating player across, they're good. If they have to go one-on-one, Collingwood will keep them honest here. I reckon that's where Collingwood may get them tonight.
Yeah, that's the area, isn't it? And I know it's impossible to compare tonight's game we're about to watch compared to 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And that grand final. However, that is what made Collingwood the really good team. So we think of all their wonderful players and that skill and everything like that. But behind that, first and foremost, Collingwood was swarming all over the ground. You know, that frontal pressure they were putting on it. It seemed to be everywhere the ball landed. In their premiership year, there was an outnumber of Collingwood players, and they swarmed. And even if the opposition won it, Collingwood got it back off them, hurried kicks, and then sent it forward flying. It feels like they've recaptured a bit of that with different personnel, and maybe it is the younger legs. They can get across the ground, and then their stars can shine. And clearly the number one star, there's no getting around it, is Nick Dacos, and his standard of play and the level of football that he's played all year has just been unbelievable again. But it's the swarming pressure everywhere that creates those moments of their skillful players able to go bang.
Absolutely. And it's a bit like saying, it's a wet day today, so it'll bring everyone back. No, the best players play good football in the wet.
They look better, don't they? Because they're clean and others fumble.
Yeah, getting back to Collingwood, their defence, as in team defence, and all over the ground, they're number 4 for points against. Now, that's on the back of that first half that we saw. They didn't score a lot, nor the opposition, admittedly, but they've got this ability not to allow sides big scores. And when you have that capacity, then you're not looking for a big score yourself. You're looking for a good average score.
Yep.
If you're a side, and I say this about Adelaide, I think Adelaide improved last week, but I say Adelaide have to kick probably 16 or 17 goals to win games because they almost allow 13, 14 and 15 against them. I think Collingwood are a side that allow, at best, against the better sides, 10 or 11, maybe 12. So they need 13 to win. Now, 13, you might say, okay, well, what's 13? Well, it's only 3 and a bit a quarter. So you're not then having to have, there's no Elliott then here, could kick 5. He could kick 1, but he's a capable player of kicking 5. Their leading goal kicker is McStay, I think, and he's kicked 3. He quite often kicks the 1 or 2. He kicks them early. He doesn't kick a lot of goals late. But again, the emphasis there is it doesn't matter if we don't have anyone kicking a lot of goals. Our ability to hold sides down defensively, which Collingwood do, and that's why they've got a chance in finals, because finals football is a different animal. It
closes down,
it's so totally different.
So Dan McStay, 43 goals for the season. Tim Membry with 30. So they're not huge.
They're not huge
goal kicking. Unfortunately, to take the other side of the coin just for a moment, they are coming up against a team who, if they get on top in the middle of the ground, can dominate opposition. The fact that Lachie Neale, 2-time Brownlow medalist now, is almost just a nice little treat that you can put in the midfield, because it's led by Will Ashcroft and Levi Ashcroft, and Josh Dunkley's bashing away in there, and then you've got Jared Berry who can do a role. Jasper Fletcher can play half back or play on ball. Cam Rayner can be on ball for a little burst. Zach Bailey's just an out-and-out star wherever he plays, forward or midfield. It feels like they can throw so many, and we don't even have Hugh McCluggage tonight either, Mick.
No, we don't.
To make other teams nervous coming into finals. They can dominate through that middle part of the ground, and then the forwards, led by Logan Morris, but also with Charlie Cameron and Cam Rayner when he's forward, they can get so many looks at the footy that they are just overwhelming.
How many Collingwood people here tonight will be going, well, we've got that bloke next. The player on the ground who's got the most clearances tonight on this ground could be playing for Collingwood next year. He's 104. This is Lachie Neale's had 149 clearances. Nick Dacos has had 121. So there's a difference of 28 alone. And Neale, by his own admission, was a slow starter. Didn't really get going until now he's really motoring.
More from Mick and Lingy in a moment. Let's head downstairs to the other member of our commentary team on Friday Night Footy, Tim Hodges. Tim.
Hello, Clint. Hello, Kelly. Hello, boys in the back row. Nice to be with you. Josh Dunkley, the Lions co-captain, won the toss of the coin with Nick Dacos. The Lions will start by kicking to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly listening to us. Just repeating the big team news, it's no late change, so no late outs for the Magpies. So Nick Dacos is playing, Darcy Cameron is playing. It's the best possible team that the Pies can put out there. They will welcome back next week Quainer, Maynard, Perryman and probably Lipinski for that first wildcard game, but everyone else is out there playing tonight. I know it's been a big talking point all week. Worth mentioning the weather. It's terrific. 14 degrees, a perfect night. Sort of smells like finals, and the crowd, the Pies and the MCC expecting to hit 60,000 tonight, so we're well on the way. They're right up to the back rows of the top deck of the stadium, so it smells like finals, feels like finals a week earlier. Hope it's a great game.
Not sure it smells like finals level 1 of the MCC, but I do agree, it's got that feel about it. These two enormous football clubs, such success in recent years. They go head-to-head here at the MCG on Friday night. And to get us started, Kelly Underwood.
And it's Draper in his 100th game. He goes up against Cameron. It's toe poked off the turf by Will Ashcroft. Spills the way of Bailey. Bailey's eyes light up and he hits up a teammate right on the goal line. And it'll be a shot here for Morris. Logan Morris in a one out with big bad Billy Frampton has taken the mark. He's on a tough angle. He's outside the boundary. He's 5 metres around from the goal post, point post rather, at the punt road end. Logan Morris for his 56th goal of the season, and for the first in the minute, he curls it to perfection. And they snap a goal, the Lions, in 40 seconds. One straight six. The Pies are yet to score.
That's the worry, Mick. That was straight out of the middle.
Yeah.
Zach Bailey just dynamic through the front of the stoppage. And Logan Morris is a very, very clever footballer. As a forward, his craft. Just to note a back lead then, because his midfielder was going to take the ground. Great start by the Lions.
Yeah, Frampton did nothing wrong, except didn't get his hand to it. So he played in front of him, not expecting that you would run to the 50-metre line or thereabouts before you unloaded your first kick of the day. Well, the second kick, actually, because there was one off the ground. The one off the ground started in the centre. No prisoners with the one off the ground, because it just, you don't know where it's going to end up.
3 disposals, 1 goal for Brisbane. Draper won it down. Comes out though for the Magpies here. Cameron's able to get a little kick forward. Now here's Pendlebury. Hand pass to the run of Allen. Shoots on goal and the immediate response. Oh, we could have a real shootout here on Friday night. Scores level, less than 2 minutes played. Collingwood 1 straight 6. Brisbane 1 straight 6.
Oh, I like that from Ed Allen. So at the centre bounce, he was going to Will Ashcroft.
Yes.
Body on body. Ashcroft just does what the star player does.
Go forward.
Hunt the ball, just drift forward, want to get their hands on it. Ed Allen saw that it was going the other way and charged forward at the right time, and Scotty Pendlebury just released him beautifully. Superb play.
Now, if it's giving us a taste of what's to come, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kelly, you might see an interesting line in the forward line. Cam Rayner, he's got the helmet on. The reason why he split his earlobe a couple of weeks ago against the Hawks, then ripped last week in the Q clash. He had a bunch of stitches this week, so he's got the helmet to try and protect that ear tonight.
Cameron tapped it down in the ruck for the Pies, and then he followed it up with a little mid-air dinky kick, but Zorko marked it, and he flares it out wide. Around the southern side they go. On the end of it here, sending it long is Dunkley up towards Logan Morris. He got first hand to it, and then Howe got it. And Howe's happy to sit on the bottom of a big pack.
Well, it's the first neutral ball we've had from centre square, or centre bounce. 2 of them resulting goals.
Flicked down by Draper into the pocket. Getting there first will be Swaddling. He was the Rising Star nominee of the week. And now emerging with it is Steele. Gets the handball over. Uses Swaddling to Dacos. That's Josh. They're going around in a triangle here. Hemmed in against the boundary before Josh Dacos gets the hurried kick away. Might spill the way of Rayner. He leaves it in the end. Oh, Will Ashcroft, how quick with those hands. Gives it to Zorko, who's running backwards. Kicks sideways. Setting it and waiting is Gardner. Then he met the contact coming on. Got it off to Fletcher. Kept it down low and sliding in. Mark not paid. Pies defenders jump on top. So it'll be a ball up. And on the bottom of that pack for the Brisbane Lions.
Scores level, on goal apiece. Holding decision's been spotted. Will come back here to Allen.
It's Connor McKenna, the Irishman, who dropped it down low.
Allen playing on by hand to Swadling, who'd run by. And that's ignored. It's the fluoro yellow boots in motion and kicks towards left half back. Good mark to Goey in front of Gardner. Plays on by hand. Comes to Nick Dacos. Back to De Goey. Going down the wing. Beautifully worked to Hayes. Back to De Goey again. Now Pendlebury tries to spin around from Zorko. Got a continued hand pass on to Hayes. Sends it inside forward 50 for Collingwood. Juggled Martin, not pay.
Had to be a free kick.
Thought he was being held in all that.
He was ripped down in the marking contest as though it was a tackle, but it was a marking contest. You can't do that.
So they'll have a look at the replay here as Chris was after it. Should have been held, not so. Draper wins it down. Ball pinballing around inside Collingwood's forward 50. Schultz went over the top of it, couldn't get there. Strong tackle laid by Cameron. There's a line underneath all of that. Climbing up, it's Dunkley. Ball to be thrown back to the umpire. Up into the air it goes. Draper won it down again. Came to Pendlebury, tackled immediately. Tries to get a hand pass out. Umpire says no. He's just balled up once more.
Balling it up quick too. I like this umpire. Just go. Oh, someone left the ball on the ground there. That's cost us. But he just throw it up. Yep. Get the game going.
5 minutes gone. It's a goal apiece. Cameron pumps it down. Pendlebury loops the handball out to Dacos on his left. He's in the pocket. He kept it low. And picking it off in the defensive goal square was Gallup. He goes then from one pocket to the other, where he hits up Harris Andrews.
Collingwood in their element this. They love to close the game down inside their front 50, and it's happened here again.
Andrews has to hoik it high in the air. Frampton got their spoil. Cameron got rid of that. They got their arms free. Quick handballs to go. He's involved. Now Nick Dacos. He kicks it wide. Charging out was Membry. And he plucked it. He plucked it in front of Jasper Fletcher, who was going back to try and fill the hole. But the bigger Membry took the mark.
Well, that's what I say, Lingy. Collingwood do what Geelong do at Geelong, but they do this on the MCG where they just they bring everyone up. No one's more than 40 or 50 metres from the ground, from the ball, and it puts so much pressure on the ball and on the ball getter that he's got nowhere to go, and just Brisbane couldn't get out.
He's usually a reliable goal kicker, but he went goalless last week in that draw here against the Hawks. From 48 out, he lets rip, but it's hanging out to the left. So 1-1-7 the Pies to 1-6 Brisbane. Hodgie.
Cal, I just wonder if Nick Dacos is playing tonight, but absolutely on managed minutes. I was just watching him. He saw the clock as soon as Membry took that mark. It was approaching the 6-minute mark. He came straight to the bench. So his first breather so early in this game.
Lions have worked it out to Fletcher, who's got it at right half back, originally from Dunkley. Fletcher will move it down the line. He put underneath it. Didn't read it well. Frampton at the back was able to gather for the Pies. To Allen. Hand pass to Houston. Met by Bailey. Got a hand pass over the shoulder. Again a flick over the shoulder by De Goey. On to Pendlebury. Zorko tackled him. Got the hand pass out to Allen. That was beautifully worked. Kick inside forward 50. Nicely done from Anderson. And now it's marked deep in the left forward pocket. And a chance to go back and have a shot. This will be Hayes.
Clear game.
Have the go from about 30 or about 45 metres out, 45 degree angle to the left.
Sorry, Clint. Clear game plan from Collingwood to flick it round by handball, isn't it? It's 10 kicks, 27 handballs.
But also getting that forward line and leave your man at the pack. He was out 20 metres by himself.
Here comes Hayes. Boots cross the 50, kicks on goal from abort. About 45 metres out, but he's missing to the left-hand side. Another minor score to the Pies. They're 1-8. Brisbane are 1-6. We've gone 8 minutes in the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
For those that are not watching on TV, let me tell you that Collingwood have pushed right up and made Brisbane have to make every kick count, otherwise they'll be giving the ball back.
Well, Zorko made that kick count on the kick-in. He hit up Ty Gallup, who goes bravely into the centre. Berry had to fly. It's right in the centre circle now. It bobbles around. Well done. Picked up there by Long. He gives it back to Swadling, and then out wide at half-back all by himself, finding a little bit of space, is Puncher. Looked like early on he had the job with Charlie Cameron. Puncher marks at half-back. He goes down the southern wing. It cleared the pack, waiting at the back. A little give to Wilmot. And now Neil, he's going to kick defensively all the way back in the D50. And it is Gardner. Kicks it now to Levi Ashcroft. He's the only teenager out there for the Brisbane Lions, and it was a well-weighted pass. Taking the mark was Berry, and he takes off on his opponent, Chris. The shove in the back from Chris forces it to be out of bounds on the full, and there's warm applause from the Pies fans because it affects the turnover.
Drop mark to Goey. Behind him, Zorko delighted to receive it and kicks towards goal, but hits the right-hand goal post. Not quite the result that he would have been hoping for. Thought it was a gift for a moment. 1-2-8 plays 1-1-7. Pies still in front.
And they move it in quickly here, the Pies, but it's another turnover. And Levi has handed it over all by himself in the goal square as McKenna. And Colin McKenna bangs it through up to the third tier. Blink and you miss that. A quick turnover on the kick-in from the Pies. And McKenna is on the end of it. 2-1-13 Brisbane, a 1-2-8 Collingwood. It's a lead of 5 points.
Well, they tried once to gift them the goal. They luckily got it back when it hit the post. Well, they had another go at it. And Josh Dacos, just a bad kick. And Wilmot read it really well. Cut it off, created the turnover. And from there, Levi Ashcroft could have easily gone back and just had a shot himself. Instead, did the selfless thing, handball over the top, make a certainty of it. So Collingwood's pressure's been good at one end and created a couple of shots, and they haven't quite finished it. But gee, once the Lions are through that initial pressure, they look dangerous when they go inside forward 50.
Dacos on the wing. Tim tells us from downstairs. Going to take the ball away out of the middle. Nicely worked by Long. Tried to get a hand pass to Crisps. Couldn't quite deal with it. Comes out here to Rayner. To Neil. Swept the hand pass up in the air. Side bottom almost intercepted it. Spilled to Loman. Side bottom tackles him. Takes him to ground inside the centre square.
It's the old hand pass over the head, gets away with the bottom sides. You don't get away with the top sides. They're already aware of where the ball's going to go. That's why it's been intercepted so many times already.
Won it down. Rayner gathered it. Was able to work it out. Here's Levi Ashcroft kicking inside forward 50 to a 2-1 against his side. Scooting through. Although not quite getting the kick he wanted. Just to the left-hand side, Will Ashcroft misses. It's another minor score. 2-2-14 plays 1-2-8. Lions over the Pies. 11 gone in the first.
This time it's Howell that kicks it in to Josh Dacos, and then he squares it out wide to side bottom. His first disposal since he announced about 10 days ago that this year would be his last. Of course, a late withdrawal last week with illness. He sends it down the line looking for Darcy Cameron. Was in front position, knocked away from him. And then it rolls over the boundary line. It'll be a Collingwood free kick for last touch. It came off the boot of the Brisbane Lions player, Wilmot. So a free kick here for Nick Dacos. 6 minutes in, he came to the bench. He had a breather and he's playing on the wing. His kick wasn't a great one. We don't say that too often. Nearly chopped down. It was knocked down in the end by the Brisbane Lions player, Zorko. And then he was made at a 50-50 ball. So stoppage. Northern wing, Fort down towards Neil. He can't take it cleanly. Fort just grubbers the kick. Neil gets it again. Handball sideways, finds Zorko. Great vision, even better vision out wide. This is Levi Ashcroft looking to get it inside 50. What's the best option? He hit it. It was Hipwood. But he's a lefty and he's only a couple of metres out from the boundary line in the left forward pocket.
Needed to go quicker than Hipwood. He had options everywhere.
I'll tell you what I've noticed, Lingy, you might notice also that Collingwood are trying to really chew off a lot through the middle, and they're going risky. They're not worried about so much if they do give it away. I reckon McRae would be saying, don't keep going, because you'll break a side open that way if it comes off.
He's been accurate this year, 10 goals, 5. 10 goals. This is his 10th game of the season. He'll need to thread it. He's given it no chance whatsoever. Right across the face, it'll land in. Howell flew, tried to punch it down. And fluttering over the line there. There's a couple of players. One was Fletcher. And the other one was Steele for the Magpies. A little hip and shoulder, and it goes over. So it'll be tossed back in.
Spun in right full forward for Brisbane. McStay up against Fort. Fort won it down. Rayner tried to tap it away. The controlling umpire has called a holding decision. It's coming back this way for the Lions.
On who?
There was certainly a grab there. Oh,
it's going to Will Ashcroft. He's just thrown his arms in the air, and I reckon the umpires reacted to it. Right?
Which umpire was it, you reckon, Wingy?
Well, now they always do watch a bit of a match-up, and he just tugged at his jumper, Josh Dacos.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, but it's silly because it creates that sail look.
I know.
And that's all the umpire needs to see.
Will Ashcroft comes in from about 35 out. He puts it through for the Lions, who've got their third. Not much in the free kick, but the umpire was right behind it, would have seen the jumper grab. So, yeah, I agree that it's...
But it wasn't at the ball, though, Clint.
No, I don't dispute, but it's happened right in front of the umpire. They've seen the jumper grab, and he's throwing his arms up, and, yeah.
If you want to actually do it to stop someone's run, grab at their hips, grab a little tug of the arm, you can get away with that. But as soon as you see the jumper stretch, the umpire's going to pay it every time. It's a tinny touch with free kick.
He's 5 metres away from where the ball was, though. Look, I get it. But, in a finals game, I know it's not a finals, but there's going to be, they could beat the finals.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff there, you've got to earn your free kick. That's to me, is a little bit of rubbish.
Lions by 12, 15 gone in the first.
Draper slaps it straight into the lap of Dugowie, who gives it to Nick Dacos over to Harvey Harrison. He's got a little bit of space. He goes for a gallop down the wing. He delivers inside 50, leaping up, but unable to take it there for the Lions. Was a bit of a misstep, so it's fired out to the side. It was Answorth. Harrison goes and gets it again. Caught almost his long. Umpire blows his whistle and says, yes, play on advantage, says the Lions. And Bailey takes it out, gives it to Charlie Cameron. He's got it on the wing. He drew the defence in Howe, and then he delivered to Bailey, and Bailey's kick couldn't quite hit the target. It was Logan Morris. He goes back and wins it off Houston. He barges his way through, back to Zach Bailey. Handballs into space. Logan Morris gets there first to Fort. A high ball. It'll sit for Allen. He launches up the top. Frampton gives it off. Oh, well done by Connor McKenna. And then he suckers the goal. No way, the Irishman. A little bit of Gaelic flavour in that one. That is brilliant. The handball was smothered to his advantage in the left forward pocket. And then he toe pokes it from the impossible angle. It was a stunner from the pocket. He's got two. Lions are out by 18. 4-2-26. Collingwood 1-2-8.
Well, it's an impossible goal. I still can't work out how he managed to get the ball on his boot and twist it around in between the posts. I know they're 6.6 metres apart, but that's not the angle that you can kick a goal from. It's a freak goal. You have to. It's no use even trying to explain it outside the fact he kicked it off the ground on the left pocket and it went through with his right foot and kicked the goal.
Oh, amazing.
He meant to do it.
Oh, it was utterly ridiculous that he's been able to kick it. Lions go inside forward 50 immediately. They've got some numbers back here. Houston couldn't quite get the hand pass to his teammate. Cameron was lurking in the vicinity. Morris gathered, got tackled. Now got him. Ball up the call. 40 out from the Lions attacking goal. On the charge at the moment, Brisbane. Draper won it down, stolen off his hands by Sidebottom. They work it forward here, the Magpies, to Nick Dacos. Hand passes on the bounce to centre half back. Came along. Hand pass couldn't find Anderson. Ball's hit the deck. Umpire will circle. He'll ball it up.
Very lucky there. Anderson went underneath with his legs.
Yeah, I agree.
His body took the legs of the Brisbane player. Hate seeing that.
Fort won it down.
I reckon they're in a spot of bother here, Collingwood, at the moment, Mick. The Lions are swarming everywhere. And what Collingwood are trying to bite off, they're starting to doubt themselves a little bit. There's an important couple of minutes just to compose themselves.
Put one down a second time here. Still trying to get a hurried kick forward. Knocked down, though, by Zorko. Came to Fletcher. Hands it off to the run of Lohman from 48 metres out from goal. He's going to miss right.
You're right.
Minor score, 4-3-27 to 1-2-8, 18 gone in the first.
Yeah, the missed two setters really on the way they play.
So Nick Dacos says, give it to me on the kick in. He gives it to DeGoey. It's collected late. Zorko really made him earn that. Had to stand his ground, and he did. And then he skips around and delivers long down the wing. Fort thumps it over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in right in front of the Pies bench down there.
He's been a good player for them, Ford, hasn't he? Given struggled to get a regular game at Geelong. He's been I think he's a two-time premiership player. Certainly one.
Certainly one. A two-time. Thank you, Clint.
He's growing a long beard, so he looks a bit scarier than usual as well, and he wins the tap, and Brisbane again. Oh, it's a little flashy move from Ashcroft. Gives it to Lohman, who is Will Ashcroft, out wide to Fletcher. Here they go again. They are building the lines, and that kick is an easy pickings for Frampton. He just launched in and took the uncontested mark for the Pies.
All right, Collingwood have got to get something out of this build-up here. They've got open field in front of them and need something to compose themselves with.
Steele to Pendlebury, who's at left half back. There's the Steele again. Tagali has a run. He's able to gather just on the outer wing. Sweeping hand pass forward to Swadling. Swadling moves it back to Pendlebury. Involved a second time and spots Anderson. 25 out from goal, he takes the mark, and he is right in front, and the Magpies desperately need this to arrest this run that Brisbane have had.
And it was two experienced players there. So Degoe got the handball receiving, could have kept going boundary and probably taken a safer option. Instead brought it back inboard to Swadling, which then brought Pendlebury into the play, and the ball use inside forward 50 from the champ was perfect. So just experience there. Terrific ball use.
Yeah. And here comes Angus Anderson. You can tell from the crowd reaction here at the G. He kicks the goal for the Magpies. Brings them a bit closer to the lines. So 13-point margin now. 4-3-27 Brisbane, 2-2-14 Collingwood. We've just ticked into time on in the opening term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Kelly Underwood at the G. Your experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
I think if he wasn't 38 on that bit of play, would you just say, don't even talk about his retirement. I mean, he just created that goal.
Yeah. It's the ability to cruise, like he's still cruising at really good speed.
Yeah.
And then
his delivery.
Because Brisbane had got a couple of numbers back, so he couldn't punch it in, otherwise it would have been cut off. So he had to just put enough height on it and pick a perfect spot to get it to Anderson. That's an important goal. It was all Brisbane there for a little bit.
Back to 13 points. Oh, Darcy Cameron beautifully palmed it down to Nick Dacos. He steadies and he delivers to McCreery. That was Exhibit A, Australian rules football from the centre circle. And the big fly couldn't quite bring it down, McStay. Membry's there. Draper grabs it. A couple of Pies grab him. And a stoppage at the top of the goal square here for Collingwood as they press again. Cameron and Draper do battle. They wrestle. Off Draper's hand. Answorth left it for Fletcher. Outside of the boot. It'll stay in. Charlie Cameron. He slid in. As a result, his direct opponent, Harrison, he tried to pick it up. He couldn't. Hurried kick out of there by Answorth. It's an up and under. Kind bounce for side bottom. Handballs to Cameron. Centering kick inside 50. No one flew for the Pies. Chopping it off is Wilmot.
Wilmot between fullback and centre half back for the Lions will steer it out towards the wing. What a great kick. Allows Chris to fly. Won it down, but it's spilled to Allen of the Lions, to Bailey. Goes back again to Levi Ashcroft. The kick was touched on the way through, I think. No, okay. It comes to Allen, who marks.
His disposal execution is outstanding coming out of the back line. They've hardly had any room at all, and they still find targets, Brisbane.
Oscar Allen kicks towards right half forward. Big pack underneath it. No one takes the mark. Spill down to Josh Dacos. Was able to work it out to Steele. That's a beautiful kick forward. They worked it through towards the Goey. Sends it inside forward 50. Here's Anderson again. Takes another mark, no more than 30 from goal. This time he'll start in line with the left hand behind post.
I like what they're doing here. So this is off Zorko.
Right, yes, they're breaking him open, aren't they?
Yeah, so Dane Zorko, we know, can get a heap of footy off half-back and use it really well. He's done that for his 317-game career. But Anderson's now making him work as a defender.
Yeah.
And Dane doesn't like working as a defender.
Well, he hasn't. I don't think he has in his life.
Looking to back-to-back goals for both his club and himself. He's missed to the right, Anderson, a minor score. Collingwood 2-3-15. The Lions are 4-3-27. Only 24 gone in the first.
I don't know whether Chris Fagan can be really happy the way Collingwood have got away through the corridor and into a forward line that's And I reckon there'd be about 5 or 6 marks taken already in their front 50.
Wilmot, Bailey, Answorth. Now it exits the defensive 50. Hipwood in front position, but side bottom, his direct opponent there is going to emerge with the footy. Gives it to Dacos in the centre of the ground. Stabs it to DeGoey on 50. Off to Josh. His eyes light up from 50 and it falls short. And Wilmot in the right position takes the mark. Last line of defence. Takes off. And then Andrews in the back pocket.
Still reckon the Pies are doing really well in cutting Brisbane's run out of the back line. There's no space. They take the next kick line, so
they're forced to go sideways and backwards, aren't they?
Well, they do, and they have to find it now. They got through now.
Zorko, Fletcher, Rayner, right in front of the interchange gates in a bit of space. His kick was really untidy for Oscar Allen, who got some separation on Frampton, but the kick directly straight to Frampton. He kicks up to DeGoey, takes the mark, gives it off to Pendlebury, crosses the midfield, and now Swaddling out on the left. They've got loose players. This is Steele. Dabs it out in front. This is all too easy here for the Pies. Hayes has got it. Couple of kicks out from home. Wheels around on the right. Puts plenty of air in it. He's asking them to run and launch. And Rayner with the helmet on stood tall and snared it in front of the pack that was flying behind.
Well, Kel, you call the kick. He had to make up for it because that was a woeful kick from the wing to the forward line. He kicked it straight to a Collingwood player. So he's had to make up to get that ball back.
And now to Bailey in the right back pocket. Brings it beyond defensive 50.
Charlie Cameron.
Line from Leicester. Moving on again into the right forward pocket. It comes to Cameron, as Mick suggested. Pressure came from Frampton. Got plenty of assistance here, the Magpies. Cameron tries to get rid of it. There's 3 Pies lurking around it. Josh Dacos won, along with Frampton, and so too Cameron. Eventually it's seen out over the boundary line for a throw-in. Morris with the kick inside forward 50 from right half forward for the Lions, who are back inside their forward 50. Showing right forward pocket. Brisbane by 12 points. Spun into play again. Cameron looks to win it down. It came out to Neal, though. Not to Will Ashcroft, to Answorth. The kick ricocheted away off Schultz. Bounced in the direction of Bailey. Tapped it to Leicester to gather. He's got Hayes to beat. Hayes tackles him across the boundary line. Umpire says we'll board him. Right half forward for Brisbane, who still lead on the scoreboard. 4-3-27 to 2-3-15. 27 gone in the first.
70 around from the Brisbane goal. Twirling ball back into play. Draper just thumps it. It goes about 20 metres. Snaring it is Swaddling. He brings it back inboard. He was looking for Anderson. It bounces off him. Lohman goes without it. Anderson goes back in. Lohman picks it up. He's tackled by Anderson brilliantly. Quick hands. Pendlebury's on the end of this. They're scooting through the centre of the ground. And it's off to Steele. Steele goes inside 50 and then all the way home. They go end to end, the Pies. Schultz to Steele, and it's Dacos that finishes it off. Nick Dacos on the end of a wonderful passage of play. 4-3-27 Brisbane, 3-3-21 the Pies. And less than 2 minutes to play until quarter time. Nick Dacos off for another breather.
Brilliant ball used through the middle of the ground. Forward handball from Pendlebury got things going, and from there were options everywhere. They just had to pick the right one, and Mick, the right one is off at Nick Dacos.
Yeah, well, from 50 metres of one step, he's not going to miss those.
Wow.
Because he does it regularly, so... and that was literally one step from outside 50, a step over the 50-metre line and knocked it straight over. But the ball movement, as I said before, what Collingwood, I reckon they've been so, just go for the corridor and bring him undone.
Here come the lines, though. Will Ashcroft towards right half forward, knocked down by Cameron. It comes back to him. He cleverly taps it down. This is Levi Ashcroft from right half forward, inside forward 50, backing back Cameron. Bounced away from him. Hipwood tried to get it on in turn to Rayner. He couldn't gather. Ball still there to be won. It's going to be locked in and balled up. 40 out from the Lions attacking goal.
Collingwood, both sides are using the corridor, but Collingwood in particular, and that's why they've been able to get that forward line so quick.
Cameron got it down. Here's the goalie. Another disposal. That's 14 for him. Kick though into the middle of the ground. Marked by Wilmot of the Lions. It'll go back to where it came from. Right towards full forward. Draper! Great hands in the pack. Surrounded by players. He drags in the footy, and from the top of the goal square, he'll go back and try and kick the Lions fifth.
Yeah, well done. He had to fight through Darcy Cameron's contact.
Now, what's he going to do? Is he going to go around the corner or is he going to go straight on? Because if he goes straight on, this could go anywhere. If he goes around the corner with his strange action, he's more likely... So he's going to go straight on. Now, everyone in the world would go straight on except one player, and that should be him.
It's his 100th mick as well, so we put a bit more pressure on himself.
This could end up in our box there.
Looking for a goal in his milestone game. Here he goes. Sam Draper converts from right in front, and he did it with the drop punt. No problems for the big fella. And the Lions lead is back out to 12 points in the shadows of quarter time. 5-3-33 to 3-3-21. The Magpies, we've got a game on our hands. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
That's what they wanted him for, just to be able to fight through, take a mark up forward, be a really good option in the ruck with Darcy Fort. Oscar Allen obviously will spend some time down there as well because they want to move the ball quick. They want to get to a Logan Morris lead, Rayner, Bailey, Charlie Cameron, all of that. But sometimes you just got to go the old-fashioned long to a pack. If you can have one of your big blokes stand up and take a genuine contested mark like that, it means a lot. Good response because it's been a nice patch by the Pies.
I don't know if he's feeling all right, Sam Draper. It was just a nice traditional drop punt kick and then no celebration. Meanwhile, his direct opponent, Darcy Cameron, gets the kick out of the centre, but it's taken by Zorko. He dropped a mark, then he pulled it back in, he tracked it. And the umpire will say, nope, ball up, centre half forward here for the Pies.
Well, he did, and he dropped the sitter. I reckon he's real edgy at the moment because they're finding him out.
Looking for quarter time. Charlie Cameron with the last disposal, a handball in that centre square. And it's Brisbane with a 12-point lead at quarter time. 5-3-33 to Collingwood 3-3-21. The goal kickers, Connor McKenna with a couple, Will Ashcroft, Logan Morris and Sam Draper in his 100th. And for the Pies, the champ, Nick Dacos and Allen and Anderson. Brisbane by 12 points at the first break.
Wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio and streaming on ABC Listen, this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
How can we believe what we see?
Discover a vault filled with secrets on ABC iView.
I don't know what I'm going to find here.
Mysteries to unravel.
Yeah, I heard that. Are you sure you're up for this?
Clues to untangle.
It's dangerous. Someone always gets hurt.
All the cases, all the crime.
Nobody wants to believe that their friends are capable of murder.
Shetland, The Capture, Bergerac, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Delve deep on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Draper in his 100th game. He goes up against Cameron. It's toe poked off the turf by Will Ashcroft. Spills the way of Bailey. Bailey's eyes light up and he hits up a teammate right on the goal line. And it'll be a shot here for Morris. Logan Morris for his 56th goal of the season. And for the first in the minute, he tells it to perfection.
3 disposals, 1 goal for Brisbane. Draper won it down. Comes out though for the Magpies here. Cameron's able to get a little kick forward. Now, here's Pendlebury. Hand pass to the run of Allen. Shoots on goal and the immediate response.
Frampton gives it off. Oh, well done by Connor McKenna. And then he sockers the goal. No way, the Irishman. A little bit of Gaelic flavour in that one. That is brilliant. The handball was smothered to his advantage in the left forward pocket, and then he toe pokes it from the impossible angle.
Cameron got it down. Here's the goalie. Another disposal. That's 14 for him. Kick though into the middle of the ground. Marked by Wilmot of the Lions. It'll go back to where it came from. Right towards full forward. Draper! Great hands in the pack. Surrounded by players. Here he goes. Sam Draper converts from right in front. And he did it with the drop punt.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's Friday night footy, as it says on ABC Sport. What a picture we've got at the MCG. Two of the recent powerhouses in this competition, Collingwood and Brisbane, going head-to-head. And at quarter time, the Lions lead by 12 points, 5-3 to 3-3. Clint Wilden with you alongside Kelly Underwood. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the championship cat in Cameron Lynn.
It's interesting first quarter, Mick, because for a period in the middle there, I thought, oh, hang on, Brisbane are just taking over here and are really starting to dominate. Collingwood responded well and wrestled it back and got those couple of goals. Their tactics have been interesting as well, Collingwood. So their kick-to-handball ratio, which is usually, just for everybody, about 1.2 kicks to every one handball.
That's
ballpark. Yeah, right. Ballpark. Collingwood have had 45 kicks and 62 handballs. So not even close to a 1-to-1 ratio of kick to handball. And it's working well at times. So what they're doing is they are, when Brisbane are reticent to come forward and try and put pressure on them and then make the decision because they have to, Collingwood are using that forward handball and really opening the Brisbane Lions up. They've only managed to get the ball inside their forward 50, the Pies 12 times, but they've scored 6 times. Three goals, 3. So
and easily.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, when I say easily, I mean there were
marks 35 out from goal.
Or runs that were unhindered.
Yes, yeah. So a lot of that has been good. The worrying part is the fact that the Brisbane Lions have had 8 shots at goal from their 14 inside 50. So I suppose if you're Chris Fagan, you think, okay, I don't love the fact they're getting through us a few times with handball, but if we're also getting through them a fair bit. You mentioned the press that they're running Collingwood, and it was good when it was in Collingwood's forward 50, but once it was through, it was really through.
Well, what's it? It's the old give and take. If to be able to do that, look, it's something that I know we used in the days we're playing against you, that you press up and you try to put that much pressure that the opposition turn the ball over. They're good sides. If they get through, it's almost like waving them goodbye because they'll just get through. You only got your resistance is probably only 1 or 2 players. You got 3, they get back and away they go. Interesting enough, the number of times that Collingwood were able to get players free inside their front 50 because of either Brisbane were pressing too hard, or lazy, or just ignored. And we're going to talk about Zorko here.
Yeah,
just didn't pay any notice to his direct opponent,
which was Scott Pendlebury to start with.
That's right.
Who set up that
and Scott Pendlebury loves to go on him because he knows he's going to get space.
Correct. And then it rolled to Angus Anderson, who kicked one and should have kicked the second.
Exactly. In a row.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of individuals, Mick, who've been outstanding, particularly for Collingwood. Jordan De Goey, terrific first quarter, 15 disposals, 4 clearances.
He's been questioned, hasn't he? So he's been very good.
5 score involvements with that. And when you compare that, him and Nick Dacos, who's had 10 touches as well, the Brisbane Lions midfield have had a bit of the football, but there's no one who's really going with those two at the moment.
Let's head downstairs. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Tim?
Clint, in the pre-game, Dale Morris told us from the Lions how important it was for his team to have a dress rehearsal on the G before September. They haven't played here since round 6. That was back in April. There's only a light dew out on the field, nothing like we've copped in the last couple of months in the midst of winter. But during the quarter-time break, 2 players, Logan Morris and Zach Bailey, took the opportunity to change their boots, so clearly not happy with the tread they had out there during the first term.
Second quarter underway. Both rucks, Ford and Cameron, had a little touch. It spills to ground. Trying to get his head over the top of the football then again was Neil. Got bumped out of it by Long. Ball's on the deck. Ball up the call.
So they lost their last outing at the MCG, the Lions, against Melbourne in round 6. Before that, the Lions have won 7 of their last 8 at the G.
Long trying to get a hand pass forward. Stolen by Leicester, though. Kicks the Lions back towards Allen. He flew, so did Rayner. Neither could complete the mark. Dacos of the Nick variety gathers and moves it towards the wing. Schultz battling against Levi Ashcroft. He tackles him to ground. Ball up will be the call.
It's interesting just watching that first bounce. Ashcroft, Levi goes from the wing onto the ball, and Lohman comes up from the half forward to the wing, and therefore giving Collingwood an extra one behind the ball.
Chris from the restart, able to shovel a hand pass forward. Neil intercepted for the Lions to Bailey to Andrews. He kicks up into the air. It'll land on the commentary wing. Allen, the meat and the sandwich, got crunched between two pies. Ball hit the deck. Allen turned, dived on it, got tackled himself, locked up by Houston. Ball up will be the call, right in front of the interchange gates. No change to that quarter time score. The Lions by 12.
Cameron to De Goey and up and under right next to the interchange gates. It's bobbled and marked by Long. Quick hands. And now on the outside of his boot goes Allen. It's a bouncing ball right on the 50. Oh, Josh Dacos traps it. He bounces off a couple of players. He keeps it low for Steele. It was a tough one to gather. And then he kicks it. It's marked right in the goal square by Anderson.
He's causing all sorts of trouble, Anderson, because what he's doing is reading the play well. He knows he can get forward of the ball. His teammates are doing a lot of work around the ball. He just gets forward and on 3 occasions he's found himself without an opponent.
So Anderson, top of the goal square, punt road end, should be elementary, and it is. He's got his second. First goal of the second term, and the margin is back to 6 points. Brisbane lead. They led by as much as 18 in the first quarter.
Yeah, you're right, Nick. And watching how they're setting up, that obviously a player like him, he's averaging a goal a game. He's smart enough to know, okay, we don't need another number over at that congestion.
That's right.
Even if my teammate wins it, he doesn't actually need support. We've already got enough there. So I will get goal side of my opponent, get out the back, and if the quick kick comes or that player's got a little bit of time and space, he'll be able to see me. And right now he's a massive headache because we've already touched on it before. A number of Brisbane defenders, well, 1 or 2 of them, don't actually want to be there to defend.
No, they don't.
They want to be there to get a touch and get the run going.
Cameron wins the tap down. Beautifully done too to Nick Dacos. Roving, wheeled around the centre circles, kicks inside forward 50. Andrews with a great spoil. Came down to Wilmot, shares it again with Neil. Back to Wilmot. Now on towards Dunkley and measures a kick out to Fletcher. Marks just shy of the wing. Heads towards Rayner. Great play in front. He got up there and was able to knock the ball down. I speak, of course, of Liam Puncher, one of these young Magpies that throughout this season, the latter parts have really started to impress. Of course, Sam Swadling out there as well tonight. Picked up the rising star from last week. Ball thrown in again. Down at the back by Fort, taken by Rayner. Wheels around to throw it onto the right boot. The kick just to the top of the 50. Howe flew, couldn't mark. Got it down though to Houston. On towards Cameron. Bumped off one of his teammates in McCreary and was wrapped up by Lohman in a strong tackle. They're going to ball it up just on the inside of the outer edge of the centre square.
6-point ball game. Fort easily wins it in the air. Who can pick it up at ground level? Josh Dacos with a handball, but it goes nowhere. Wilmot fires it out quickly. McKenna had it, dropped it. Play on. Rayner's kick. It was smothered in the end. Side bottom picks it up. Comes all the way back to Zorko, though. Now here's a chance for the Lions. Steadying kick by Neil was all class. And Big Darcy Fort marks uncontested. He sends it straight down the corridor. Oh, that is a wonderful mark. Taken right at its highest peak by Logan Morris. He leapt up into the air and he took it just nestled in his fingertips, Mick. There's a lot of Jack Revolt that reminds me here of Logan Morris. That was a top mark.
You can't teach that, Kel. That is just leaping, taking it, because the backline player doesn't expect you to get up so high initially, and then to, as you say, take it at his highest point. That is freak mark. There's a few players, Jack Revolt's one of them, or was one of them.
Every time I see him, I can just see flashes of Jack Revolt. So Logan Morris, 25 metres out, 45-degree angle, kicked the first of the night, and now he's got his second, and it's back out to 12 points. Collingwood on 4-3-27. And the Lions now 6-3-39, so they just maintain that buffer. They've led all night so far.
That's a brilliant mark.
Oh, isn't it?
How do you stop? In fact, the backline player did everything right. He was right up there, just waiting to get up there and spoil it. But the thing was, Morris had already leapt.
Yes.
Sort of hung there, like hovered there.
Yeah, jumps early, almost taking it just as he's coming down.
That's it.
But just hovers there, as you said. It's amazing because he's 191 centimetres. It's not that tall for a key position forward these days.
No.
But but he's one of those ones who plays genuinely taller than his height.
There's some really encouraging young kids, that age group. You've Shannon, you've got Caddy and these sort of players.
Back in the middle it goes. One down by Cameron, but sharked away by Bailey for the lines to Fletcher. Back to Bailey. Hand pass bounced awkwardly for a moment to Rayner to go back to Gather. He'll kick it into the left forward pocket. They come from everywhere. Morris again, floating in front. Takes another terrific mark. He can have a shot from about 35 metres out. It's a 45-degree angle to the left.
Puncher's not the player.
No, thank you, Mick. I was about to say that. So Puncher, you said he did a lot right on the previous one, but he's still a better defender. Would have got a fist on that one.
Yeah.
That one he just got completely lost there. That was just a nice, easy run at the ball. And for a player of Logan Morris's quality, he's going to mark that every time.
Yeah, they've got to swing that around. Frampton's got to go on him, get Puncher back onto Oscar Allen, who hasn't done much.
Logan Morris looking for his third. Kicks on its way. He liked at the moment it left the boot. Had a little punch into the air in celebration. His teammates come from all corners of the ground. He's got 3. The Lions have got 7. 7-3-45 to 4-3-27. Brisbane out by an 18-point advantage. 7 minutes into this, the second term. So you're saying Puncher's got no chance?
Well, unless he's got in his head as well, because after he kicked that first goal of the quarter, he absolutely verbal spray at Puncher, and he's done it again. So he's taunting him.
Well, he's taken 3 marks for 3 goals.
I mean, there was an article in the paper today talking about Billy Frampton, All-Australian possibility, all that, and some nice arguments made and everything like that. But if that's the case, Frampton should have been on. Logan Morris is the number 1 forward. Oscar Allen's not the number 1 forward.
Well, he's gone to him now, Lee.
He's gone to him now, but that's
too late.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's 2 goals. It's 2 goals too late.
3 goals tonight. He's up to 58 for the season. Now Dunkley goes off the grass towards Morris again. Gets the handball, Rayner. And now here's Will Ashcroft, so crafty into the pocket, can't find a target. Houston's handball was smothered there by Bailey. Bailey then picks up the share and tries to fend off, tries to be about 3. Umpire, no whistle, play on. Collingwood side bottom gives it to Chris. The exiting kick out of defensive 50, a one-on-one. Lester over his head. Now McCreary comes in. A couple of the cavalry arrives. Harris Andrews tackled beautifully by McCreary over the line. Slapped him on his back, Harris Andrews. Boundary throwing half forward here for the Lions.
Yeah, well tackled by McCreary. He's a strong lad anyway, but just didn't let him have an opportunity to kick the football.
Brisbane's lead is 18 points in his second term at the MCG. Draper won it down, went straight to De Goey. Tapped forward by Dunkley, but only landed into the lap really of Allen. Immediately tackled. 2 lines got him. Will Ashcroft and Dunkley again. Back up it goes. Draper palmed it down. And Allen stole it, got it on the long. Somehow manufactured a kick forward. Andrews tries to mark it at the back though. Anderson worked it on nicely. It came to McStay. And then on in turn to Schultz. Hand pass back to McStay. Wrapped up in a strong tackle. But it's going to be a holding decision. Going the way here. Back to McStay.
It's interesting. How much doubt he had the ball.
Here goes McStay. Kicking towards full forward. At the back, Membry juggled it, just couldn't get hold of it. Berry at the drop of it. Kick misses its target in Ainsworth, then went through the legs of Cameron Ainsworth.
Brilliant.
Just crunched him into the side. Just cleared out the football. Will allow the Lions to gather until Hitwood was tackled and lost it. Chris, great attack on the football. McCreary meant to go to Josh Dacos. He couldn't gather. Rayner picks it up. Hand pass into the centre square. Umpire spots a free kick taken high. The call.
Put a bit of mayo on it.
That's ordinary.
He smothered that one in mayo.
He's drowning in it.
Yeah.
Will Ashcroft just got the slightest hand over the shoulder and hurled himself backwards to win the free kick. And he'll pop it short and he'll find Gardner, who marks at centre half back for the Lions, who lead by 18.
And the jeers were because of the Magpies fans saw the replay on the giant screen as the Lions go forward. Marking uncontested is Fletcher into the pocket. He sends it precise to Logan Morris. In the left forward pocket, Mick. Morris has got his kicking boots on. He's on fire.
Yeah, this is to swap around, swing around, all this sort of rubbish. You've got a forward that's in form. I don't care. Swapping around is okay when the ball comes in quickly and it's been a mucked up ball. But this is set up at centre half back. You've got a chance to play on the man you're supposed to be playing. Stay on him. It is absolutely garbage.
In the predominantly red jumper for the Brisbane Lions, off a couple of steps. When you're hot, you're hot. And Logan Morris is hot. He's booted 4. 3 in this third term. And a 24-point lead now for the Lions. 8-3-51 to 4-3-27. And if we just have a quick look at the Coleman ladder, which will be very interesting.
Up to 59.
He is, so he's gone past Jai Amos, who's been rested tomorrow, the docker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you said when you're hot, you're hot. He's hot this season. He's the number one man. He is an absolute star. So I'm with Mick. Billy Frampton should have been on him from moment one.
Howe doesn't know how to play on a leading player.
Logan Morris right now is if you're going to keep handing over like that, you're going to keep putting players who've played 8 games on me like Puncher. I'm going to kick double figures tonight.
Neil bursting away, gathers through the middle to Rayner, to Wilmot, swept the hand pass forward. Trying to get in the way though was Chris. Couldn't quite get there. Dunkley involved, stolen away by Nick Dacos. He'll wheel around with the right. Towards the southern side of the ground. A nice mark taken by Hayes against Gardner. Pauses for a moment for Magpies to stream forward. The kick in the direction of the goey. Stretched out the hand. Couldn't mark it. Was able to gather hard up against the boundary. Went back by hand to side bottom. Almost tackled by Bailey. Just broke it. Swept the hand pass forward to Steele. 70 out from goal. Right half forward to De Goey. Turned on a dime beautifully and then kicked inside attacking 50. One down by Gallup. Spilled there to Allen. He's taken the ground. Wrapped up, ball up, inside forward 50. Tim Hodges is downstairs.
We've got a blood rule there by the looks. There's just a developing story here, Clint, with Scott Pendlebury. Came off the ground and got the attention of the physio and said, come with me. So he's gone down to the race. The physio's gone with him. So that's going to be a watch. A lot of speculation on whether Scott Pendlebury should even be playing in this game tonight when there's no bonus for the Pies. They can't go up or down on the ladder. They're stuck in an MCG wildcard game next week. So that's going to be a watch. So I'll keep you updated. It is Jordan De Goey who came off the blood rule, just a cut above his left eye.
Lions by 24. They've kicked the last 3 goals in the contest, all off the boot of Logan Morris. And another secondary stoppage. 40 metres out directly in front of Collingwood's goal. Cameron into traffic. Lockie Neal's knocked off it, and again, this will be a 3rd stoppage.
The other one is Jack Crisp. Whether or not, I know he's got that consecutive record and all that. He's had 2 touches for this whole game.
Nick Dacos wins the footy at ground level. He handballs stolen by Dunkley, gives it to Draper. Wasn't expecting it, the big man. Now Answorth gets the handball out to Berry. Berry, spiralling ball, tough one, almost marked down there by Howe. He spills it, McKenna pounces, Lohman draws the defender, gives it off to McKenna. He runs and dashes down the wing right in front of the interchange gates, up to a one-on-one, and this time Billy outmarks Logan Morris.
Because
perhaps that move's been made.
Well, because he's actually on him now, Cal. When he's kicked 4.
Mark to Swadling. Finds long, and there's a free kick here.
50 metre.
The Lions, a 50 metre. It'll come back to Swadling, who can charging forward.
Have a shot.
He brought just inside forward 50.
That's a good 50.
Isn't it?
Quickly downstairs, Tim Hodges.
So this is developing. So the water boy has come up from the rooms and told the doctor he's now required down in the rooms with Scott Pendlebury. The doctor was already going down to the rooms with Jordan De Goey, who might need a stitch above that eye with the blood rules. So Jordan De Goey and Scott Pendlebury both in the Collingwood rooms at the moment.
Well, here's a big story. Here goes Swadling from 52 out. He's given it a lot. It's curling around to the left. It's just kept in play. Knocked back into play and then tumbles across to the boundary line for a throw-in. About 15 out from the attacking goal for the Magpies. Heading to the punt road end in this, the second turn. Brisbane's lead is 24 points. 15 gone in the second quarter. Keep you right across what's happening with Scott Pendlebury with Tim Hodges downstairs on ABC Sport. Thrown back in again. One down by Cameron. Anderson tries to gather. Can do so. Got a kick up into the air and leaping. Not far enough to be a mark. It's going to be held in towards Wilmot by Schultz. Ball up again. The goal Desperately needed here by Collingwood. Cameron did well, worked his way out, and then a great smother from Berry. Saw the ball ricochet down. Gallup looked to punch it away. Here's McCreary. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, who hand passed straight into Ashcroft, who's able to gather. And Will Ashcroft moved along the ground. He got it on to Allen. They're sweeping forward here, the Lions. Here's Fletcher. Moves it off to Lohman. Lohman tries to burn away from Puncher. Puncher got knocked over. Nicely done, McKenna. Wilmot, or rather, Lohman kicks towards full forward. Side bottom's done oh so well. Got in the way and handed it off to Howes. And Howe moved it into the right back pocket. He's Steele, and he'll pop it short to Swadling once more.
Lohman had no one to go to. What should he have done? Do the right thing.
Wait for his mates and run it together.
Okay, well, there's been another turnover and a big high kick inside 50 here for the Brisbane Lions. Huge punch went right up in the air, skied it, comes straight down to Rayner, tries to take them all on. Umpire was right there and said, no, ball up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Scott Pendlebury is back from the rooms. He's then gone to the kit bag and pulled out the warm-up top to put on, and it looked like he was going to sit on the back seat of the bench.
Oh, no.
But he's still sitting on the front seat of the interchange bench, so he's a real watch at the moment, the Collingwood champion.
There's so many questions as to whether you'd rest the veteran champ heading into this game or not.
But if he's done something, he could do it just as easy next week. You're better off, if he's okay to play.
Draper just takes it out of the ruck in the left forward pocket. Up to a 2-on-2, top of the goal square. Brilliant mark by Hipwood, the taller player, backing back, those long arms reaching up over the top of Long.
Oh, wow. I actually think it's Puncher
Puncher
again.
it is.
Yeah, Cal.
It is
so
Puncher.
Brisbane now, really smart. And this is what you should
isolate
do.
them.
Yeah, isolate every time. And it feels nasty picking on an eight-game player, but it's AFL footy. That's what you do. You isolate the matchup that is most in your favour, and you work it over and over and over.
In the right forward pocket he is as he lines up. He's only going to have to dab it through from 15 out. Right side for a left footer. He splits the middle. And they've rattled off 4 consecutive goals for a 30-point lead. Let's get straight down to Tim. Any more news, Tim?
Yeah, so breaking news here. Scott Pendlebury is out of this game. And I've probably got to rely on Mick and Lingy. What's a knee? It's a knee bursa, they're telling us.
A bursa?
Yeah. So
well, what's that? So quite often that would be in the front of the knee. It's sometimes when you jam up, and the bursa is like a sack.
A fluid sack, yeah.
And it can over-swell. You might have landed on it. It swells up. It's very painful. It's not debilitating in terms of they can draw that out. And if let's say he was the last man standing, you put a needle in there, drag it out, draw it out, let him play. It's basically, it just swells up, Timmy, and it causes discomfort.
So what does that do for next week's availability?
Oh, no, you'd ice it up. You could even drag it out. They'd probably take some of it out tomorrow and let it settle down.
So they've definitely ruled him out for the rest of this game.
Draper emerges with it from the restart for the Lions. He'll kick towards full forward. Trying to stick a foot out there was Houston. Umpire spotted a free kick. It will go Collingwood's way for a hole. Houston, the player, was in front, was being held. And trot back in the right back pocket. 19 minutes gone in the second. As Houston goes up the corridor and finds Howe. Running by Frampton. Receives the hand pass. Kicks up the corridor. This is Wilmot taking a good mark up against Membry.
Having a good game. Really good game.
Spots a teammate for Ian Bailey, who marks. Bailey from the centre square. Again goes back inside forward 50. Diving back with the flight. Hipwood couldn't quite mark it. He actually ran underneath it at first. Howe there, worked it on to Swadling, kicks beyond defensive 50. Here's Hayes at right half back for the Magpies.
4 goals to 1 in this second term.
All marks too, Kel. So it's the way that Brisbane have brought that ball into that forward line.
They work it slow and steady to Josh Dacos. He goes down the line. And he was looking for Hayes again, but the spoil came from behind from Will Ashcroft, so it dribbles over. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, those young, fast legs of the Brisbane midfield from the Ashcroft boys and Zach Bailey and Cam Rayner when he's in there, really troubling Collingwood.
Boundary throw-in from the outer wing. Dacos overruns it. Lockie Neal gathers. Handball's behind him to Draper. Tackled. Throws his big leg at it. His big boot makes contact, but it's all Collingwood here. Trying to paddle it to his own advantage. In the end, he overran it, did Swadling. It's picked up by Steele. It bounces around now. Nick Dacos can release the run of Swaddling. He handballs and gives it off to Long. They've got runners everywhere. Brackenboard. This is Josh Dacos, and then just wedges the kick over the top, and taking the mark is Schultz. Had to wear a little bit on the way through.
Good play by the Pies. Yeah. Quick hands, good hands. No selfishness. Get the ball onto the next player. And full credit to Brisbane. They were at the body every time, all the way through. It just took that one little kick by Dacos to find Schultz by himself. So
it needed a fair bit of composure from Collingwood, didn't it? Because Brisbane were coming at them.
Yeah, hard.
So he's marked just inside the 50. He's going back pretty much directly in front. Slightish angle. Going to the punt road end. He opens up the angle. He runs round on the right. Hasn't got the distance, and then it's just knocked through by Draper. Did he celebrate that with a double cobra?
He did, and he actually celebrated it more than the goal.
He did. He did. He kicked a goal there last term directly in front in his 100th. We were expecting him to do a lap of honour. He did nothing. And he celebrated that with 2 fists in the air. The big swat over the line.
Collingwood have picked it up again through Schultz across half forward. It's steered into West.
Yeah, poor play by Brisbane. Very poor
pocket. Yeah.
They had multiple opportunities to go. It's okay to use the corridor when it's there, but they had players outside the corridor could have run that ball right up, pay a penalty. But just getting back to Schultz's kick, it just seemed to be...
He doesn't have distance in him anymore at all.
Is that his hamstrings, isn't it?
I don't know. He even after he kicked it, he appeared really tight, like wanting to stretch it. Yeah, that little pass there, that's what he wants to do. Almost dish it off.
In comes West, deep in the right forward pocket. That is a very nice kick. Charlie West, it's his name on the list of goal kickers. His 6th of the season. And he cuts Brisbane's lead to 23 points, 9-3-57. The Lions, Collingwood 5-4-34. 23 gone in this, the second term. Well done to Frampton, who was involved in the spoil from the Zorko kick that saw that spill down. And then Collingwood able to recycle it through to get that goal.
Yeah, and nice bit of composure from Schultz to get it over into the hands of West. We're going to make Timmy Hodges really earn his money tonight, Nick. We've got Scotty Pendlebury ruled out, as he's told us. Jordan De Goey's still on the bench getting that blood rule fixed up. He told us it might need a stitch. Dan McStay's flashing up on our screen.
He's
the right shin.
He's had a couple of tablets, McStay.
Has he done any ruck? He's done some rucking, hasn't he? McStay in the forward line?
Yeah, I think he has. So back underway in the centre, and Nick Dacos has got the footy in his hands. Has a bounce. He stops, he steadies, he assesses, he kicks up towards Chris. Had to take it on the bounce. He goes long in the west direction. Spilled off the chest there of Gardner. And they pile in from all angles.
I'm only asking that about McStay because if you do a bit of ruck work, you get a knee on shin or shin on shin. You're not used to it. It can hurt.
Fort wins it down. It's in the left forward pocket here for the Pies. Hurried kick out of there. Gallop can't take it cleanly. Lohman does. He's caught. He's handball. Now it's knocked away. 50-50 ball to be won here. Answorth's kick smothered to Lohman though. Rayner tries to fend off on side bottom and got him. Got away. Broke clear. Beautiful kick out in front of Charlie Cameron. He runs towards 50. He sidesteps. He took on too much. He's caught. He handballs off and Logan Morris misses an absolute sitter. In the right forward pocket, he put too much curl on it. Oh, Charlie was on his motorbike and he was zooming through the centre of the ground. There was no one inside 50. Logan Morris snuck down into the pocket and said, "You should have handballed to me earlier."
Yes, he should have. Yes, he should have. Now, he backed his own pace, but nonetheless, he had Morris totally clear. In fact, if Morris had gotten the football, he could have laid it off again to Cameron.
Yeah, if Morris had got it early, Morris either kicks an easy goal or gives it back to Cameron.
Yeah.
We're just checking this to see whether or not it's out on the full.
Yeah, score review for out on the full or a behind. So the conference is happening. Hodgie, we'll get back down to you.
Just on Dan McStay, after what Mick said, so he had his shin checked. He has spent time in the ruck already this evening.
Yeah.
So that is out of bounds on the full. Just an update on Jordan De Goey. We have gone back to the club just to ask them if it is a HIA. It seems a hell of a long time to be down in the rooms just getting a couple of stitches, which he definitely needed when he came off with the blood rule, but I just wonder whether it's a HIA as well.
I'll show you how much the Lions completely butchered that chance by putting it out of bounds on the full. In the meantime, they've taken it across the boundary line at left half forward for Brisbane. And there's a Berry as he's tackled.
Especially when you think that Morris was out there by himself, so there was no one on him.
Throwing it again. Ruck's more interested in each other than the footy. Spill down in the direction of Neal out the back. Kicks up inside forward 50 and leaping to mark at the top of the arc is Allen. Oscar Allen.
It's the first time we've really seen him attack the football.
He could be the extra piece for their three-peat tilt.
He needs to get some form, though. Big fellas need form. You know, he hasn't quite got it. Hipwood hasn't quite got it.
No. So this is only his 11th game of the season. And going just over a goal a game, but not, as you said, not in good form yet.
15-9 for the season. Here is Oscar Allen, 51 out. He'll have the distance. He's got the accuracy as well. Zorko leaps into his arms to celebrate with him. Could be a big moment for the Lions in this campaign. Oscar Allen making the move across from West Coast. Has had an injury hit season again with the Lions. But he is a known goal kicker, and that was terrific. Brisbane at 10-3-63. Collingwood 5-4-34. The Lions by 29 points, 27 gone in the second. Tim Hodges is downstairs.
She's a busy place right now on the Collingwood bench. So Jordan De Goey back from the rooms. The club says no HIA. He's had about a handful of stitches in that gash from the blood rule. And he's back from the rooms and straight back on the ground and straight back in the middle. So he's going to have a shiner, but he's back out there for the Pies, which is important.
Interesting psychological moment now for Collingwood. Brisbane have got something to play for. Third place on the ladder. Collingwood, nothing. They can't move. What do they do from here?
Lachie Neale soccers it off the deck to centre half forward, meeting it and trapping it beautifully was Hipwood. Off to Rayner, dodges one, dodges two, drives it into the pocket, out in front of Allen. Oh, he got there, not claim the mark. Good recovery, handballs off. They've got the numbers. Fletcher's there, so too Will Ashcroft. Well done by the youngster in Swaddling, who won the footy and then travelled a little bit too far. He was caught. It comes back the way of De Goey. He's surrounded by lines. Presence of mind just to pause and then flick it out wide to Harrison, who's got some run about him. He can go. Off to Long. He kept going, Harrison. He charges towards 50 and then he delivers beautifully on the chest of Anderson.
I reckon this is his fourth mark inside 50.
Yep.
And he's good for this distance too. Make no mistake about it.
He's kicked two so far, Anderson.
I think he might have 2-1 from those three shots. I reckon it's his fourth mark.
You are correct, Mick.
One in the first, one in the second. 2.5 to go before half-time. He lets rip right on 50, gives it a good roost. He got close, and he's just offline.
I mean, I didn't realise he was a Swans Academy player. I knew we went to South Australia to play. I thought they got him from South Australia, but he's got some, you know, obviously some talent that the Swans saw early days.
Well, he's good size.
Oh, lovely size.
Amazingly, he's only 1 centimetre shorter than Logan Morris up the other end of the ground, who we see as a big key forward.
Yeah.
Of course, winning a premiership with Sturt last year.
Very strong player too. Nice and tough.
Lions have it through Berry. Kick is in the direction of Levi Ashcroft. He marks. Had to juggle it. He's got it left half back for Brisbane. Now he stands in front of him. Levi Ashcroft will steer it out towards the Shane Warne wing. Marked out there by Dunkley.
So Collingwood are practising this, take the space and take the man. I think it's really, really good stuff. But Brisbane have to work their way through this. Any less aside would give the ball up by now. They've got to be really precise with your kicking.
To Levi Ashcroft, to Will Ashcroft. The Lions towards left half forward. Hipwood got a fingertip on it, but back, still down to Swaddling. It out in the direction of side bottom to Frampton. Hand pass up in the air, bounces the way of Howe. Moves it on to De Goey. Spun out of trouble. Went to Membry. Kicks Collingwood towards right half forward. West had 2 to beat. Gardner got there and just punches it over the boundary. It's about 60 out.
Terrific by Gardner. What difference between a forward getting it there and a midfielder? As a mid, I reckon they would have continued to run it and share it by handball. And the kick ends up 20 metres out from goal.
Yep.
Whereas Membry just straight away on the boot. I don't reckon Collingwood want to kick that early.
Boundary throw in 60 around from the Pies goal. Fort took it out of the ruck with both hands and then tried to play on, and he was tackled. The umpire says it was a baller.
Yeah, there's no prior there.
Cameron down. Lockie Neal stripped of it. Well done by Steele in the end. Mid-air kick and a great mark by Membry. 30 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Steele skied it and Membry marked it.
Well done, Membry.
Yeah, too right.
Ryan Lester too, who's a quality defender.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good year, Membry. A couple of times last year you thought, will he go on? But he's, what did he kick 30 already?
Yeah, he's kicked 30.
Yeah.
And as we just saw, he can get up the ground too, and be a link player as well as a target inside forward 50.
Been a very good player.
Steps over 50 now. He breaks into a jog directly in front to get it back to 22 points and give them some belief just before half-time, and he delivers with his first of the night, Membry. And that was much needed. And that will give them some energy going into the break. It's Brisbane by 22 points, 10-3-63. Collingwood 6-5-41. The biggest lead, 30 points. It's currently 22.
And he's always done that very, very well at St Kilda and now at Collingwood. A beautiful set shot goal kicker. I asked before the psychological thing from Collingwood's perspective. They can't move on the ladder. They know where they're going to finish. Do they just turn it up and it gets all a little bit hard and Brisbane go away from them? Or do they fight it out and continue to practice the good habits they want to take into next week? It's been a really nice last 3 or 4 minute patch.
Yeah.
To be able to flip it round.
And there's a couple of players coming back too, Lee. You've got to be careful about losing form and testing the match committee as well.
Cameron won it down. Neil sharked it. Hack inside forward 50 by the lines. Umpire had spotted a free kick, but the siren...
It's a Lockie Neal free kick here. You watch, he'll take this because he'll want the possession.
Yes. The siren had sounded, and so he'll have it on the edge of the centre circle.
Oh, my goodness. He's going to pretend I'm going to kick a barrel. I'll just pop an extra number in my kick column.
Here he goes. There's the barrel. It's sailing. It's been knocked away from the attacking goal scorer of the Lions. Let's quickly head downstairs. Tim Hodges, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so the big watch is Scott Pendlebury. You guys can watch him. He's just left the interchange bench to go out with his teammates. So it is the left knee, a left knee bursa. Mick knows plenty about that, Dr. Malthouse upstairs. So he's going to be a watch. He just watching. You guys can watch him now. He's just getting into a jog to head out to his teammates. So as Mick suggested, he probably could have played out the rest of this game if he had to, but he will be a big talking point leading into the very first wildcard match, which the Magpies will be a big part of.
Yeah, Timmy, I'd be very surprised he's not available to play because the fact that he actually jogged off is real evidence that it's will be on the minor side of that thing, and it's if it's a bursa, then he'll be right to go.
Frampton and Fort having a bit of push and shove in the aftermath of all that as well. But it is half-time. Brisbane lead by 22 points. 10-3-63 to the Magpies 6-5-41. For the Lions, Logan Morris has got 4, which brings him to 59 for the season, and still a half of footy in the home and away season to come. Connor McKenna with a couple, Hipwood, Will Ashcroft, Allen and Draper, the other goal kickers for Brisbane. While for the Magpies, Angus Anderson's got 2, Nick Dacos with 1, so too West, Membry and Ed Allen. It was a 12-point advantage to Brisbane at quarter time. It's a 22-point lead for the Lions at the major break, but it was at one stage out to 30 points at the 18-minute mark of that second term. So at least Collingwood been able to fight their way back into the contest as we headed towards the major break. The Pies are off the field. The Lions about to head down their race as well. Let's get the thoughts of our experts tonight. Nick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Collingwood are actually scoring when they go inside forward.
Absolutely.
They're 50% again that quarter, same as the previous one. They're just not quite getting it in there enough to bridge that gap. But I think you highlighted a few times, when they get through, they're looking good with the way they're playing.
Yes, they do.
Brisbane are just a very, very good football team.
Yeah, I think, you know how I think anyway, as far as you sort of weigh up how many goals a side can kick, and you think, can we hold them down to that and actually kick one more and you win the game, or thereabouts. I'll throw these in. This is why I reckon that Brisbane, right now, they're leading by 3 or 4 goals. What are they? Not quite 4 goals. But you've got Schultz hasn't kicked a goal. McCreary hasn't kicked a goal. And McStay hasn't kicked a goal. So there's 3 players that are capable of kicking probably 5 or 6 in a game. So they're going to put that on the scoreboard in the second half. But this is the but. Loman hasn't kicked a goal.
Yes.
Rayner doesn't look like kicking one. Charlie Cameron hasn't kicked one, and Bailey hasn't kicked one. So on the flip side, Brisbane have got players that haven't registered either. So, and they've already kicked 10. So another 5 or 6 from that group, and you're looking at 16 goals. Collingwood have kicked 10 in the second half.
And Brisbane have kicked 7 of their 10 goals from their tools or their key position players. And they usually get a lot more from those medium to small size, either mids or mid forwards. And you're right, it's
7 marks.
Yeah, and I think what Brisbane have done really well, certainly to open up that break in that second term is, and we touched on it, they understood the matchup that they liked the most.
Yep.
So for a period of time, it was Logan Morris versus Puncher, and they got it to him. They just went bang, bang. 2 times, there's 2 goals.
Isolate him.
They roll Frampton over to Logan Morris, but there was a handover. Logan Morris gets another one on Jeremy Howe. So now Frampton specifically goes to Morris. So then it was Hipwood versus Puncher, and Oscar Allen jumps in for another one on one of the other. I'm not sure who was on at that stage.
Yeah, there wasn't one of the recognised key backs.
Yeah,
you're right, spot on.
So it goes to show when we talk about the really good teams, Mick, and the teams you coached played like this, the teams I played in certainly played like this. You understood you keep throwing different looks at the opposition based on what they are trying to do to you.
Yeah, exactly.
To always have it slightly in your favour.
Yeah.
And to have the maturity and understanding out on the ground to do it. Because I imagine some of those messages would come from the box, Mick, but when you're coaching a really good team, you probably look down there and say, hey, they've worked this out themselves. And they've got the matchup just the way we want it to be.
Or the assistant coaches say, look, if young Puncher picks you up, you become the key.
Yep.
You isolate, and they all know that I'm not saying for one moment he's not a good player, but when a side moves the ball as quick as what Brisbane do, you can be Verdon Howell or Steve Silvani, and you're not going to, it's going to be real difficult work. So those that don't know Verdon Howell, he's a key back for St Kilda, very, very talented one, way in his 60s, I think, 1960s. So we're looking 60 years ago. David Dench in the maybe the 80s. Who else? Who's been?
I can throw up Matty Scarlett.
Well, Scarlett.
I'm always going to say Scarlett, otherwise I'll get in trouble from him, Mick.
Well, and they tell me that Scarlett's kids are about 6'6" too. So
they are the twins.
Well, look out!
Beautiful boys too. We do tell him constantly that they take after Miller and not him. So they are wonderful young men.
So getting back to this game though, we're seeing what we thought. Brisbane need to have a good score to maintain that percentage above Hawthorn, and Collingwood, the worst they can do is play the Bulldogs at the MCG with white shorts as opposed to black shorts.
Correct. One thing that we did highlight from the first quarter was the Collingwood kick to handball ratio. It continued in that quarter. Collingwood really wanting to use the handball. They've had 84 kicks, 101 handballs.
Yeah.
So they see that as a way of getting through Brisbane, and no doubt testing to see how it goes. That forward handball, it's working at times. However, I think I said before, they need to generate more inside 50s. When they get through, they're actually looking dangerous and scoring.
Yeah,
but they've only had it inside their forward 50 23 times. So on track for 46. That's low. So I reckon they're still sussing out, how do you best get through this great Brisbane Lions team? Is it by hand? Is it controlled by foot? What works against them? So they're having an early look for what will hopefully be another shot at Brisbane at some stage later on in September.
Yeah, and just looking at the stats, you're right, Neil with 15, that's not a lot for half time. All we got to go out 21, been off the ground for 10 minutes that quarter, could have close to 30 the way he's playing.
Swadling finds the footy, doesn't he?
Doesn't he?
17 touches. He had a big one last week.
Going 57%, which that'll improve as time goes on. Contested football pretty high.
West Australian Swadling.
Nick Dacos.
I saw your face brighten up.
Nick Dacos, 16. He's been off the ground a couple of times. So it'd be interesting to see what sort of game time he's had.
I can try and check that one for you, Mick, really, really quickly before we go back to Clint. Where is Nick Dacos in time on ground? I can't see his name. I can see Josh Dacos. Oh, Nick, right down the bottom. He's only had 47 minutes of game time.
Out of 60.
Out of 64, so
he's been off the ground. So they're protecting him. There's no question about that.
A couple of times on the wing as well.
Yeah, out of the play.
So he's had about the 15th or 16th most game time. So he's right down the list. Certainly managing him.
Yep.
More from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse in just a moment. Also, very shortly, we'll run through some of your SMSs. We haven't had a chance to do so tonight. 0437 774 774. Matt Clinch told me yesterday that the difference between Brisbane and Hawthorn in percentage, 119.5 for Brisbane, 117.3 for the Hawks, is around about 27 points as we speak. So anything that Brisbane can do to stretch that gap tonight will be handy, because it means that West Coast might be able to keep the Hawks a little bit closer to them. What you don't want to do, for example, Brisbane here, let's say they win by a point, and then the Hawks go across, 28-point win over West Coast. With no disrespect to the Eagles, they would really fancy their chances of winning and jumping ahead on percentage. So remember, third place up for grabs for both the Lions, the Hawks, and indeed for Melbourne. Don't rule them out either. With Brisbane, who currently sit in that position, they're in the driver's seat. An enormous win tonight would help them go a long way. Melbourne would require probably Brisbane to lose, and then the Hawks not to win by much, and then have a thumping win themselves. They're another 6 percentage points back. So you need a lot to go right if you're a demon. But Hawthorn will know what they require in the final game of the home and away season on Sunday at Perth Stadium. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. We're going to pause here at halftime. The Lions leading Collingwood by 22 points. Let's now take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. A lawyer representing two of the women involved in the Sydney Swans scandal says his clients are in hiding after receiving threatening messages from members of the public. Costa Haritos has the details.
Several adult entertainers are understood to have joined Swans players at Melbourne's Pullman Hotel on Sunday night after being hired after the Swans win against Essendon. Police are investigating a report of sexual assault, which the ABC understands centres on a player allegedly touching one of the women without her consent. John Carancis from Carboni Lawyers says his clients are terrified after receiving threatening messages from members of the public this week.
These women are currently in fear for their life, in essence hiding.
Police have not made any arrests or laid any charges.
The Home Affairs Minister says a former ASIO agent who wants to return to Australia to give evidence at the Bondi Beach terror attack Royal Commission can do so remotely. The man, known as Marcus, claims to have warned security agencies about the gunman years before last December's deadly attack. He currently lives in an undisclosed location abroad and says he wants to give his evidence in Australia due to security concerns. But Tony Burke says that's not necessary.
Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO, has given me clearance to make clear that if I was ever asked about this, which I now have been, he has advised and made clear to the Royal Commission that any evidence that would come from this particular individual is declassified.
Police have arrested a man in Melbourne's Outer East after a woman was found dead this morning. Georgia Lenton-Williams has more.
Emergency services were called to a house on Ferntree Gully Road in Ferntree Gully just before 10 o'clock this morning, where they found an injured woman. Despite their best efforts to revive the woman, who is yet to be formally identified, she died at the scene. Police arrested a 45-year-old Ferntree Gully man nearby, and he remains in custody. A crime scene has been established, and homicide squad detectives are examining the scene. Investigators believe the parties knew each other. Anyone with information is urged to contact Crime Stoppers.
Federal Health Minister Mark Butler says the Commonwealth may need to secure life-saving cancer treatment units in both Victoria and South Australia to keep up with demand. The two states have been competing over who gets to house a single proton therapy unit. A proposed unit at SA's Medical Research Institute fell through about 3 years ago. Mark Butler says proton therapy demand projections from Cancer Australia suggest 2 or 3 units may be needed.
Given the effluxion of time, there is the possibility that we're not looking at a question of either a Victorian or a South Australian proton therapy unit, but indeed we might need to look at both of them at the same time. The two projects are a little different, so they might serve different needs in the community.
Internationally, Poland's foreign ministry says it's very disappointed and has summoned Israel's ambassador in Warsaw after Israel decided not to pursue criminal proceedings over an attack on a volunteer convoy in Gaza in which a Polish citizen was killed. Poland's deputy foreign minister has told public radio it's a surprising decision. More than 73,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli attacks since the start of the war began in Gaza in 2023. Israel's military says its attacks target Hamas militants. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan was being tortured repeatedly in prison, his sister Uzma Khan has told reporters at a press conference. Mr. Khan was briefly taken to hospital, declared medically fit and sent back to prison within a few hours, a surprise move that his supporters and party said violated a top court directive. There was no immediate response from spokespersons for the Interior and Law Ministries, as well as from jail authorities to a request for comment from Reuters news agency on Mr. Khan's allegations of torture. And finally, drivers have crossed the finish line in Darwin after taking cheap clunkers through the middle of Australia for charity. The Box Rallies event sees teams drive cars worth less than $1,500 from Adelaide to Darwin. The event's raised millions of dollars for charity over its 16-year history. Box Rallies founder James Freeman says the route takes drivers through some tough terrain.
We certainly go on the roads least travelled. To give you an example, when we left Adelaide all the way up to Alice Springs, we didn't touch the Stewart Highway once. And then yesterday, we were all the way out in Timber Creek on the Buchanan Highway, which was very rough, all dust, corrugations, never seen a grader, just extraordinary.
You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
One of Australia's most recognisable broadcasters is facing the biggest battle of his life. Alan Jones has pleaded not guilty to multiple historical sexual assault charges, and now the case is before the courts.
I'm not going to dwell here on the allegations made about me, other than to say that I refute them entirely.
As witnesses step into the box and the evidence unfolds, the Case Log podcast will be your eyes and ears inside the courtroom. Search the Case Log podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
So Logan Morris, 25 metres out, 45-degree angle, kicked the first of the night, and now he's got his second, and it's back out to 12 points.
Back to Bailey. Hand pass bounced awkwardly for a moment to Rayner to go back to Gather. He'll kick it into the left forward pocket. They come from everywhere. Morris again! Floating in front, takes another terrific mark. Logan Morris looking for his third, kicks on its way. He liked it the moment it left the boot. Had a little punch into the air in celebration. His teammates come from all corners of the ground. He's got 3.
And the predominantly red jumper for the Brisbane Lions off a couple of steps. When you're hot, you're hot. And Logan Morris is hot. He's booted 4. 3 in this term.
Yeah, so breaking news here, Scott Pendlebury is out of this game. It's a knee bursa, they're telling us.
A bursa?
Yes.
So quite often that would be in the front of the knee. It's sometimes when you jam up, and the bursa is like a sack.
A fluid sack. Yeah.
Sack, and it can overswell. You might have landed on it. It swells up. It's very painful.
So what does that do for next week's?
Oh, no, you'd ice it up. You could even drag it out. They'd probably take some of it out tomorrow and just let it settle down.
So they've definitely ruled him out for the rest of this game.
Steps over 50 now. He breaks into a jog directly in front to get it back to 22 points and give them some belief just before half-time, and he delivers with his first of the night memory.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Half-time on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Great you could be with us here at the MCG, and Brisbane with it all to play for them in regards to winning third spot on the ladder. 10-3-63 to Collingwood 6-5-41. They're in front the Lions at the major break, but plenty of footy to come. I promised I'd read out some of your text messages. Rob from Greensborough. I actually understand what you're saying here, Rob. Ask the question on 0437 774 774. I need to know, says Rob, what goal and boundary umpires are thinking when someone slots a goal of the year contender like McKenna did in the first quarter. Watched it perfectly. Surely he's thinking, no way. Well, I reckon we were, so I'm pretty sure the goal umpires and the boundary umpires would feel the same way. Fran says, thanks for the call. If we go down, it will be in a blaze of glory. We never stop to get the win. Go Pies. Thank you, Fran, for texting in. Angry Anderson was bound for glory, so Angus Anderson might feel the same way. Paul in Darwin, I'm very confident the Brisbane Lions will win tonight and go all the way to the grand final. Love your confidence, Paul. Brendan from Hobart, what are the chances of Maynard, Quaynor and Perryman being back next week? Well, Perryman was expected to miss another 2 with his hamstring. Quaynor, of course, ruled out this week with the glute hip problem, so that would be a question mark if he's available. And who is the other player? It's just disappeared from my screen. Who was the other player?
Maynard.
Maynard we would expect to come back. Had the knee hamstring issue was listed as a 1 week, so the expectation that he'll be back for next week. Phil's in Victoria. Go Pies, undermanned and playing the top 4 or 5 each week before the finals, so typically it can take a toll. Andy from Inverleigh, Mick and Lingy, you know you're going to get the best possible picture painted with these two together, and it is terrific to have both Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in the broadcast box with us here, as they always are for Friday night footy out of Victoria. Roscoe calling from Bavaria. I've been enjoying the ABC coverage for the past 10 weeks through Scandinavia and Eastern Europe. Had the perfect record with the Pies until the Cats, and I'm a bit worried about today. Back home soon in time for a Pies flag. Love the confidence, Roscoe. Keep enjoying the trip until you return here, particularly for what could be a stunning finals campaign. We're about to get this second half underway. Collingwood against Brisbane. The Lions leading by 22 points. Kelly Underwood to get us started here on ABC Sport.
And it's Draper and his 100th that beats Cameron in the air, but Cameron with the toe poke. It's been able to be picked off here by Dunkley. He puts it out in front of Lohman. Lohman and Howe. Howe goes to ground. Lohman gets in. Oh, Howe kicks it off the ground somehow into space. 50-50 ball with his head over it here. Picked up was Berry. Gives it around to Lester, and now here's Ashcroft. Brilliant tackle by DeGoey on Will Ashcroft. Pill's clear. Quick hands up to DeGoey. Play on advantage. DeGoey gives it to Nick Dacos, who started in the middle, and he's hit a target. Charging out from the goal square, it's Schultz.
He's just the most beautiful kick of the footy. He basically kicked it that well that Lachie Schultz was forced to mark it because it hit him fair and square in his face. It's just... he's so pure in his ball use. But well done, Jordan DeGoey. That's who I want to pump up most of all there. Will Ashcroft's a hard man to tackle. The Cats found that out on grand final day last year. And he just nailed the strong tackle, then jumped straight back up, got involved. A perfect start to this third term if Schultz can kick this goal.
Directly in front to the city end. Has he got it in him? No, he's gone wayward. The mark's been paid on the line.
This is crazy. That was a horrible kick by Schultz. He has no distance, but somehow...
West has outmarked Draper and Gallup. What? So he's going to have a set shot. Well, he's going to run around. He's literally taken it on the goal line. 1, 2, 3. Kicks. Misses. Misses to the near side. So 21 points now, the margin.
Had 2 cracks at it. Collingwood.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, that's an ugly kick.
Oh, well done, Dunkley.
50. Dunkley scooped it up beautifully at left half back. Lohman, hand passes back in the direction of Berry, who was at fault first time. DeGoey tackled him, ball jarred out. Dunkley on the ground. Got it to Zorko, then to Hipwood by hand. Lions still have it at left half back to Bailey. Kick high up in the air from Dunkley. Will land on the commentary wing. Cameron got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Howe was there for the Pies. Hand passes off to Allen. Now here's Chris running through the logo commentary wing. Kicks inside forward 50. Andrews flew, couldn't mark. It'll spill out to Gallop, though, and he'll do well, and he'll find Hipwood, who marks right beneath our broadcast position here on the commentary wing. Sweeps a hand pass forward. Onto it again, Berry will steer it in the direction of McKenna, who marks it left half forward.
Kicked an incredible goal at this end in the first term, and that's a pretty good kick as well. Did he mean it? He stabbed it, and it's hit Charlie Cameron on the chest.
Yeah, it was an Irishman, he meant it.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And it was brilliant because he shaped to go long, which caused Frampton to think Charlie Cameron wasn't going to get used.
So Charlie Cameron's got it in the left forward pocket. He's lining up for a set snap. 1-2 on the right. Cameron wheels around and goals. It's his first of the night. Charlie with one. Brisbane by 27. 11-3-69. Collingwood 6-6-42 after Brisbane led by 12 at quarter time and 22 at half time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Lingy, we were talking at half-time about players that hadn't kicked a goal yet, and we said that it's about time Schultz, and we named McCreary and McStay, Lohman, Rayner, Cameron and Bailey. One of those is now added to it.
Yep. And Schultz should have kick it over a jam tip.
So he must be so tight in the back.
Yeah.
But for Collingwood to win it, those players that I've named have to get on the scoreboard in kicking goals.
Love the Brisbane fans. Some country roads on their own for the Cameron goal. I spotted a free kick here.
Well, that's a free kick because of the stupid rule. Jumping over the line, my God.
Cameron played on immediately to Houston. Sends it inside the attacking 50. Trying to win it down was Schultz. Came out the way of Steele. Then to Allen. Hand pass back to McStay. He was tackled immediately by Bailey. Ball up, 40 out. And their attacking goal for the Collingwood Magpies. One down by Cameron. Went straight to Zorko, though. Had to get a hand pass back to Gallop. Immediately threw it on the boot, and Lohman couldn't quite mark against Swadling. Comes down to Nick Dacos. Hand passes to Cameron, diving forward. Worked it on again to McCreary. Back to Allen at right half forward. He's Steele. Will centre the football to the teeth of goal. Draper watched it all the way and completes the defensive mark and immediately handed it off to Andrew, and he'll find Rayner, who marks it right half back for the Lions.
And he can go short and find Charlie Cameron.
Where's Rayner playing, Lee?
It's a little bit mid at the moment.
Yeah.
But he's certainly still spending time forward.
Into Bailey, marks on the centre square and then goes to the other side. So marking it is Dunkley. The little give to Zorko. He delivers low. It was a tough one, but Lohman got there. The umpires paid the mark. Wheels around. Stabs it bullet-like into Logan Morris. And well done by Frampton. Knocked it over.
That's a good call, Kel. Well done by Frampton. He actually did hit him in the back, but it was all legitimate. It was all in the one movement, and you wonder why he hasn't been on him for the whole game. Billy Frampton had a great year of football.
Morris with 4 goals, including 3 in that second term. Draper assumes front position, straight down to Ashcroft. He was stripped of it. It's a chance for Swadling. Out wide, Zorko gets there, and what a tackle. That was huge from McCreary, and it forces Zorko to put it out on the full. It'll be a free kick. Zorko's still slow to get up, and Josh Dacos will take the free. He's got it in the back pocket for the Pies.
Yeah. Brisbane by 27 at the moment. Opening 7 minutes of the third term. The kick is towards right half back. Punch came from Draper. Down in the direction of Dacos. Did well to shrug off the Zorko tackle. Gave it to Steele. Worked it up into the air. Punched forward again by Gallop. Underneath it, Dunkley. Kicks into the left forward pocket here for the Lions. Josh Dacos came out, tried to deal with it. Just got it over the boundary line, looking to shovel it forward. Under real pressure at the time by Morris and Lohman. Throwing about 48 out from the Lions' attacking goal. Left forward pocket. Good crowd in for Friday night footy. 5 times what we got last night. Punch forward by Draper towards full forward. McKenna couldn't gather. Houston could. Shovel the hand pass forward. One tried to tap it to his own advantage. Allen got it, hand passed it, but stolen away by Cameron. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Hipwood marks. About 3 to 4 metres from goal. He'll put boots of ball from 40 out.
What'd the crowd end up being last night? I missed it.
14 and a bit. 14-4. So just more than the 13-8, which was the previous worst crowd for the Saints for a game at the Docklands, also against Gold Coast, whatever it's worth.
Right foot. It's interesting.
You could have had a Beatty yourself last night if you wanted. He goes Hipwood, snapping around the body, and he misses to the left-hand side. With the greatest respect to both teams, it wasn't much of a game of footy. This has been much better. Brisbane's lead 28 points, 7 and a bit gone in the third.
And Brisbane have clearly, at the message at half-time, is come forward and put pressure on because Collingwood are trying to handball through. Come at them.
That's right.
Come at them and come at the receiver as well and just cut it off.
And make them have to make that hand pass work.
A panicked hand pass.
Houston kicked to Swadling. He kicked down the line. It was a well-weighted kick, and Darcy Cameron marks it. Gives it off to Degoe. He's been brilliant in the first half. Almost tried to bite off more than he can chew. He gave it to Allen, and the Pies did do that. Caught. Josh Dacos running into a Hipwood tackle. Thrown up on the edge of the centre square. Almost half forward here for the Lions. Dacos couldn't get a kick away. In the end, it was a toe poke from Dacos, a second attempt. High ball, chopped off by Houston at centre-half back. Peeling off and calling for it is Swadling. He accepts the handball and he kicks out wide to the southern wing. Membry marks, wants to go, does that. He's got options. He wedges it in the end and a double grabber. Great mark taken by Schultz. Gives it back. Swadling got himself in a pickle. Gives it to Degoe. Thought about the handball. Instead, the left boot goes high and up. And that's a great mark by Ford. Tallest player there. Should have taken it. But it wasn't easy with the pressure bearing down.
So Ford, long kick beyond defensive 50. Loman marks, plays on immediately to Neil, who immediately sends it in the direction of Morris.
Goal.
Morris will kick inside forward 50. Hipwood was all on his own. He can mark and run in. Hipwood thumps it through for his second. He had almost the entire 50-metre arc to himself. He had time to set up a picnic, enjoy the space and the scenery, and then go in and kick a goal. Brisbane's lead is out to 34 points. 12-4-76 to Collingwood 6-6-42. 9.5 gone in the third. Let's quickly head downstairs. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
Clint, this is probably one that Lingy and Mick can tell you more about, but it just feels like it's a real practice game now for Collingwood. Even still, Sidebottom has had the warm-up jumper on since half-time. It nearly hit the 10-minute mark, and off comes the jumper, and he's onto the ground. So he's clearly having managed minutes as well. So I just don't think the Pies are absolutely in it, all in to win this game, and it feels like they're already now planning for what's to come in an inaugural wildcard game next weekend.
Biggest lead of the match. It's the Lions by 34 points, and it's a Levi in his 50th that sends it to centre half forward. Houston got his hands to it, couldn't take the mark. Loman off to Hipwood. Handballs over the top. Oh, they're lining up now. McKenna kicked goal of the year in the opening term, and now he's put through another. McKenna with his third. They're rolling away with it. It's 3 in this third term. And they want to put their foot down and make a statement because it is about percentage for Brisbane. If they win, they lock in top 4 to finish third. It's all about how much Hawthorn wins or loses by. So percentage is important for the Lions.
Yeah, I don't think Collingwood will be overly worried. Not that goal there, yes, that came out of the centre. But the other goal before got through their press and left, what was it, Hipwood running in an open goal. No doubt Collingwood are practising this press for the finals, and a lesser side is not going to get through, like we've seen virtually since King's birthday. Collingwood have pressed up, and they will keep practising that regardless of who's in the side. It's the whole team has to press.
As we speak, this 40-point advantage to Brisbane means the Hawks will now need to win by 80 points in the West on Sunday. Things don't change. Collingwood looking to go forward. Dacos, not a great hand pass from McCreary. The Lions are able to win this down. Berry got in the way. Tapped out again by Neil. Then to Loman. Trying to soccer it off the ground was Will Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft goes in again with the ball bobbling up to Dacos, who's able to work it away from Nick to Josh. The day guy involved again towards right half forward, and that's a good defensive mark. Gardner falling backwards takes the grab at left half back for the Lions. Brisbane's lead 40 points, 12 minutes gone into the third term. 13-4 plays 6-6. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Long kick from the Lions, but it's marked by Cameron the ruck.
he's what I'd be giving him. If you've got to
get him off?
I don't know if they can do it with the Pendlebury off, but if there's one player outside Nick Dacos, it's got to be Cameron. He's been outstanding since he's been at the club.
Pendlebury is in the back of the bunker. His night is done with a knee injury. But
Kai Lohman also hurt in that last marking contest.
So the kick from side bottom went up to half forward. A free kick's been picked out of that marking contest. It goes to Darcy Cameron.
That's him following up his own work there. He is a workhorse.
He is.
And he's a goal kicker.
And he goes short to Houston.
They want more from Houston. They've expected more. He's just got to be inject himself into the game more.
He stabs the pass into the pocket. Big Pat falls over. Berry's emerging with the footy. Handballs to Levi, Ashcroft. And now the handball from Harris Andrews to Fort to Gallop defensively. And they work their way out nicely out of the defensive 50. Ashcroft has got it. It's Fletcher, my apologies. Young Jasper Fletcher's got it. And they work their way. Big long kick now to Rayner. Flicked it from one side to the other. Rayner's got it on the wing. He flares it even wider to Levi Ashcroft. And now Fort. This is all uncontested. Short, sharp kicking. Darcy Fort's going to take his time. He's got it in front of the Lions bench. Out to the side he goes. And leaping up over the back of side bottom was Hipwood. Unselfishly, he centres the kick. Oh, they've really dropped their heads here, the Pies. Loose checking inside 50, and Lockie Neal just gobbles that up and says, thank you, I'm directly in front. I'll go back and see if I can bang it through from 40.
Yeah, when you set up reasonably well and you force the opposition to just go long to a contest, but then that contest is lost and Hipwood takes the mark, chances are there's a fair few free players somewhere, and that's exactly what Hipwood understood and got it straight over the top. 6 inside 50s each, but this will be the 5th scoring shot for the Lions from their 6.
Lockie Neal directly in front. Misses. On the bench for the Pies, they might have been listening to you, Mick. Nick Dacos, Darcy Cameron, Jeremy Howe and Crisp. And Pendlebury out for the rest of the night with that knee injury. They're confident he will be okay next week.
Swadling goes on a run and then, oh goodness, misses Josh Dacos in the right back pocket, puts it out of bounds on the full. Nick, I was listening, you said Collingwood won't be that concerned. I'll tell you who will be, Hawthorn and all their supporters. They will be very concerned about what Brisbane look like they're going to do to the Magpies in the rest of this game. So Rayner will have the free kick, 40 out from goal, left forward pocket.
Swadling just got a little bit lost there. He got a bit excited, went for a run. He realised, I don't want to do that. Now I just want to pass it off short, and overcooked it.
Thought he was Josh, or thought he was Nick Dacos.
Cam Rayner in the headgear, wants to curl it around. He goes narrow. Another minor score, 13-6-84 the Lions, up by 42 points, 6-6-42 Collingwood. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Gordon alongside Kelly Underwood in commentary.
So 3-3 to 1 behind in this third term. We've still got 9 minutes to play in the favour of the Lions as the Pies send it round to short, sharp kicks defensively, just trying to play it safe. Puncher had a couple kicked on him in that first half from Morris. Gives it off to the run. Long kick down the line on the outer wing. The question's been asked by Schultz. He goes back inside. Rayner flew early up against Frampton and he gave away a free kick. It'll be a free kick to Billy.
Well, they missed one back in the centre of the ground. That was extraordinary. Should have been with Schultz.
Billy Frampton.
He's been his return to form.
He has.
Yeah, he's been a bit flat, so it's just what they wanted. Get a few Ks in the legs.
Goes wider still with the kick to Houston, who gives it to Allen, and De Goey kept running. Accepts the handball down the southern wing. Delivers for Membry. Oh, it was all skittled with the Brisbane Lions players. Membry went to pick it up, and in the end it was a great effort by Answorth. Hustle and holding the ball.
Oh, yeah, Darcy Gardner just didn't give that first option, and he knew it straight away too.
So Schultz will be rewarded when he should have a minute ago, Mick. He'll get it now.
I certainly should have had the one in the middle of the ground. Well, you know what, Lingy's been saying this all along. He's only good for 40 metres.
Yeah.
So
and
this is where, there goes Houston.
He's giving it off. He's giving it off to Houston. We know Houston can bang it from well outside the arc, and that's exactly what he does. A Houston bomb. His first. Their first of the second half. It took 18 minutes to come for the Pies. And it's still a 6-goal margin. The Lions lead 13-6-84 to 7-6-48.
That's a side going to sleep there.
Yep.
Houston only we're sitting up here, we understand that Schultz can't go more than 40. We're thinking, well, he's not going to just lob this in the goal square because they've got too many Drapers and these down there. So where's the receiver? Not only did Houston receive it on the wrong side, he was able to receive it on the wrong side, come back, straighten up and go right foot. So good play by Houston, good play by Schultz. Very, very much asleep were the Lions.
The Brisbane Lions. I was trying to see who it was who just had no awareness of exactly what you're describing there, Mick, that it was Lachie Schultz with ball in hand and he didn't want to have the shot.
So currently the Lions third on the ladder, 120%. Hawks 117, but they've got to get the win over the Eagles, Clint.
The Lions, they do soccer it forward through Draper. Just cannon past Puncher. Onto it quickly. Lohman tapped it to his own advantage. Turns hard up against the boundary. Got it onto McKenna. Oh, McKenna! That is wonderful. He's kicked 2 unbelievable goals in this game. Both at the punt road end. They couldn't be more different. That was turning and then shooting from about 48 out, a metre or two in from the boundary. The other one in the first quarter was just a ridiculous soccer goal. He's having some night out, Connor McKenna. 4 goals.
He didn't even look.
That's a beauty of a goal.
Flushed it, didn't he? That is straight out of the round-the-body Gaelic game.
All I saw there was a Gaelic over.
Yes.
Not a goal, an over.
Bang.
Yep.
Oh, what a kick. Say, we're seeing it a lot more in the women's game. There's 40 Irish women that are playing in the comp. And the tricks that they've got... No, Ireland's not happy. Okay. But the tricks that they've got are incredible. Like, they are actually playing Aussie rules football, Gaelic style.
It's one of the reasons you come to the footy. Moments like that. 14-6-90 Brisbane, 7-6-48 Collingwood, 19 gone in the third.
Harrison now, the all-important inside 50, and a brilliant spoil from Harris Andrews, doing what he does best.
He read that one like a book. I reckon he was in about second gear there and still just like, I got this one.
Yeah. It feels...
Not good play by Harrison. No. Coming off there, he had space in front of him. He could have gone the best. Let him lead up and go over the back. He'll learn from it.
Pressure ratings just dropped off a bit in this second half. With most of the results for these two teams pretty much known for next week, although the Lions sitting in third will have to wait for the outcome of the Hawks. The more they win by, the better chance they've got of securing third spot. Lachie Neale gets out of the defensive 50, hits up Morris. Morris has booted 4. Thought about going through the corridor, and instead he brings it out to Will Ashcroft. And now McKenna. He's kicked 4 goals, the Irishman, 2 of the best you would ever see.
And never repeated.
Plenty of jaws dropped in the crowd, that's for sure. Setting himself was Morris. Up in the pack also was Fort. And Houston's able to see it over. Boundary throw in 50 around from the Lions goal. They're going to the punt road end in this third term, and they lead it by 42 points.
And in Brunswick asked the question, why is Rayner wearing the headgear? Tim Hodges told us that at the start of proceedings. We'll get him to answer that in just a moment. Fort wins it down meantime. Punch forward, though, for the Magpies by De Goey, and then bumping into Will Ashcroft. Coming across was McCreary. The ball across the boundary line for a throw-in.
Connor McKenna's best haul before tonight was 2 goals. He's doubled it this evening with 4.
Amazing what he's done so far. Thrown back in. Umpire spotted a long way away. Free kick coming towards Neale. So Neale immediately puts it inside forward 50. Punch at the back came from Howe. Spilled down to Puncher. His side bottom. Calmly to Dacos of the Josh variety in his goal square. Josh Dacos will kick beyond defensive 50. Good mark.
Superb play.
Fletcher did really well against Steele. will put it back from whence it came. Allen flies through the hands, though, of Morris. Josh Dacos at the back. Hand pass away. This is Anderson. Hand pass in the direction of De Goey. He knew he couldn't take it. Tried to tap it on. So too did Long. Stolen by Lester of the Lions. And he spots Allen on his own. Inside forward 50. 47 from goal. Just better than a 45-degree angle to the right.
He just kept coming at them, the Brisbane Lions. Collingwood were trying to keep the surge of the ball going, but Lions pressing, and eventually created the turnover. And it was great play by Lester just to take it with him. I think it was Nick Dacos who was going to go off to the races, but grabbed it, flipped it back the other way, and then a nice little lowering of the eyes and hitting up Oscar Allen. This, for his second, would do his confidence the world of good.
He's got one tonight, Oscar Allen. We're watching the kick. The Lions flags raise into the air. Allen's got a couple. Brisbane's lead out to 48 points now. 15-6-96 to 7-6-48 here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Don't say we don't answer your questions. Tim Hodges has the answer about Cam Rayner downstairs.
Clint, it was a couple of weeks ago tonight. Brisbane against Hawthorn at the Gabba. Cam Rayner, it's a bit gruesome. He split his earlobe open and then had it torn again last week in the Q clash against the Suns. So he had some pretty significant stitches put in it during the week this week. So he's wearing that helmet tonight just basically to protect it so it doesn't get damaged or touched again. So I don't think he likes it. Every time he comes off to the bench, he takes it off and hurls it onto the bench. So it's probably all sorts of hot out there, but that's why he's got it on, just to protect that ear.
The public service for you.
48 points the margin. Lions lead it. Dacos out of the centre. Gone. Caught by Big Draper. Sammy would have enjoyed that moment. He's already kicked a goal in his 100th. He drives it straight down the centre. Free kick.
Oh, no, they paid
massive push. And it's a free. They paid the mark, as you said, to Houston. He gives it to Howell. Oh, this is risky. Wilmot coming one way, and he clatters into, who's that hunched over down there? Is it De Goey?
De Goey,
it is
yes.
De Goey, yes. And he is slow to get up. So one player, De Goey, with his eyes going back, and Wilmot coming up over the top with the spoil. And they meet mid-air, and De Goey is still sore. Meanwhile, the Lions send it forward. A high ball. Rather, it's the Pies. West is there. McStay with the snap, and he misses everything out of bounds on the full. The last thing these Pies need are injuries, Hodgie, but he's coming off De Goey.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that's a stinger to the right arm, but he's favouring it. The doctor's with him, and I just wonder whether he'll go down to the rooms. He's also got a massive shiner on the left-hand side after that knock earlier. Spent a lot of time in the rooms getting stitches just above that left eye, so he's been in the wars, Jordan De Goey, tonight.
Lions have it across right half back. Fletcher moves it forward to Cameron. Sweeping hand pass forward again to Hipwood. Does the same. Immediately after receiving it, bounce to Allen. Cameron continued his run. He gathers, takes a bounce, and then chips it to Lohman. Marks about 60 from goal. A metre in from the boundary at right half forward. Rayner looks to present a hand passing option. Instead, he'll go in the direction of Allen. Houston in front of him. Allen went into the side. The ball beats both of them and across the boundary line for a throw-in. About 30 out from Brisbane's attacking goal. They're heading to the punt road end of the MCG, the left of our broadcast position in this, the third term. Brisbane leading by 48 points, 26 gone in the third.
Yeah, this is when coaches go, we know the result, blow the siren, no last quarter, yes. We're going into next week.
No injuries. Draper's taken this out the ruck. He takes a few on. He kicks on the outside of his boot. He wanted to kick goal of the year. Big Sammy Draper. He did a few years ago, didn't he? Yeah, wearing red and black.
Yes.
Out of the centre. The running ruckman with the flying mullet behind him. Brisbane by 49 as it stands. Hawthorn would need to beat the Eagles by at least 80 to jump into third spot.
So on Mick's point, he's right. The coaches would want to just blow the siren. But also Chris Fagan's got to say to his group, coming into the three-quarter time break, I need you to keep going. I need you to make sure we get that third spot. We have addressed the fact there's much more serious things at play, but when you purely look at the football side of it,
yes,
they want to finish third desperately.
Definitely want to go and take on Sydney if you're in a prelim rather than Fremantle and the trip to the west to take on the minor premiers. Brisbane win it back on the centre wing, and that's not a great kick from Zorko. Trying to get forward to it was Allen. Able to take the mark. He was diving across to his left, and the ball ricochets out for a throw-in.
Yeah, Zorko, he hasn't really reached any great heights at all today.
He hasn't had a good night at all.
No, he seems to be struggling. Even coming up to the stoppages, he's struggling.
Half forward for the Lions. Neil was taken high. He'll win a free kick.
His movement at stoppages, Neil, is really impressive. His stoppage craft is as good as you get around that initial 1-2 metre radius.
He drives it inside 50. And a big leap and a mark taken. It was lovely by Rayner. We know he's got that leap in him. Wearing the helmet tonight, he assumed front position. And Billy Frampton couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, Rayner, he's a good at the end of the game player. You'd never seen start the game in dynamic fashion. Size of him, he should have massive impact with his body shape, body size, crash bash, but he just seems to get lost.
He's in the left forward pocket here, so he does the set snap. He curls it around. He's all class, and they're piling it on now, the Brisbane Lions. They've set their eyes on third spot, and they want to lock it in. 55 points the margin, 16-7, 103. Collingwood 7-6, 48. Watching from the front row downstairs, Tim Hodgins.
Cal, I'm just right behind Craig McRae, actually. I've never seen a coach go for a toilet break mid-term, but that's exactly what he just did. And look, just on Mick's point before, Craig McRae was at pains on Wednesday. He said he was losing sleep over what to do this week at selection. Would he be sitting there, Mick, do you think, sort of regretting not resting blokes or not going harder or anything like that? This is just turning into such a sort of putrid night at the footy.
It is. Quite frankly, key players like Dacos, Cameron, maybe Howe even, as a key back, you'd be really saying, and to go for that matter, why didn't I rest him? Yeah, I go along with that, Tim.
Cameron comes out of the middle, gives it off to McCreery, kicks into the right forward pocket for the Magpies. They've got numbers over the football here. Can they find a way to get it out? Good tackling coming. Play's just had his head knocked into the ground.
Dangerous tackle.
Gallup, I agree. And the free kick, and there might be a little bit more of this. Gallup, who's just come back into the team, has driven Charlie West into the ground. His head made solid contact with the turf.
And the ball was clearly gone, Clint. We're just seeing it again on the replay. The ball's gone, and he's really taken him into the ground. A clear free kick, and
had his arms there for a long time.
Yeah, something that will definitely be looked at by the MRO.
I think Gallup's in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a sling and then a sling.
He's just back tonight after a 3-week suspension.
Yep. Meantime, West looks okay, and he delivers from the free kick with a goal for Collingwood. So he gets a second here, Charlie West. Brisbane's lead back under the 50, down to a 49-point advantage, 16-7, 103 to 8-6, 54. One of the things that might actually save Gallup now is because West has been able to get up and kick the goal, but that's something that we will be talking about this week, no doubt.
Absolutely, we will be. I'm just looking at the game minutes played, Nick, at the moment. For Collingwood, just to see the way they're trying to manage in-game. Scott Pendlebury, clearly the lowest amount on the game because he's been ruled out. The third lowest amount of game time, Jordan De Goey.
Yep. He sat on the bench for a while.
Yeah, with that blood rule. And about the 6th or 7th lowest game time, Nick Dacos. So they're clearly managing within the game. You wonder if they should have just not played.
Well, yeah. What about Cameron? I'd be interested to see how much because he is so vital to them.
Play back underway. Oh, that's a beautiful pick-up by Fletcher at half-forward. Inside 50. He goes towards Logan Morris. They all overrun it. Rayner keeps it in play. Hemmed in against the boundary. He took on 1, 2, 3 Pies. No whistle, but the Pies should emerge still. Gets it out of that defensive 50. And he's able to find a player in Swaddling. Down the wing he goes. Draper could have marked it in. Instead, he went with both hands, both fists, and made sure he put it over the boundary. A good 20-metre punch. Hodgie.
Just one for Mick. Is there an issue with Collingwood how many changes you would actually want to make leading into a wild card final? You know Quainer will come back next week.
Maybe Maynard.
They're desperate for Maynard to come back, who was trained 2 weeks. There's the chance Lipinski and Perryman both come back. So would you be reluctant to have rested Dacos and Cameron and maybe Pendlebury and then have to make sort of 6 or 7 changes next week, or does it not really matter?
Before we get your thoughts, Mick, long kick down the line from Zorko, tumbles inside forward 50 as three-quarter time is sounded. And Brisbane lead by 49 points, 16-7, 103 to 8-6, 54. The Lions going a fair way to locking in third spot. Having a look at the goal kickers, Logan Morris has got 4. Connor McKenna has 4. Hipwood with 2. Allen with 2. Singles to Draper, to Ashcroft and Rayner and Cameron. While for Collingwood, West with a couple, Anderson with a couple. Singles to Houston, Allen, Membry and Dacos. A 12-point lead at quarter time for Brisbane. It was a 22-point lead at the half. It is now a 49-point advantage with 1 quarter to play. Wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, streaming on ABC Listen and, of course, on News Radio. You'll hear from our experts next, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. If there's an issue affecting you, we want to hear about it. ABC Your Say will be out and about in towns, regions and cities across Australia, listening to what matters most to you.
I think it's the cost of living, energy bills,
job security.
The housing crisis has been a really big issue.
Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Wyman Parks plays on immediately to Neil, who immediately sends it in the direction of Morris. Morris will kick inside forward 50. Hipwood was all on his own. He can mark and run in. Hipwood bumps it through for his second. He had almost the entire 50-metre arc to himself. He had time to set up a picnic, enjoy the space and the scenery, and then go in and kick a goal.
Off to Hipwood. Handballs over the top. Oh, they're lining up now. McKenna kicked goal of the year in the opening term, and now he's put through another. McKenna with his third.
Onto it quickly. Loman tapped into his own advantage. Turns hard up against the boundary. Got it onto McKenna. Oh, McKenna! That is wonderful. He has kicked 2 unbelievable goals in this game, both at the punt road end. They couldn't be more different. That was turning and then shooting from about 48 out, a metre or 2 in from the boundary. The other one in the first quarter was just a ridiculous soccer goal. He's having some night out, Connor McKenna. 4 goals.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Lions are having a pretty good night out too as they try to secure third spot. The more they win by, the tougher it becomes for Hawthorn, who are also in the mix for third when they take on West Coast on Sunday. But for the Lions, all they can do right now is win by as much as they can. They lead by 49 points over Collingwood on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, Mick, we've been discussing not only the match and what's unfolding, and Brisbane are playing it really professionally. They've scored 103 points to three-quarter time. That's what a good team does. They can only play against what they're up against. And Collingwood were pretty good early on in the game, but then we've started to see more and more management, let's call it, of their players and interchange time. And Scott Pendlebury obviously being ruled out pretty early on in the piece during the second quarter has impacted a little bit. But Nick Dacos is way down in game time. Darcy Cameron is probably mid-table of game time, but he'd usually be right up the top being the ruckman, so he's down. The other one's Jordan De Goey, who had the blood rule and has had a little issue with his back as well with that knock, but he's second bottom of game time. So they're clearly managing it in game, but they're also ending up in a position where they're 49 points down at three-quarter time. Is this almost a concession? Hey, I reckon I've done the wrong thing. I should have left them out.
I think they should have left blokes out. There's no question in my mind that the difference between wearing white shorts or black shorts next week, that's all it was. It was they're either going to finish 8th or 9th, and it mattered not. So what? You're on the same ground except for different shorts colours. Well, so right now I think Pendlebury, when you're in a burst like that, it's rare that just happens. It's generally something that's been wearing, so he would have had that probably for a number of weeks. So Scotty Pendlebury, does he really need the game? Dacos, certainly, he's that far in front of the Brownlows. Surely, to goodness, they're not worried about that. He could have been rested. The bloke, as I keep saying, Dacos is probably, he could run around okay. But when you've got a ruckman that's just got to have body contact, and jump, he's the one that I would have thought, give it to someone else. I've also got to say, though, that there's some disappointment with Collingwood at the moment. DeGoey, I reckon, has been very, very good. Schultz, that's a worry if he gets the ball more than 50 metres out. Houston's, kick that goal. McStay is a real worry. Yep. Against quality backs, he just doesn't put himself in a position to get a lot of the footy.
The other one for me too, and I know it's linked to maybe their record, is Jack Crisp.
Oh, absolutely.
He's only had the 6 touches tonight.
And he's been where the ball is.
Yeah.
He just can't get it. I totally agree with you. Membry has to mark it to be any good. McCreary's another one. I really think that maybe I've got him overrated because of what they say he's worth it for Tasmania. I've always seen him as a not a fringe player, because he does hit the ball hard, but he's a fringe player with numbers. He doesn't get a lot of the football, doesn't kick a lot of goals, doesn't have a lot of clearances. He's there, he's a good tackler, but you've got to get more from him. I reckon the best thing that's come out of this for Collingwood tonight is their game plan. It's very evident what they're going to do in the first final going forward. They really do push all the players up. They keep the ball in that forward line, and they really saturate it so that the opposition can't get out. Good sides will get out occasionally, which Brisbane have done.
Yep.
But I think they can lock it away in the first half, Collingwood. They've got something out of the game anyway.
We're underway in this final term. It is all about the margin, quite literally, for the Brisbane Lions, as Bailey sends it deep inside forward 50, punched away from the pack. Fort tries to gather, tackled by Cameron, got the hand pass out, meant for Berry. Umpire spots a free kick. It'll come back here. Berry was taken high. He'll have it on the attacking point of the centre square at right half forward. He'll put it deep towards full forward, and then Frampton's just done well, but in the right spot, rose and took the football. Marks and plays on quickly. This is challenging. Wanted to go out towards Hayes, and well done. Wilmot's able to punch it away across the boundary line. It'll be thrown in about 51 out from Brisbane's attacking goal. They're going to the city end of the MCG in this, the final term. No change to that margin as it was at three-quarter time. Brisbane by 49 points. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside Kelly Underwood.
Can I just say also about Morris, he hasn't kicked a goal up since, I know we're in the last quarter, no third quarter, but I reckon it's because Frampton was on him.
Yep. Yeah, right.
He's done a great job, Frampton, again.
Should have been there from the start, Mick. As Brisbane go into the pocket, stays in. Little toe poke. Oh, falls the way of Oscar Allen, and he's going to snap the easiest of goals. Oscar, the Big O's got number 3 for the Lions, and that'll do his confidence a world of good on the eve of a final series. Weird, the 2-time back-to-back chance. What an opportunity for Oscar Allen. He was the big news story 12 months ago. And he's just slotted in nicely here after recovering from injury. 17-7, 109. Adelaide 8-6, 54. It's a 55-point lead to the Lions.
They can get him back to form, Mick, for finals. It's a massive thing. And it's pretty handy when you've won 2 premierships in a row and you bring in Oscar Allen and Sam Draper. And
you're going to play the Swans in the first week at the SCG, and then you get a home prelim if you beat them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Goodness, that is... They've just crept up, haven't they?
And then playing the MCG in week 3.
Yeah.
Fit Oscar Allen is something to behold. Seen plenty of him nowadays. Here's Bailey kicking towards right half forward. He found Cameron. Shrugged the side bottom tackle and worked it onto Neil. And Neil stabs it into the chest of Logan Morris, leading out. Marks in line with the right hand behind post. He'll put boot to ball from about 47 out from the goal.
Well, there's not much that Frampton could have done for that.
No.
He was right. The kick for start off only went for 25 metres. It went low enough for it to be marked on your belly button.
And that shot at goal comes from Charlie Cameron's strong hips and Collingwood not executing the tackle.
Exactly.
From there, it was just whatever you want.
Logan Morris. And he comes. Morris kicks from 49 outs. It's as easy as you like. He has got 5. They're just purring along the lines. Bit of a mini Morris. He's a major Morris tonight. What a player he is. That's 60 goals for the season now. And Brisbane's lead is out to 61 points. 18-7, 115. Collingwood at 8-6-54. 3 and a bit gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, just far too easy at the moment for the Brisbane Lions. They've had 12 disposals this last quarter to only the 1 from Collingwood. So they have not even, or barely, touched the footy. That was a kick for Billy Frampton.
Which went nowhere.
Yes.
Went across. Everyone's heart was in their mouth. What was he trying to do with it?
So Morris has got 60 for the season. He's just come to the bench. He needs another 7 to win the Coleman in 18 minutes, but he's on the bench. I don't think it's going to happen. Here go the Lions again. Out of the centre. Bailey to Levi Ashcroft to Dunkley. From 50 he could have blazed away. Instead he went towards Rayner. Slipped through his hands. Waiting at the back was Frampton's kick straight to Darcy Wilmot. He has got a thumping boot on him. He could go back and just about bang this through. Off a step. He doesn't. He sets it up for Allen. Got his hands to it, Oscar. Fires it out.
Going to get a free kick.
He will.
All in the back.
Harrison it was who gave it away. Panicked in the one-on-one and then all in his back as Oscar went to ground. So right forward pocket, 10 metres in from the boundary. And Oscar Allen will line up for number 4.
This is punishment for Billy Frampton. That's his direct matchup now because Morris went to the bench. When you cough it up like that coming out of back defensive 50...
You pay a penalty.
It's going to come back to your man.
Yep.
To pile on the pain for the Pies. Match can't end quick enough for them. They want to get ready for next weekend and their wild card. And Oscar has squeezed that through. He's got 4. Chris Fagan will be beaming, finding some form before the finals. 67 points now the margin, 19-7, 121. Collingwood 8-6-54.
19 disposals in this last term to 2. And now it's Billy Frampton having had 2 of those touches, Mick. One was shaky, one was horrible.
And no one else has touched the ball.
No one.
We've gone, actually, this is live minutes, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. That's quite extraordinary.
Well, they've gone home in the head, Collingwood.
I think they might have.
They've packed their bags.
I reckon a lot of other people have gone with them, Kel.
They were late coming out of the 3/4 time huddle, and they're late to start this last term.
And the crowd is emptying out big time here at the G.
West Coast have lost twice by 100 points this season. That is what Hawthorn currently would need to do. They need to beat the Eagles by 100 points if it remains as it is now. The Lions will want to increase that as the 2 Ashcrofts are involved. First Will and then Levi. Stolen away here though by the Magpies. Cameron to DeGoey. Works it out to Harrison on the logo. Kicks Collingwood forward. Marking here Anderson. Anderson will steer it in the direction of Dacos. Nick Dacos marks. 55 from goal. Left half forward. Pops it inside forward 50, but can only find Berry, who marks defensively. And he has it in the right back pocket for the Lions. He'll steer the ball over the top of the umpire, who did well to duck. Allowed Wilmot to mark. No Peter Carey situations here. Short again to Will Ashcroft. Steering it back into the left back pocket to Andrews. And he'll find Levi Ashcroft, who marks right up against the boundary. Left half back for the Lions, who lead by 67 points. 7 gone in the last.
And Levi is playing game number 50, and he hasn't missed a game since debut. And guess who he gives it to? Will.
They're waxing now, aren't they?
They are. Older brother Will, who delivers. That's a lovely, tidy mark taken by Dunkley in the middle of the ground. To Neil, short kick. This is Answorth, who's snuck up. And then he bombs it long, sets it up here for Hipwood. Hipwood and his direct opponent go to ground. Hipwood wins the free, and it was against Puncher.
Yeah, I think they're going to call that shepherding more so than anything else. I'd like to see it again, though.
Did he link arms with him, almost like he wanted to do a little bit of a dance, and he dragged him down, Puncher.
Well, he looked at him. That's the trouble. He took his eyes off the flight of the ball, looked at his opponent, and
grabbed
then
his arm. It's a free kick.
And this is a little moment here for Lions fans because Hipwood is on goal number 300 he's lining up for. Kicked already a couple tonight. That was 299. And this to the city end, directly in front for Hipwood. He brings up the triple century. A moment to savour for the key forward from the Brisbane Lions. And he knows he's got a big smile on his face. And the margin is blown out to 73. 27-127 to 8-6-54. Still 15 minutes to play. It's going to get ugly.
Yes, certainly feels that way. And the trouble for Collingwood right now is you could say, oh, come on, let's just show a bit of pride and all that. But they know they've got nothing to play for.
Nothing going.
No.
Nothing going. You know what it is, Liggy? It's save myself for next week. Don't get injured. I know it's a mental state. It's not a good state to have, but that's the state. And it's a self-survival state.
It's going to be Collingwood's biggest loss of the year. Twice they've gone down by 54 points to Brisbane and indeed to Geelong. Let's head downstairs onto the benches. Tim Hodges.
Oh, Clint, I'll leave it back to you to call. Sorry, I didn't realise he was going to throw it up that quick.
Yeah, very quick in the middle. Quickly, Eli Ashcroft kicks forward. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's going to come back here to Berry. And take the free kick just in front of the centre circles. We will head downstairs again to Tim in just a moment. Here comes Berry, driving it high and long towards full forward. Hipwood out, couldn't mark, spills down to Dunkley, hands it back again to Fletcher. Broke away from the opponent, kicks on goal, he's missed. To the right-hand side, a minor score. Hodgie.
Just a question for Mick, Clint. If you're Luke Beveridge watching this and you're in the position tomorrow where if Carlton lose to Fremantle in the first game tomorrow, the Bulldogs' plight is set, that they can't go up, they can't go down. Would you consider resting a bunch of players if that plays out after what you've seen with Collingwood?
Absolutely, I would.
Oh, that's a ripping mark taken by Draper.
Absolutely. You'd pull the main players out again. Anyone who's your main players that are exposed to that body contact, you just do it, Tim.
Draper just got into the back of Darcy Cameron, a little bit of hang time and took a good mark, and then he launched it to the goal square. No one could take it, and his stack on, so to be a ball up. Warm applause a few moments ago was for Steele Sidebottom. Fans cheering for him. He's maybe got 1-2, you never know. Just a handful of games left in his career. And it'll be a ball up right inside the boundary, right where the 50 meets the boundary line. It's been all Brisbane, so we're locked in the attacking area for the Lions. Draper down to Levi, standing. High kick. Hipwood soars, and Puncher couldn't do that. He could not punch from behind, and Hipwood's going to line up for his 301st goal of his career and his fourth for tonight.
Yeah, I feel for Puncher now because that ball is just living there. He's a young player and he's an inexperienced player in his 8th game of football.
Yeah, 195. Sounds a lot, but he looks smaller against these places, doesn't
204.
Yeah, there it is. There it is, yeah. What's that, 3 or 4 inches?
45-degree angle, only 25 metres out for Hipwood. For number 4. And he shanks it.
Well, I've never seen a Collingwood crowd lose so early.
On the outside of the boot, and he puts it through for a minor score. They're pouring out of the G, Mick, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and I think they're getting what they thought. Unless Collingwood were going to win it, they knew that they were just going to rest and probably save each other.
Here goes Chris, sweeping hand pass on towards McStay, then to West. Kicks them towards full forward. Umpire spotted a free kick going the Magpies' way. It'll come back to the goey.
Yeah, he's shepherded off the ball.
Yeah. You're going to pay it at one end, you've got to pay it at the other,
exactly.
Don't you?
Yeah.
That was a clear one. Darcy Gardner had his back turned to the play, and I think he knew it too. He knew he was completely out of position and was just hoping the umpire was going to let it slide, but no doubt about that one.
Yep. Straight at him. More interested in the player than the football. Didn't have eyes for the ball most of the time. Here is De Goey. He's able to kick the goal for the Magpies. Much needed one. Collingwood move on to be 9-6-60. Brisbane, though, 29-129. Brisbane's lead back to 69 points. And the crowd has been posted 66,846 in tonight at the MCG.
How many are left? Right now?
30. I'm being generous.
That 66,000 is still a fantastic turn up for a game that they know probably going to lose, and there was nothing to really gain from it. It's still terrific that they turn up for that.
And a Brisbane side that's probably remnants of Fitzroy would be not a lot here.
4 goals to 1 the Lions' way in this final term. The bench at the moment, Nick Dacos, Cameron, and a couple of the young kids. But Nick's on the bench. There's 12 minutes to play. I'm not sure he'll get back on. Collingwood soaring forward again. Here's a chance for West on the outside of the boot. And West has kicked his third. And the Pies fans that have stuck around enjoyed that one. A couple late here. Margin is 63 points.
And Sam Mitchell just gave a fist pump.
Yes.
Come on, Pies.
Come on, them boys, we only have to win by 100 points.
Couple more late ones.
Shows a bit Charlie West.
Yeah.
Only a young fella, 20 years of age. I'm not sure how tall he is, 194, 95.
Yeah, 194, so really good size.
Moves well. And summed it up well, too. Could have gone left. Decided that his strongest suit is the right and just twisted around. So, there are no mugs on the back line for Brisbane either. They all those talls can play. So, he did a pretty good job one-on-one there.
Hawks back to looking around the 100-point win over West Coast on Sunday. We'll be certainly cheering on those in black and white. And soccering this away out of the middle is Bailey for the Lions, trying to get to its side bottom. He gathers, hence the round of applause. His first game he's played since announcing his retirement. Missed out last week in the draw against Hawthorn. Schultz punches it towards the boundary line. It's tumbled across. It'll be a throw-in right in front of the Collingwood interchange gates. Brisbane by 63. 15 and a half gone in the final term. Playing out these last few minutes. One down by Fort. Straight in the direction of Leicester. Tackled immediately by Schultz. Both teams will be very keen for no one to get hurt right now. I know you can't have that approach if you're playing. I guarantee everybody else around the club thinks that way.
Yeah.
Here's Will Mottl, kicked it straight in Schultz. That hit him hard, hurt him a bit too. De Goey got a hand pass away to Josh Dacos, then to Chris, sweeping it forward again. McCreary went up, couldn't take it. Long could. Manufactured a kick under genuine pressure from Wilmot. Inside forward 50 it goes. Tap back into play by West. McCreary's out after it. Lost his footing. Hand pass on to Schultz. Tackled by Cameron. Ball bundles itself across the boundary line. We've got ourselves a throw-in about 30 out in the attacking goal of the line.
I'll tell you who we saw tonight is De Goey. He's been knocked around a fair bit. He's a very strong player, but he's copped a few big hits.
30 disposals and a goal for Jordan De Goey. He's taking some serious form into the wild card round. There's been a free kick and it's going to go the way of Anderson. He's kicked a couple. So it was while the ball was flicked back in and the rucks had to stop, so it was off the ball.
Yeah, he was trying to make a really good run through the stoppage. He actually popped out the other side, so it must have been a really early grab at him.
He just threw the arms up.
Yeah, nothing there.
He threw the arms up. But Anderson, he's kicked 2-2 tonight. Make that 3-2. A goal for Anderson. And they've kicked 3 in a row here. And Sam Mitchell will be getting excited. Margin is 57. 29-129 to 11-6-72. After the Lions got out by as much as 75 points, they were eyeing off a triple-figure margin. But it's back to 57.
Gee, that was a soft free kick. Oh my goodness. And that was it. We were having a bit of a debate around one earlier on in the game where we saw the jumper pulled and it was soft, but the jumper pulling like a sail is a clear indicator to the umpire. There wasn't even that in that one. There was nothing in it.
And you see that sort of, man-on-man stuff right around the ground.
Yeah.
there's just things you just got to let go. There's no impact on the game.
The Lions look to try to take it away, but it's stolen here by Collingwood. Allen worked it on to McCreary, fires it inside forward 50, but found Gallup. Makes a defensive mark. He will be under some pressure in the next day or two. Will he be cited by the match review officer for an ugly tackle against West earlier in this match? The Lions towards half-back. Here's Fletcher.
They could get it really wide. They had numbers on the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. They're trying to manufacture that. It's a long way to get it there from here, though.
Yeah, it might, bit of hang time there.
Yeah.
It mightn't.
I reckon if the first one had gone there when they were closer to the corridor.
Yeah, agree.
Bailey to Neal, back to Fletcher. We'll find Ainsworth, who marks.
I think it was Fletcher, and he is cautious.
Fletcher again.
He doesn't like to lose the footy.
Goes by a hand to Zorko. Sweeps the hand pass out to Will Ashcroft. That's not a great kick. Waiting for it, Neal. Chris wasn't. Won it down. Collingwood with another chance. Sam Mitchell will be cheering right now. It comes again towards Schultz. Now to McCreary. Hands it off again to Schultz. 50 from goal, about 5 metres in from the boundary. Crisp is still down behind the play. Kicks inside forward 50. Came to Steele. Kick up into the air towards full forward. West brought it to ground. It's still bouncing. Gathering it though, Will Ashcroft. Or Levi rather, handed it off to Gallup. Kick up in the air, but only as far as Houston. And he marks it right half forward.
Looking to go forward. Gives it to Josh Dacos.
Going to come back
Short
to
kick.
why Chris was down in a sec.
Josh Dacos in towards DeGoey. Spoil from Gallup. Hurried kick out of there. High ball. Houston picks it off again.
So the method's the same as what we saw in the first quarter. Strong bodies on and outside the front 50, keep the ball in there, and they've done that.
He flared the kick wide and hit up Steele on the chest.
Sorry to go back. The replay of what Dane Zorko did to Jack Crisp will need to be looked at. I'm not fully saying anything yet, but there was clear contact to the head.
Steele gives it to Dacos, running behind his Houston. Goes along, it's going to fall short and skittle through for not a rush behind, but a boundary throw-in.
Now, Crisp looks like he's okay in a round, so it's fine. Oh, I just saw the replay. There was his forearm elbow following through from an attempted smother of a handball.
The elbow slides high, doesn't it? Does it have the force?
Well, he's kept it up.
Levi Ashcroft and Josh Dacos takes the mark, gives it off to the youngster in Swaddling. He can go for home, and he's got it. He was the hero last week, Swaddling. Rising Star nominee this week. And that's 4 in a row for the Pies. So the margin was 70. It's now 51, which means Hawthorn needs to beat West Coast by less than 100 to snare third spot on the ladder. At the moment, the Lions sit there, but not as comfortably as they did a few moments ago. Tim Hodges.
I'm right at the back of the bench for the Pies, Kel, and Darcy Cameron and Nick Dacos are sitting beside each other. I think they've been told they're done for the night. They didn't even get up before. Still Sidebottom, I thought, was going to be done as well, but he was told to get out there. So Sidebottom has returned to the fray, but I'm pretty sure Darcy Cameron and Nick Dacos won't be returning tonight.
Is that so? McStay, has he got anything on his shins? Because if he's silly if he hasn't, because they'll hit shins and that'll be. Oh, he didn't want to jump anyway.
Fort won it down. It came out to Neal. In the way though was Crisp. Handed it off here to Josh Dacos of the Magpies. And spot Sidebottom. Here the cheer for the retiring hero. Moves it on to McCreary. Sweeping hand pass to Schultz. He's got any number of options inside forward 50, and he finds Harrison, who marks 45 out from goal. Just better than a 45-degree angle to the left.
All jokes aside, we're saying Sam Mitchell will be cheering all this. Chris Fagan would be fuming about this.
Yeah. What's that, 5 in a row or 4 in a row?
This would be 5 if he kicks this.
And they control the ball.
Yep. So this will drop it if he kicks it to, what's that, 45?
45, yeah.
And there's still...
And it was 70.
Still 7 minutes to play, so...
75 it was.
45-point margin is around about 85 points. Harrison's kick's on its way. You can hear the roar from the Collingwood crowd. Harrison has kicked another goal for them. 5 unanswered goals now for the Collingwood Football Club. 4th of the season for Harvey Harrison, 13-6-84. Brisbane at 29-129. The Lions lead, as Kelly said, was 75 points. Is now 45 points at the 23-minute mark of the final term.
Draper coming back. Well, that'll make a difference with Draper.
Yeah, they told him, get off the back of the bench and get out there.
Look, I didn't actually... Who was rucking against McStay? Was that...
Darcy Ford, I think.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, Ford, yeah, of course it was. Yeah, 2 genuine ruckmen.
So, Hawthorn fans have never barracked for Collingwood before, but these final 7 minutes will make it very interesting.
Saw Fags when that mark was taken. He's grumpy.
Hawthorn fans, as I said, barracking for Collingwood. Here they go again. Harrison lowers the eyes and hits up Membry directly in front. 40 metres out.
It's like that famous Jack Irish line. They watch St Kilda, but they see Fitzroy. This is like that. They're watching Collingwood, but right now Hawks fans are seeing the Hawks.
And it's hard to flip this back around if you're Brisbane, because you've kind of got momentum. You've lost it completely. You want the game to end, but you've still got to play out the next 5 minutes.
Oh, it's 6 minutes. It's just under 6 minutes. That's a lot of football.
So Membry for his second to make it 6 in a row, and they do. Oh, this is a twist in the tail that we didn't see coming. Just when we thought the Pies just wanted to run it down, get out of here quickly, they trailed by 75 points. And Craig McRae's men went, we're going to put 6 on the board and make it interesting. Brisbane by 39, 29-129. Collingwood 14-6-90.
Mick, I don't know how you did it for so many years. Just watching Fags on the bench there. They were 70 points up and having third place locked away. And now he's just quietly seething, thinking, what the hell is going on?
And, they wouldn't be not trying. They just probably in the same boat. We've got a bit of a breather. We play Sydney. There's Draper whacking it out.
Getting it down for the Lions. Cameron gathers, swept the hand pass up in the air. Onto it, McKenna goes off the outside of the right boot. That's not what he wanted on that occasion. He's kicked a couple of ridiculous goals tonight. Instead, it's missed everything to the right-hand side. It's going to be a throw-in at right full forward. Worth mentioning again, at the 12-minute mark of this term, Brisbane led by 75 points. It's now the 26-minute mark. They only lead by 39. Every point matters for percentage for them to try and sew up third spot. Draper won it down, socket forward here, Morris. He was at the top of the goal square, just stretched out the right boot and put it through for his 6th 6-goal haul for Logan Morris, the leading goal kicker last year. That brings him to 61 for 2026. Brisbane's leads back to 45 points at the 26-minute mark of the last. 21-9-135. Collingwood 14-6-90. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, that come against the general play there, Lingy. It was just a bit of a fumble by Steele Sidebottom, and Morris was in the right spot, right at the end of right at the tip of the 9-metre square, or whatever you call it.
I liked a bit of the old school response from Draper at the last centre bounce, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to smack it forward. Yeah. Can someone run onto this and get it forward for us?
Yeah, don't worry about all this cute stuff. It's coming out. And against McStay should be able to... He's a jumper, McStay. Oh, he's not going up.
5 and a bit to play. De Goey fumbles it. Neal doesn't. Gives it off to Draper. The running ruckman took it on. Gets a kick away. Lohman flew up the back of Houston. Houston wins the free. He was all over him. Tried to take a specky. So Houston for the Pies. 5 minutes left in the ball game. It was Brisbane by 12 at quarter time. 22 at half time. 49 at three-quarter time. Led it by as much as 75. 6 of the last 7 as De Goey's run down, holding the ball. Hipwood got him. Play on. Zorko inside 50. Lohman going back with the flight. Takes a strong mark. Gives it over the top. Spinning out of trouble is Morris. He's equalled his PB of 7. Logan Morris. with the biggest smile on his face. He says, bring on September, I'm ready to roll. Celebrating his 7th. Brisbane by 51. 22-9, 141. Collingwood 14-6, 90.
Well, it's a great tackle by Hipwood, and he's celebrating, and so he should. It's a turnover goal. I feel sorry for Billy Frampton. He tried to cover two players at once, and Morris stood back. And just the smartness, did the old twist around Josh Dacos and knocked over his 7th. Had a great game, Lingy, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah.
He kicked the goals in the second quarter when it was up for grabs.
Correct.
Another Draper spike, but Dunkley couldn't gather. Allen got in the way for Collingwood, gave it to Swadling, through Steele's hands. Josh Dacos back again in the direction of Allen, towards centre-half forward. McStay swept it on, nicely done to Anderson. Now to DeGoey, right forward pocket. He finishes. A second to DeGoey. Collingwood hit back, and that margin drops under 50 points once more. Brisbane Lions lead now 45 points. Collingwood 15-6, 96. Brisbane 22-9, 141. We're almost at the half an hour mark of the final term.
Sorry, Kel.
No, it's 13 goals have been kicked in this final quarter.
Well, we've got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah. Is that just telling us there's no defence?
Oh, absolutely zero.
No pressure. It's a pressure scale about 10. So there's been a change in the ruck while Cameron's been rested, and Ned Long is in the ruck up against a snarling Sam Draper, who thought his night was done. He's in a bad mood. He led by 75, got back to 39, and Chris Fagan said, get on.
Never had more than 2 hit-outs in his career, Ned Long.
Oh, there you go. He didn't get one there. But he's going to do it at ground level, and he's taken high. It'll be a free kick. Oh, it was holding, sorry. So Lockie Neal's got it, adding up another disposal. Yeah, I thought it was as well. Ashcroft, Will, couldn't quite get it over the top to the intended target. Here's Logan Morris. Oh, when you're hot, baby. He's reached out and given some high fives to the crowd, and it's the most he's ever kicked in a game. The sensational goal kicker from the Brisbane Lions has just booted his 8th. He's just counted them on his hand. He's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need another 3 fingers. I've got 8. Yep, just had to add it up and rub it in for the Pies. And it was a pretty special one as well, Lingy. In the pocket, charging a million miles an hour towards the boundary line.
8 goals, no points.
Yeah, he's a special sort of player,
isn't he?
Yeah. 8 straight.
As you say, he's not a monster. He's just a good size that can jump well, kicks well, plays the smarts.
So there was a cameraman right down there at ground level, and he turned around, he ran straight up to the camera and actually touched the camera. Now the cameraman's trying to wipe it clean. He's left fingerprints on the camera. You can't do that.
Only the second time we've had 8 goals kicked in a game this year, because Jeremy Cameron leading the way with 10.
Last line to kick 8 was Jonathan Brown in 2009.
Trying to go after it again. Shingle the hand pass out here. The Lions have got players lurking. The umpire do here will ball it up. They thought that was Froggy Lester. Throwing up. Draper again wins the tap down. Rayner's out after it. Bounce didn't suit him. Gather it first time. Now does so. Hand pass up in the air. Tap down by Long. McCreary going by. Berry tried to tackle him. McCreary did well. Just forced his way out of the tackle to Steele. Work it into the right forward pocket, and the kick has been well smothered by Draper. Hayes looking to work it towards the top of goal. Draper said, no, and knocked this away, and it's across the boundary line for a throw-in.
As good as Cameron's been, Sam Draper's been pretty good as well.
Yes, yep. No, I think he's been terrific.
Oh, yeah, yep.
It's made a difference to this side.
Brisbane by 51 points, 33 gone. We'll get the ball again here. Gardner sends it beyond defensive 50. Oh, that's an awkward bounce. Comes eventually to Berry. It's a kick away down the wing. It's been turned straight over. Coming out to take the mark is Puncher.
Puncher on the southern wing. Crowd has really emptied out. His kick's gone straight down the throat of Big Sam Draper, who takes an uncontested mark at halfback. Just the Lions fans sticking around for this one. Oh, Hipwood with the boots in the back. Studs in the back of poor old Puncher. And there's no call, mate. Puncher's had a dirty night.
It's got to be realistic. That's what they say, doesn't it?
Yep.
Houston's hurt himself. He's grabbing his left wrist or left hand. We'll get Hodgie. Hodgie might have gone down into the rooms, actually, so we'll keep an eye on that one. So there's only a couple of minutes left. Brisbane by 51. On the outer side it is. Hipwood had it. Oh, taken high was Ashcroft. Will wins the free kick, puts it out in front of Lohman. Still time here for a late goal for the Lions. Lohman wedges it over the top, looking for Morris. Spoil was from Frampton. It spills the way of Rayner. Now Lohman tries to almost basketball slap it down to Neil. Back to Rayner. He's going to go to Charlie Cameron. A little bit of hang time up the back of Anderson. Takes the mark and then turns around and dribbles it through for a goal. Charlie Cameron's got 2. Brisbane by 57. And there's a minute 40 left on the clock. 24-9, 153 to 15-6, 96. And this is the highest score Collingwood has conceded since 2021, round 22. It was against the Lions.
Goes to show, though, you said the crowd, Levy, I know because Collingwood are on the wrong side of it, but that scoring and goal kicking isn't everything that people want. No. We've got a game right now where it's 153 to 96. We want competitiveness and hardness.
That's exactly right, Lingy. Well done. Great statement.
That is a great point, Lingy.
Well, they just get caught up, and the reason why the stand on the mark is about scoring. Well, make it competitive.
I reckon Dan Houston's injured a finger here. He's running off. He's grimacing in pain. So that is the last thing Craig McRae needs. Scott Pendlebury sat out the second half with a knee issue.
One down here by the Lions. Can they get forward? Came to Dunkley. Sweeping a hand possibly by Ashcroft. Draper couldn't quite gather it. Bailey was there. Back to Draper. Now to Neil. Handed it on again. Well, kick inside forward 50. Not quite what they were hoping for from Ainsworth. And Chris was able to chomp it off. He's side bottom again. Love the cheer every time he touches the footy. Kick is towards the southern wing. Membry was there to Swadling. Long marks on the logo. Bring it back inboard to Josh Dacos, who waits and marks despite being closed down by Dunkley. Closing stages here of the game. To Swadling. Moves Collingwood to the goey. Just shy of right half forward. Neil's right with him. They'll stab it forward, but it's turned over. Defensively marked by Gardner in the left back pocket. Brisbane's lead is 57 points. 36 and a bit gone in the final term. Goes to the outer side again. Punch came from Frampton. Sees it over the boundary line. Have ourselves a throw in.
Let's have a little chat at this stoppage, the two teams, and say, what if we just let the ball land and we all just stand around and watch it for 32 seconds? Do you think we could do that? They're too competitive, Nick. I think I might have been as well.
Draper took lead possession. He's tackled immediately. Held in there by Long and McCreary.
Yeah, well, Long's a substitute ruckman. I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to get... Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, he's going to get smashed by Draper.
And he did. Got punched forward by Draper. Spilled there to Swadling. Gave it back to Josh Dacos. Works a kick forward, but only as far as Zorko.
Oh.
And there's a 50 given here as well. Zorko tackled the ground.
He's got to kick early. Kick early.
He does, and sends it deep towards full forward. Bailey marks. At full forward for the Lions. It's going to be Brisbane's biggest score of the season. Already is, but he'll be able to stretch the margin from pretty much right in front. It's a thumping win for the Lions. It's just a matter of the margin. Bailey from right in front. Kicks their 25th of the game. 25-9 159 to 15-6, 96. The Lions by 63 points.
Life is Roy and there's our goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions. We'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
They led it every change, the Lions, by 12 points, by 22, by 49, and then by 63.
The pride of Brisbane town, we will roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory. Life is Roy and there's our goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions. We'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty
The only question now is, will it be enough to lock in third spot? They've secured a double chance. They're definitely finishing top four now, Brisbane. That 63-point win means that Hawthorn will have to win by around 100 points against West Coast on Sunday if they are to unseat the Lions from third spot. For the moment, Brisbane, who did see a 75-point lead evaporate into just a 39-point advantage, were able to fight back to win by 63 points at full time. The goal kickers, there were plenty of them. 8 to Logan Morris, 4 to Connor McKenna, 4 to Oscar Allen, 3 to Eric Hipwood. Singles to Sam Draper, Will Ashcroft, Cam Rayner and Zach Bailey. I missed 2 from Charlie Cameron. There was that many of them. Collingwood, 3 to Angus Anderson, 2 to Charlie West, 2 to Tim Membry. Singles to Houston, to Allen, to Swadling and to Nick Dacos. And Harvey Harrison got 1 as well. Brisbane, way too good for a Collingwood side that fascinatingly decided not to rest any of their stars before the game. Plenty of them spent some time on the bench. I do wonder whether or not they're thinking now whether Craig McRae, maybe we should have just rested guys if that's the sort of result we were going to have. All these things will play out in the fullness of time, whether it was the right decision. But the Lions locking in a double chance on Friday night. What did you make of it all? Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling here on ABC Sport.
Well, just quickly to back up your point, Clint, about the management, the bottom 6 players for Collingwood as far as time played on the ground, the bottom clearly was Pendlebury, so he's one of them, was De Goey, Howe, Schultz, Darcy Cameron, Nick Dacos and then Scott Pendlebury. So the other 5, they basically almost didn't play them.
Yep.
Severely managed game time. And Brisbane were probably going to be too good anyway and are a very, very good football team. We know that. Trying to win 3 premierships in a row. But the fact that Collingwood were managing their players in-game really gave them no chance of possibly winning the game.
Yeah, we looked at the first quarter, Lingy, and we thought, it was pretty tough. It was hard. It was 5 goals to 3. It looked like Brisbane had the run. There was a goal kicked by both sides within the space of 30 seconds from the ball up. From there on in, though, it just looked like I thought the second quarter was the telling quarter. Even though they had 5 shots each, it was Brisbane's just seemed to get hold of the game, and then it was going to be a big chase. And I'm not sure that from there on in, the real heart of Collingwood was in it. It was more preservation. You don't choose it. It chooses you, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You sort of, you want to try, but at the back of your mind, there's this thing saying, I want to be there next week. I only need to run around. We're 4 goals down there. Could go to 6 goals. I end up getting beat by 10. But again, they got within 30 odd, I'll just say 40 points, and Brisbane finished them off at the end. But I don't know whether that will change anything for next week outside of the composition with Quaynard maybe coming back. Maynard, he still looked pretty sore at training, so he may come back. And then the 2 lads with the hamstring. So there's opportunity for change.
Yeah.
Pendlebury, he should be okay. He's probably out of rest anyway, let's face it, from that. Probably.
Yeah, and Brisbane got exactly what they wanted out of it. Now, sure, they probably wanted to win by 100 points just to make sure a little bit more of their percentage. But a 10-goal win seemed to all get through well. I don't think there's any concerns from their end. Maybe Ty Gallop with a little bit of a look from the match review officer with a dangerous tackle. A free kick was paid, but they might have a little bit more of a look. Brisbane, they know they've got the weekend off next weekend while the wildcard games get played. They are right now in the box seat to be going to Sydney for the first week of finals and play against them. So they did exactly what they had to do, and they were well led by their midfield group. Dunkley was terrific. Will Ashcroft, terrific. Lachie Neale, very good. Bailey had a heap of it. Fletcher's important on the wing. And then their forwards, led by Logan Morris. I mean, he kicks 8. And 4 of those, admittedly, were in the last quarter. Little bit of junk time. But he also kicked those 4 in the first half when the game was still there. And he had that big second term.
Sure.
Connor McKenna kicked a couple of rippers and ends up with 4 goals. So Chris Fagan, apart from probably grinding his teeth a little bit in that last quarter as the lead evaporated a little bit, got exactly what he would have wanted out of his group.
No injuries.
Yep.
He would be. There might be one player maybe 2 players looked at with the tribunal. You know, it's hard to see them probably going in many respects. But
the other one you're talking about, Zorko, with that high contact on
Gallop.
But Zorko was on Jack Crisp.
That's right.
Looking at it,
he stayed down for a little while.
It's probably insufficient contact, insufficient force.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. 2 little incidents to look at.
So they'll go back in form. Oscar Allen kicks 4. Their big forwards kicked a lot of goals.
Sam Draper was good.
Sam Draper was outstanding. And interestingly enough, they can carry those talls back and forward and 2 rucks, which is really interesting. And I think it's if you've got a very good deep midfield that the half forwards could all come up and play those roles anyway, then I'd be really, with 23 players, I'd be going a second ruck because you just keep the pressure right on that opposition all day.
And Clint, I think we discussed before the game off air, Hugh McCluggage, we believe, will be back in time for that first final. So there's another All-Australian midfielder, All-Australian calibre midfielder coming in. It's an embarrassment of riches.
It is.
Through the middle of the ground for the 2-time reigning champs.
Yeah, he hasn't been in great form for the year, but nonetheless, if you throw all your tags at someone else, he'll jump up 25 to 30 possessions. So, they're looking good. I don't think they'd like to look at that score when it says 96 against them. That's the only downside that when Collingwood were able to score, they scored pretty easily, and a lot of those come in the last quarter. We know that. But up until, I guess up to 3/4 time, it was only 8. So, 8 and, 7 in the last quarter. But, they're in a good position, particularly given what's happened in Sydney. And West Coast, they're not mugs at home. It's going to take Hawthorn a lot of luck to win by. Look, if they win by 4 or 5 goals, that'd just about see them out.
Let's go down into the Brisbane rooms. Casual 40 goals kicked between the two sides tonight. This will be the poster game for why more goals are not always the answer to everything. It was entertaining, but it wasn't exactly thrilling. But there was a lot to like, and particularly Logan Morris with 8 goals, his career best. They're coming into the rooms. Let's head down there now and find Tim Hodges. Tim.
It's absolutely chockers down here, Clint. I think everyone left in the stadium was allowed into the Brisbane rooms after the song. We are going to speak to tonight's captain, Josh Dunkley, after they sing the song. But for locking away a top 4 spot, I think almost certainly securing that 3rd spot, they are going to enjoy this. and hundreds of fans in here, so there must be a big family function for the players. Just an update on Hugh McCluggage. He trained fully on Tuesday at their Brisbane base. He's now got another 2 weeks leading into a first final, so you would think he'd be doing everything to get back into this team. And we've got, if I'll take it away, Clint, I've got Josh Dunkley with me right now. Hey, Josh, how are you? Thanks so much for joining us. We're live on ABC Sport.
Beautiful.
That was a weird old night at the footy.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit disappointing that last quarter from us. You know, defensively, we probably got opened up a little bit too much. But, yeah, I mean, all in all, it's a great win for us, and we look forward now to what's to come.
Did you have a sense that Collingwood almost weren't sure what to do, whether to go 100% or just to push back, and in the end they just put a lot of players on the bench in the last quarter?
Yeah, I mean, we went into the game thinking that they were going to play their best team and give it a red-hot crack, and we thought they did early on. You know, the pressure was on, they brought the heat. But as the game went on, we just wanted to stick to our structures and our system and continue to play to play the game that was in front of us. So, unfortunately, that last quarter, as I mentioned, but all in all, I thought it was a really good performance.
The win means you secure top 4, probably third. Hawthorn would have to smash the Eagles on Sunday night. It's another bloody super season for your footy club, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're probably up against it there early on, and the way that we've been able to sort of claw our way back into that top 4, you know, top 6 on the ladder, it's been really impressive from the boys, and yeah, now it's looking forward to what's to come, and you know, we like playing our best footy at this time of year, so we're excited about that.
It's awesome to have 3-time premiership winner Josh Dunkley with us. I'll send you upstairs, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Josh, well done tonight. Just a really professional performance from you guys. Can you take us just quickly into that last quarter? You get out to 70 points, the lead, and then it very quickly becomes 39 points, and no doubt you're all pretty conscious of percentage being important, given the Hawks taking on the West Coast Eagles. Yep. How and what sort of conversations were happening on the field to say, hey, guys, come on, we've got to do something here?
I was actually on the bench in that little patch there, and Fags was blowing up, I tell you. He was... Yeah, he was blowing up on the bench. But no, I mean, you just got to sort of take a breath in those moments, as you know, Ling. You know, when the whips are cracking and the heat's on and the opposition's putting on a bit of a score and having momentum, it's hard to stop if you keep stressing out. So to be able to take a breath and, you know, really galvanise our group, I thought we finished the quarter off well. So they did get a couple of goals late, but I thought we, you know, really arrested that momentum well, which is going to help us in the finals.
Absolutely, it will. We love the game of a couple of players who are pretty new to the club, very new to the club, and in one case haven't perhaps had the continuity throughout the year. So Oscar Allen, only his 11th game for the season. He ends up with 4 goals. Sam Draper, new to the club, he's played a lot more footy this year. But just seeing those 2 new pieces coming into September must give you a real boost to say, oh, this is great if we can get them playing their best footy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Oscar's been working really hard in his game. He probably hasn't had we actually pumped him up during the week because he hasn't had the numbers that he probably would have liked since coming back, but his team stuff's been really good. You know, he's creating a contest for us forward of the footy and allowing our smalls to go to work on the ground. So it's been really nice that he's been able to kick a few goals tonight. His confidence will be up heading into finals, as you mentioned, and Drapes, I mean, 100 games today. I think he's played a quarter of those at the Brisbane Lions, so that's pretty impressive to know, you know, after 7 or 8 years in the system. So we love the big fella. They've both brought plenty of energy to our football club, and, you know, it'd be nice to continue to win a few more games this year for them.
Now, Josh, in the news, of course, we know about Sydney, and they're second on the ladder. Was it mentioned at all, and I don't mean with Chris Fagan, because I know Fags wouldn't be sort of saying too much, but within the player group, would you be talking about you just got to win this game and win it well because it looks and appears that Sydney are going to be weakened by the player, suspensions, etc.?
No, to be honest, not really. I mean, obviously thoughts go out to everyone involved and the victims and whatnot, and you know, us as a footy club, we want to wrap our arms around those guys and girls involved. So, yeah, it's obviously a tough thing to talk about at the moment, but all our support is there. And, yeah, it's something that obviously will play out now, but for us as a group, we just wanted to win tonight and play our best football, as I sort of touched on earlier. And we feel like, you know, if we can play our best football, we can beat anyone in the competition. So we'll see what happens in the coming days and where we land, but we look forward to what's to come.
And Hugh McCluggage, do you think he's, with 2 weeks under his belt with training, you'd step into the side?
Yeah, well, it's a tough side to come into. It's we're playing some pretty good footy, but, I mean, Huey's the superstar. You know, we know what his best footy looks like, and when his body's body's right. He's one of the best players in the comp. So we look forward to potentially getting him back in a couple of weeks' time, whenever that is, and whoever that's against. And I'm sure he'll play his best footy for us.
And the back of 2 premierships, this side, do you see a difference? Is it better? Is it? It's certainly more mature because you've had a few 20-year-olds or under 18 or 18, 19-year-olds. So is it a better side than what has been on the field to win those premierships?
I don't know. I'm a big believer in those sides that win premierships. They're special sides. You can't beat the 22, 23 that are out there, and you can say guys are unlucky, but I think the premiership side is the premiership side for a reason. So this year we've evolved again. We've brought a couple of guys in. Our young guys have got better, as you mentioned, and there's a little bit of confidence there, but there's also a bit of a reality that we need to be playing our best footy this time of year. So to be able to do that, we've got to get to work during the week. It all comes down to the process, and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah. So Josh, Kelly Underwood upstairs, congratulations on the win. As we said, it's pretty much certain that you'll play the Swans in a couple of weeks in Sydney, an undermanned Sydney team. You played twice this year. Sydney at the Gabba in round 16, they won by 43, and you got them in round 2, and you won by 44. I reckon you captained that night. That feels like an eternity ago. Round 2, you dropped your first 2 games, and I think they kicked the first 7 against you at the SCG.
Yeah, they did. They taught us a big lesson in that game. We were a little bit unmanned early on in the season, and we went down to Sydney, and they really taught us a lesson. So coming up against them at the Gabba later in the year, I thought we turned the tables a little bit. Our pressure was great. They're a bit of a handball side as well, so being able to come forward and chase them from behind is really important. But we know they're still going to be a really good side, whatever they put out there, and we'll be at our best, hopefully, come that game.
And I guess that's the thing. I mean, the sort of the feeling in the footy world is, their season is done. And I know it's still a couple of weeks away, and you've just finished this one now. But as we know in sport, backs against the wall, that you're going to go in the clear favourites. Does that make you a little bit nervous?
Well, I said that that game we might be playing, but we don't know if we're actually playing that game yet. So we'll wait and see what the results are like on, I think, Sunday, is it? Hawks and West Coast?
Yeah, last one, yeah.
It's tough to really comment on that game yet, but, as I said, we'll just be preparing for our best against whoever we're playing against, and we'll give it a red-hot crack.
Josh, I've got a quick one for you. Clint Wilden here. Did Connor McKenna kick the goal of the season?
I think he kicked 2 goals in the season.
Which one?
Well, I love the soccer goal, but the other one's certainly a contender as well. They were ridiculous tonight.
I couldn't believe it. I was top of the 50, and I thought, he's just soccered this, and it's gone out in the full. But the crowd went up, and I was like, no way. That was freakish. I think he's smiling over here behind me now. He probably thinks he's got goal of the year sewn up.
I think for good reason. He's certainly in with a shout. I know you sort of touched on the efforts of the forwards, but Logan Morris, he's just been unbelievable this season again. Yeah. And to kick 8 in any game of football is remarkable. He kicked 8 tonight.
Okay. I'm going to have to get to work during the week, keep his head screwed on then.
He's got 63 for the year.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute machine, Moz. He's had his injuries and little concerns throughout the year, but he just keeps running up, and I couldn't speak any more higher of him. He's come into our football club. He got to work in the VFL early on, and then now he's really showing what he can do at AFL level, and I think he's going to be a special player for us in the years to come as well. So I love the bloke. Him and Kai Loman are my 2 little boys that I look after during the week. So one week Kai kicks 5 or 6, and the next week Lowe's kicks 8. So I've got my hands full.
What does he do? I mean this with no disrespect, but he's not a monster in the forward line, but he plays like he is. He has the ability to take contested marks. He's good at ground level. Give us a bit of an insight. Just 21 years of age as well. What does he do around the club? How much extra work does he put in?
To be honest, he doesn't do a lot at the moment. I say that he's wrapped up in cotton wool because he doesn't train on Tuesdays, and he gets out there on Thursdays and then plays best on ground games on the weekend. So, he's a machine. He does a lot of things. Even though he's not training, he's still doing his touch, his recovery. I think he's learned over the last couple of years he's got to have a really good balance in his life as well. Football's football, and you've got to really, look at it and obviously go up and down with the waves of emotion and those types of things, but he's been able to sort of think about his life a little bit more and have a really happy balance up there in Queensland, in Brisbane. So he's doing that really well, and I'm really proud of him.
Why isn't he training?
He's just got these little niggles here and there, and these young fellas, they come in and they think that, a little corky's the worst thing in the world, so they don't get out there on the track. So, yeah, it's funny how it all works.
Last one, what does the week look like for you now?
I think we get a few days off now. We haven't really spoken about it too much, but from what I know, there'll be a couple of days off, and then we'll be able to regather, I think, midweek next week and look forward to what's to come. But we'll probably be staying together pretty tight the next couple of days and watching what's the games and what the results are, and then we'll look forward to who we're playing against in a couple of weeks.
It feels like the dual reigning premiers is starting to flex their muscles again. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Josh Dunkley downstairs. What a performance it was from Brisbane, and again it just did sort of feel like that. I know Collingwood, this is probably unkind, but it felt like they put the cue in the rack at around about the halfway mark. But
they certainly did personnel-wise.
Yeah, they did. But not the players on the field, but like we know we're not going to win this game. We're going to look after these guys. We need to start thinking about next week. But still, Brisbane were able to just sort of put the shoulders back, a couple of big performances in front of goal. And if you have a look at how they've gone after they dropped that one game since round 13, that shock loss to Carlton, and they, as we know, stormed back by belting the Hawks. But conversely, there must be a few concerns now for Collingwood, not just with how tonight played out, but losing to Geelong here in round 21. They go across to West Coast and beat them, but unconvincingly in Perth. The draw was dramatic against Hawthorn, of course, and now you lose here at the MCG. So your fellow finals contenders, Brisbane, Hawthorn, Geelong, 3 of those in the last 4 weeks. I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. You harden yourself up against teams you're likely to play, or the teams you're likely to play you've found to be a little bit wanting when the moments have come.
Yeah, and I think both things can be true at the same time, because I think those teams, Brisbane, Geelong and Hawthorn, are quick ball moving teams, really good young fast legs now. Like Geelong's almost turned over that entirely to where it's Ollie Dempsey and Bailey Smith and these types of power running players. Well, that's the way Brisbane play, and I think Hawthorn do that as well.
That, yeah,
with their ball use. So that worries Collingwood. It's probably why they're not. That's why they're playing in a wildcard game as opposed to being in the top couple. So they're a little bit off that. But I think they would have also picked up a lot of things from those games and thought, okay, well, we can't just go high tempo for high tempo with all those teams because they've got too much skill and too much run in their legs. We want to play them a certain way with the way we press on them. We want to use the handball against them occasionally. But then also we're going to have to take speed off the game at some stage to not let it be 120 minutes of just a track meet.
Yep. We'll get your thoughts on that in just a moment, Mick, but let's head down into the Collingwood rooms. Tim Hodges is there for us. Tim.
So we won't get a player, Clint. Unfortunately, they're just heading in. You can see Tim Membry, Jeremy Howe, Nick Dacos all heading in for the heart-to-heart with Craig McRae following that game. So the injury news is the big story down here. So Dan Houston badly dislocated that finger in the dying moments of the game. Jack Crisp just walking past me now, so he's one of the last ones to go into the room. So Houston, they say, will be fine, was in a significant amount of pain, but just a dislocation. And then the big story all week long, you think, will be the veteran, the champion, Scott Pendlebury. So it's a knee bursa. It's the unfortunate news, guys. It was explained to me by Dr. Peter Larkins that if it's at the front of the knee, it's a good thing. And I think that's what Mick was talking about earlier during our coverage, that they can actually drain that. It's actually at the back of his knee, they fear, which is something that Darcy Moore, the captain, has had earlier this year, which caused complete havoc with his hamstring. And, he basically only played 2 or 3 games this year because of that bursa at the back of the knee. So that's going to be a bigger story than I thought. It's going to be touch and go whether he can get up for a wild card game. Collingwood probably likely to play next Friday night in that wild card game. It will be here at the MCG. So Scott Pendlebury, 7 days to get up for it. Will he be able to? That's going to be the story, I think, of the Magpie week leading into that first final.
So do you or does anyone know, is a knee bursa something that comes on slowly and then can happen quickly in a game? Like if they, and again, you know where I'm going with this, if they decide not to play him tonight, would this have occurred perhaps next week anyway? Like, where are we at?
It could, but you've also got another week where if you've drained it, you're not having to, with the running around tonight, put a bit more pressure on it. So therefore, the more pressure you put on, look, it's going to fill anyway, but the more you put on, and if you land on it, the more damage you're going to do.
Okay.
So, but clearly their medical people are far more closer to it than what we are. We sit here and go in judgment, but they're looking at that to go, we want to win a premiership. How do we do it? Does Scott need to play? Well, he can play. So clearly they're far and above our thoughts on it. We only go back through our experiences ourselves if you had one. So if this is behind the knee, they're ugly behind the knee. Really, they can be quite debilitating.
Tim, more from you from the rooms?
Yeah, so the room is now shut on the meeting door with Craig McRae, so everyone in the actual rooms has been told to quieten down. I just wanted to get a penny for Mick's thoughts on what Craig McRae would be saying inside that meeting room to try and sell a positive message after what was really a really difficult night. Yeah. Probably everything that could go wrong sort of did for the club.
Oh, well, I don't know if it did. Quite frankly, he's a glass half full. There's no question about that. He would be looking at, gee, we were good when we closed that game up on them and we locked the ball on our forward line. They couldn't get out. And when they did get out, it was a very good passage of play that got out. It wasn't because we were slack. It wasn't because our players weren't in position. They were able to break through. And from there on in, it's very hard to judge players mentally when not much is hanging on the game. In fact, little outside of the colour of your shorts you're going to wear the next week. So I would be very surprised. There's no use putting the boot in. What you do is now start to get him ready for next week, because there's only going to be 4 sides playing next week. So, and he has to worry about who his opponents will be, which will probably be the Dogs. I'm suggesting it's the Dogs. I guess it can be Carlton, can it? I think it can be Carlton.
Can depend. Well, there's a bit to play out, but I think it's more likely to be the Bulldogs, isn't it?
Yes.
What if the Dogs lose and Carlton win? Carlton go into that position. So, no, it could well be Carlton. So they'll be sitting back and thinking, this is our game plan. This is what will get us there.
I know what the AFL wants.
Oh, they'll be happy.
Exactly. This will be packed out.
Fremantle tomorrow will get every chip on their shoulder knowing exactly what the AFL
will both games be played on Saturday, mate, or will they be played Friday, Saturday, do you think?
What's that? The wild card?
They'll be Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday.
Will Collingwood be part of the Friday?
I would think so.
Yeah.
So they get 7 days from there, and their opponents...
Let's say it's Crows, Carlton. That will be on the Saturday.
Well, Carlton and the Bulldogs, either of them both play Saturday, so they'll get a 6-day break.
Yeah.
So Collingwood will play Carlton in a wild card match if
Carlton win.
Carlton beats Freo and Melbourne beats the Dogs.
Yes.
Okay?
So I would have that as the less likely of the scenarios.
Yes, but the AFL will be barracking for the Blues and the Ds.
I would.
Yeah. I think Melbourne will beat the Dogs, but I just don't see Carlton beating Fremantle.
That's the one for me.
But you never know. They are resting a couple.
They are, and the decision to rest Amos I found most interesting, and I know why they've done it, but...
That game's at home, isn't it? Fremantle home.
No, that's
here
tomorrow
at Marvel tomorrow.
Oh, of course it is.
At Docklands.
No, what am I talking about? Because we're down there tomorrow.
I was going to say, I'll see you there tomorrow.
It's the first 2 games tomorrow, so...
Yeah.
From 1:15 and then the twilight 4:15. Back here, Melbourne and the Dogs at the G.
Psychologically, you don't know what's going through a lot of the Fremantle players' head. That self-preservation, it's finals, we're on top, we can't lose top spot. Well, the mind is so dangerous at this time of the year. It really is.
Carlton's motivation is they are playing to play the Pies. Pretty much, isn't it?
I've liked Fremantle's attitude all year. We just win every game. We're 1-0. We're going to go out. We're going to win again. The bonus, a bit like Josh Fraser, of having the introvert as a coach. We just win the next contest, and we'll win the next contest, win the next contest, and if we win enough of them, we'll win. And they've played like that. And they've slipped up occasionally. GWS, of course. And Melbourne were fantastic. That's probably game of the year. But I get what you're saying. I just think Fremantle will turn up. And
so do I.
How many sides can win the premiership, Lingy? In all honesty, now. With
definitely Fremantle. Definitely Brisbane Lions. Hawthorn, I think, can on their day. Geelong would need Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes back at full in full flight, which I don't think they'll get.
Melbourne, not yet.
No, I don't think.
Collingwood, Bulldogs, Carlton and Adelaide.
Adelaide?
No, I haven't. Not quite.
Not deep enough through the middle, Adelaide.
I find it incredibly difficult to say the grand final is going to be anyone other than Fremantle versus Brisbane.
Right.
Hawks and Cats, sneaky chances.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We need to get the votes in the ABC Football of the Year, which, because of everything else we're discussing, I almost completely forgot.
That's okay. I've got it ready to go for you, Clint. Lachie Neale gets the 1 vote, 35 disposals. He had 16 clearances. That's the main reason why he sneaks in for that vote. He is a genius at doing that. 2 votes I've given to Jordan De Goey. I just thought he was terrific over the course of the game. Had 32 disposals, kicks 2, 10 score involvements. I know they got belted, I get all that, but I just thought he was the one standalone player for Collingwood who was just outstanding start to finish.
Best game of the year, I reckon.
Yeah. And 3 votes, I'll give it to the man who kicked 8. 4 of those were when the game was on. 4 of those were during party time. But you kick 8 goals on a Friday night clash, you can have the 3 votes. Well done, Logan Morris.
I love it. Love to see the goal kickers get votes.
Just an update on the Swans story. We spoke a lot about it in the pre-match, and it's been reported by The Age that the recently retired Swans player Taylor Adams has been identified as one of the men in the room at the time of the alleged sexual assault. So that has come out.
And a really nice touch from the Giants.
Yes, the Giants AFLW team has released a statement basically saying we're out of town, but we want all our fans and anyone that is a football fan, rivalry put down, please go to the SCG on 12:30 on Sunday and support the Swans women's team. So that was a nice touch. And there's photos that have emerged of Nick Blakey and Isaac Heaney out in Hindley Street at 4:30 in the morning after gather round.
Kel, thanks very much for today.
Thank you.
Mick, thank you to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Stu Baker, to the cult hero Adam Jones back in the studio. Tomorrow, Saturday AFL, Josh Fraser to join us from midday if you're here on the East Coast. Sports Talk from 10 in the West. And, of course, don't forget SA Grandstand as well. Thanks for your company.